KRORK ancient. Psionic fluctuations detected. All units, attention. Harlan reacted, shouting urgently into the comms channel, warning the Sentinels that an unexpected situation had arisen on the battlefield. The champion swordsman reacted extremely quickly. The readings from his power armor's external temperature sensors showed the air temperature dropping rapidly. On the battlefield, where the sun had just risen, plasma streams and high-energy beams occasionally streaked across the sky, and the sudden appearance of a low-temperature sensation was particularly noticeable, signaling the emergence of a supernatural phenomenon. Psionics. The power of psionics is ever-changing, yet there are traces to follow. The application of psionics causes a low-temperature phenomenon within its area of effect, with the freezing of water molecules in the air leading to a rapid localized drop in temperature. At this moment, beneath Blasphemous and Harlan's feet, orc blood had congealed into crimson ice crystals, freezing rapidly, indicating that a psionic strike was imminent. The Sentinels' response was even swifter. Facing an unknown psionic strike, they activated their power armor's power supply system, maximizing their personal force shields in preparation to defend against the impending psionic impact. Current passed through the Argent Nur crystal, stimulating the crystal structure to project a dimensional field outwards, forming a dimensional protective field that enveloped the armor. The Argent Nur crystal has widespread uses, its specific origin is a mystery, and it could never have been naturally occurring. The Sentinels and the ancient ancestors merely developed and utilized it, never truly understanding its structure and secrets. Coincidentally, a defensive force field constructed from multiple crystals, forming an egg-shaped shield that enveloped the entire body, could effectively defend against psionics. Within seconds, the Sentinels prepared their defenses, even beginning to contract their formation in response to the sudden change on the battlefield. Blasphemous shielded Harlan behind him, his fingers intertwined, signaling his guards to leave immediately with a silent gesture. His supervision saw a hunched figure in a sackcloth robe on a small hill 5 kilometers away, chanting continuously, drawing mysterious psionic characters with the sweeping movements of his wide sleeves. The psionic characters, like spirits, flickered with points of light, dancing in the void, seemingly beautiful but in reality brewing immense power. The point of impact for that power was undoubtedly his current location. Blasphemous urged Harlan to leave quickly. That psionic power was something he absolutely could not contend with. His face was as still as dead water. Blasphemous disliked the current situation intensely. As a warlord, the commander of the Sentinels, Blasphemous disliked unexpected sudden occurrences. The battlefield situation should be traceable, everything preventable and controllable. An unexpected event from outside the battlefield was a true surprise, completely beyond control. It was like two people fighting fiercely, and a third party suddenly joined in. Blasphemous was accustomed to holding everything in his hands, avoiding all surprises, and preventing the carefully selected Sentinels from perishing in unforeseen circumstances. Gradually lowering his stance, Blasphemous prepared to take the psionic attack. He was fully capable of dodging the attack, and could even quickly advance and counter the mysterious person after evading. But the reality was, Blasphemous could not do that. The mysterious person's chant was ancient and mysterious, and the temperature was dropping rapidly, indicating the power of the psionic attack. If he dodged, the psionic attack would shift targets, and the Sentinels on the battlefield would not be able to dodge it. It must be one of those lunatics from the City of Truth, only they would use psionics so recklessly. Harlan cursed under his breath, but his body was honest, quickly moving away from the center of the psionic impact, leaving without a moment's hesitation. He knew very well that if Blasphemous couldn't withstand the psionic attack, his staying would be useless. Staying further away, allowing the capable person to act without restraint and maximize his abilities, was undoubtedly the optimal solution. Like him, the Sentinels members performed their duties, doing what they needed to do, completing their respective tasks on the battlefield in an orderly manner. Compared to Blasphemous, they were more concerned with the present. The great swords and axes wielded by the orc kids, and the bullets fired from various primitive firearms, were more threatening than a single psionic impact. If the warlord couldn't hold on and died on the spot, the Sentinels would learn from the experience, investigate thoroughly, and then avenge him. Professional soldiers bound by the laws of war, the Sentinels were machines of violence. They were a war machine composed of cold souls, efficient and deadly. They would not mourn or rage over the death of a comrade, but would suppress all emotions with cold rationality, focusing on winning the battle. This was the Sentinels. Argent Nur's most powerful soldiers. A brilliant light streaked across the sky, a high-velocity projectile friction with the air, trailing a deep blue trajectory, flashing with blue lightning. A lurking phantom struck, firing a high-velocity projectile from an electromagnetic sniper rifle. Physical weapons were precious on Argent Noor. Besides crystals, all minerals were extremely scarce on Argent Noor. Bullets embedded with virus sacs were valuable, and Argent Noor could no longer manufacture them. They were only used against extremely high-value targets. Clearly, the phantom responsible for sniping in the shadows considered a master of psionics to fit the definition of a high-value target. A hypersonic projectile, with its powerful kinetic energy, could penetrate armor. Upon impact, the toxin sac inside the bullet would burst, and the virus would enter the body instantly upon contact, poisoning the target hit. In the distant past, these specialized bullets were used for hunting, specifically to hunt certain large beasts, making it easier to preserve the beast's complete hide. A perfectly timed sniper shot. Dodging the bullet would require abandoning the psionic spell. Abandoning it would mean all efforts were in vain, and not abandoning it would mean taking the shot head-on. The super high-speed bullet arrived in the blink of an eye. In the phantom scope, the bullet indeed hit the target. The mysterious person's body remained still. The space around him emitted distorted ripples, like nature falling into water, causing waves. The supersonic bullet stopped mid-flight, suspended in the center of the ripples, no longer a threat. Sniper failed. Target possesses a personal shield, initially identified as a powerful, psionic shield. The Phantom reported the results from the shadows, his voice suppressed. Blasphemous was not concerned about the outcome. Even the Phantom responsible for the sniping was not surprised, showing no regret or discouragement. A master of psionics, unafraid of the Sentinel's reputation, who dared to stand openly and launch an attack, must have been thoroughly prepared. The Phantom's reason for firing was simple: take a shot, just in case the opponent was a greenhorn. The battlefield was like this, both sides paid the price, constantly searching for the opponent's weak points. The temperature continued to drop. The muddy ground soaked with blood in the center of the battlefield was covered with white frost within seconds, and the continuous decrease in temperature indicated the extremely high intensity of the psionic attack. Blasphemous concentrated, his muscles tensed. He was confident he could withstand the psionic impact. This judgment, stemming from his body's instinct, had never been wrong. Boom. The psionic attack completed its chant. The mysterious person swept his long sleeve down, and accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, a psionic lightning bolt struck down from the sky. Blasphemous sharply looked up, his ultrafast reaction having locked onto the lightning source before he even heard the thunder. That cyan lightning carried a furious power, a bolt from the clear sky like a silver snake flicking its tongue, twisting down from the sky. Not good. Blasphemous cried out in his heart, realizing he had made a mistake. His body's instinct had not lied. His body could indeed withstand this lightning bolt, without any worry of being harmed. But his prediction was wrong. The lightning summoned by the mysterious person was never aimed at him, but at Guska, who was hanging high and had lost his fighting capability. The lightning struck the ground, and the arcs it stirred up danced wildly, sizzling as they cut through the air. Blasphemous could clearly feel that the cyan lightning contained not destructive power, but a kind of vitality, like spring thunder, capable of awakening the power of the earth. The mysterious person's goal was clear. He intended to save Guska, to make the orc leader stand up again and fight him. What was his purpose in doing this? Simply to watch a beast fight. Blasphemous turned back, full of doubt. The mysterious person completed his spell, waved at him, and then vanished like a wisp of smoke. The cyan lightning struck, and with a brilliant flash, the intense temperature change instantly melted the ice crystals and blood frost, stirring up thick, crimson steam. And within it, a series of strange sounds emanated. Blasphemous leaned in to listen. He heard the crisp snapping of dislocated joints, the tearing and pulling of muscles, the surging of bursting blood vessels within the blood mist. There was also the restructuring of bones, the suturing of muscles, and the more powerful gushing of blood. He. A cruel laugh came from within the electric thunder, and Guska's rough, familiar voice sounded again, but different from before. Blasphemous, you would never have thought that on this planet, there exists an ancient elder. A shadow slowly rose from the mist. Guska's figure stood up again, his outline even larger, possessing a power that made mortals fear. Now I have been reborn. The blessing of the ancient elder has unchained me, and the ancient orcs shall rise in the galaxy. The thunder subsided, and the stirred steam and dust were blown away by the wind, revealing Guska's figure once more. At this moment, the orc boss, returned from the brink of death, had undergone a complete transformation, an extraordinary metamorphosis. His crimson eyes stared fixedly at Blazkowicz. Blazkowicz, my old friend, your life will witness the beginning of the galaxy's stars trembling for the orcs. Command transferred, Harlan will take command in my stead. Blazkowicz did not reply, raising his hand to open the comms channel and announcing the command transfer to the Sentinels. Facing a never-before-seen dangerous entity, Blazkowicz chose the most cautious approach. He could not be distracted in battle, and transferring command was a wise move. Harlan's personal abilities were outstanding, and his swordsmanship was excellent. But few knew that his command abilities were also quite good. Blazkowicz, by chance, discovered that Harlan was very sensitive to changes in battlefield situations, but he himself disliked expressing opinions on the battle. Transfer confirmed. With the sudden change in the situation, Harlan couldn't dwell on too much and took on the heavy responsibility. The moment Guska stood up, the orc collective seemed to undergo some unknown change along with him. Their attacks became more aggressive, gradually coalescing with purpose, forming groups to launch effective counterattacks against the Sentinels. Harlan realized the gravity of his responsibility and issued orders on the comms channel. Heavy firepower attack the orciformed pivot points, phantom snipe important targets. The holographic projection inside his helmet continuously fed him battlefield intelligence. Harlan, lacking Blazkowicz's powerful mind, still tried his best to direct the flow of battle. He quickly issued orders and then withdrew from the battlefield. Harlan's white figure rapidly moved, heading to the orc stronghold to command the Sentinels on the front lines. The battle about to unfold here was not something mortals or orcs could participate in. Do you think you can take me on? Blazkowicz's sharp gaze swept over Guska. He had to admit, Guska's current appearance was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Guska's heart pounded. The nightmare of his defeat was still vivid, a fear etched into his bones. He clenched his fists, feeling immense power, and grinned ferociously, and why not? Look at you, Guska's voice rumbled like thunder, as he contemptuously gestured with his hand at his waist, you're not even half my height. 8 meters tall, his dark green skin exuded a desolate texture, muscles bulging and rippling, especially across his back. His physique was no longer as stocky as before, his 2 legs were long and powerful. His original crimson armor had been torn apart by his bulging muscles, hanging in shreds on his dark green, savage body. Blazkowicz, however, saw more. His eyes pierced through the surface, directly perceiving the deeply hidden essence. He was by no means as simple as he appeared. The orc boss, after his transformation, possessed a savage body filled with explosive power, yet it lacked some of its former aggression. Now, Guska was more like a commander than the savage orc boss of his memory. He could also feel that the power from the WOG field on him had vanished, replaced by Guska's own power, without a trace of external influence. The WOG field was present on him, but his power did not originate from the WOG field. Hey! 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 Guska let out a strange laugh and ferociously attacked Blazkowicz. The earth trembled beneath his feet. Each step was like a drumbeat, heavy as muffled thunder, striking at the heart of every individual. Guska's movements at this moment were swift and agile. In the eyes of the orcs or the Sentinels, they could only see him kicking up blood-soaked mud and swirling air currents. His speed at this moment was extremely fast, his physique incredibly powerful. At this moment, he was full of strength, and the confidence brought by that strength was gradually swelling. He casually picked up a discarded battle-axe. The two-handed great axe was now barely enough for him to wield with one hand, and its swings unleashed a roaring sound. At this moment, only one person on the battlefield could stop him, only one person was worthy of being his opponent. Blazkowicz sneered, the coldness in his eyes gradually transforming into killing intent. At this moment, he had a reason to kill Guska immediately. He pressed the sensor on the axe handle, and the dimensional blade extended again. He pushed off with his legs and charged towards the onrushing Guska. Their movements were like phantoms, their duel was not something ordinary people could clearly see. The sound of sonic booms was incessant. Each time it echoed across the battlefield, the two beings, beyond the scope of ordinary creatures, had already exchanged blows dozens, even hundreds of times. A terrifying scene unfolded. In the center of the battlefield where the two beasts fought, no one paid attention, no one dared to intervene. The snipers with the best eyesight, equipped with the best targeting devices, couldn't see their figures, and their equipment couldn't track their positions. It was one battlefield, yet not one battlefield. This sense of disjunction was caused by the two non-human entities. The speed of their engagement had already surpassed the speed of mortal thought. Your war strategy seems to have erred several times today. Guska roared, bringing his battleaxe down, once again using his height advantage to suppress Blasphemous. Guska felt incredibly exhilarated at this moment. The intense pleasure made him roar with laughter. This was the first time he had suppressed Blasphemous in a head-on confrontation, the first time he had experienced the joy of battle. Just a small mishap, easily corrected now. Blasphemous slightly shifted his body, the axe blade falling close to his skin. Feeling the chill of the great axe, his expressionless face gradually thawed, and a different kind of interest burst forth in his eyes. He held an absolute advantage over all his opponents. It had been a long time since a battle had brought him such enjoyment. With every punch and kick, every clash of blades, his calm emotions became a degree more excited. The innate power within his body, which had gradually grown dormant from lack of an opponent, began to awaken with Guska's attacks. It was an intense fury, containing resolute killing intent, filling every cell of Blasphemous' body. He was so excited he wanted to let out a long howl, to vent his rage. The rage in his heart was so real, yet Blasphemous' reason remained cold. His mind was so cold and unwavering that there were no fluctuations, while the scorching rage burning in his chest threatened to erupt. Coldness and fury, how contradictory. Blasphemous' innate talent was that his cold rationality kept his thoughts clear and wise, while his anger transformed into his strength, not the impulsive, reckless abandon of hot-headedness. After his transformation, Guska's mind had become much sharper. He perfectly utilized the advantage of increased arm length that came with his increased height, gaining an unusual suppressing force in battle. The great axe swept back and forth, continuously forcing Blasphemous back. His current speed could match Blasphemous', and he wielded the axe so tightly that it was impenetrable, giving Blasphemous no chance to get close. Blasphemous frowned, calmly dealing with the details of the battle. For the first time, he was physically suppressed in a one-on-one fight. In the past, he was the one who suppressed his opponents, now he also tasted that helplessness. The suppression of attack range made every counterattack extremely difficult. The advantage of wider-range attacks, when both sides had similar physical capabilities, was indeed quite tricky. The current Guska was an unprecedentedly strong foe, with a similarly extraordinary intelligence beneath his brutal exterior. Blasphemous felt a bit annoyed. If he had a longsword in his hand now, releasing the restraining field, he could immediately gain attack range. The battleaxe in his hand had no advantage. Guska's attacks were always extremely tricky, avoiding a direct clash of axe blades. He also understood that the iron axe in his hand was no different from a piece of paper in front of the dimensional blade. Each time he swung his battleaxe, he calculated the trajectory and the angle of the cut, to avoid his weapon being severed. This was a battle where savagery and precise calculation danced together. While dodging attacks, Blasphemous estimated the power gap between them. In terms of physical performance, Guska could hardly contend with him head-on. The current orc boss was maneuvering with intelligence, his previously hot-headed brain was now incredibly calm. Another axe blow fell. Blasphemous dodged it sideways, knowing he had to immediately seize the initiative. Focusing his bodily senses on his surroundings, and having processed the situation, after a picosecond of deliberation, Blasphemous immediately made a decision and began his counterattack strategy. The battle between them was extremely perilous, any slight variable could be fatal. Blasphemous was very unlucky. The instant he retreated, he stepped on a sliding corpse, losing his balance for a moment. Die for me. Guska's roar was arrogant and brutal, the madness in his eyes almost palpable. Taste the bitter fruit of death, Blasphemous. He seized the fleeting opportunity, launching a fatal blow at Blasphemous. The battleaxe changed from a sweep to a chop, its blade cleaving through everything in its path. Now, Blasphemous also seized the hard-won opportunity. He controlled his muscles to exert force abruptly, perfectly regaining his body's balance. He gently tossed his battleaxe with his right hand, precisely controlling it so it wouldn't fall quickly, then clenched his palm into a fist and smashed it towards Guska's descending battleaxe. Blasphemous' timing was impeccable, at the precise moment when Guska's force was spent and he found it difficult to retract his move. Guska saw his action, his small eyes filled with confusion, and the next instant, a piercing collision sound rang out. Boom. Flesh and blood fist met refined iron battleaxe, emitting the sound of clashing steel. Blood splattered. Blaskowitz's fist gushed blood, but he deflected the descending battle-axe with one punch, neutralizing Guska's unstoppable attack with the most incredible means. The Griatax's surface was dented with a fist mark. Guska's tiger's mouth was torn, his arm numb, his eyes filled with surprise and shock. Before he could recover from his shock, Blaskowitz's next move instantly put him on the defensive. The thrown axe handle seemed to hang motionless amidst their rapid exchanges. Blaskowitz's right hand smashed away the iron axe's downward trajectory, and his left hand caught his discarded weapon from below. In that instant, Blaskowitz gripped the handaxe, and the moment the dimensional blade sprang forth, he reversed all disadvantages. He surged forward, the light of the dimensional battleaxe flashing, taking advantage of Guska's body pressing forward to deliver a brilliantly precise counterattack. Guska's face showed fear. The composure of the ancient orc vanished from his face, replaced by unexpected surprise. If this blow landed, he would be cut in half at the waist. Out of instinct, Guska suddenly exerted force in his waist, using his powerful physical capabilities to abruptly halt his forward momentum. His lower body slid forward, while his upper body leaned back, managing to stop his body and avoid the fate of being disemboweled. Foolish. A disdainful sneer came. Blaskowitz coldly laughed and pressed forward, closing the distance even further, then abruptly retracted his left hand and swept it back. Only then did Guska realize he had been tricked again. He had lost once more. Blaskowitz had deliberately shown a small flaw, calculating that the vengeful Guska would surely fall for it. Blue light swept from right to left, bringing with it a splash of crimson. The blue glow of the dimensional axe blade was dazzling, appearing like the light of the Grim Reaper's scythe in Guska's eyes. Excruciating pain came from his lower limb. Blaskowitz's true target was Guska's right leg, which he had stepped forward with to halt his body. The dimensional blade cut through the ancient orc's dark green skin without any resistance, perfectly severing his right leg. This battle was over. Losing a right leg in a battle where thoughts were precise to the picosecond and exchanges happened hundreds of times per second meant declaring failure and death. Guska lost his balance and fell to the right, but he was not one to surrender easily. Using his last ounce of strength, he tensed his left leg to control his body, then swung his axe with his right hand, a horizontal sweep aimed directly at Blaskowitz's neck, making a final, desperate counterattack. Blaskowitz would never take it head-on. Instead, he chose to maximize his advantage, lowering his body and spinning to deliver a sweeping kick, fiercely striking Guska's remaining good leg. Guska's eyes were filled with such helplessness that he almost burst into tears, crying loudly like a snot-nosed brat. His expression was utterly miserable, his humiliation reaching its peak. It proved that when a creature reaches the peak of speechlessness, it laughs. He laughed helplessly, then felt his body lose balance, and his 8-meter-tall frame crashed down. In superfast two-dimensional combat, a brief moment of being airborne means a complete loss of resistance. Now, with Guska's right leg severed and his remaining left leg tripped, there was a subtle moment as he fell where he would be completely defenseless. Blaskowitz's movements hadn't finished. He seized the opportunity, his battle-axe sweeping up from below, slicing Guska diagonally in two from his right waist to his left armpit. Dimensional light blades flew, leaving incredibly smooth wounds, and incidentally removing Guska's heart to prevent him from reviving again. Everyone on the battlefield noticed the two who had decided the victor. Blaskowitz still stood, and Guska still lay on the ground. Just like before, nothing had changed. However, the scene in their eyes was slightly different. Guska's fierce shout of, "Die!" had barely reached their ears when they saw him crash down. The stark contrast made people unable to help but laugh. The orcs hadn't had time to cheer, and the sentinels hadn't had time to worry, everything was settled. Having done everything, completely incapacitating Guska, Blaskowitz looked down at him with a mocking gaze, an ancient orc. Nothing more. Despite his words, Blaskowitz felt a sense of relief inside, grateful that he could quickly kill this troublesome enemy. Because he could see almost transparent threads connecting from Guska to all the orcs. If he didn't deal with it quickly, it would certainly be a huge hidden danger, and might even introduce new variables into this battle. Any last words, my friend? Blaskowitz smiled easily, the axe blade resting on Guska's thick neck, as he asked softly. Along the way, Blaskowitz had nurtured Guska and witnessed his growth, so he didn't mind seeing this old friend off. Guska also smiled with relief. At this moment, he could also let go of everything, shedding the responsibilities that shouldn't have been his to bear. Accept my gift. Guska raised his left hand, tightly gripping the last remaining large tooth in his lower jaw, breaking it off with all his might, and presenting it to Blazkowicz, the only ancient orc tooth in the universe, the greatest respect from an orc. Blazkowicz reached out and took it, solemnly tucking it into his waist, then looked at the barely breathing Guska and said, "Thank you." For Guska, Blazkowicz once had another expectation. The ancient WoG field was full of infinite possibilities, they very likely passed through the Nurring's dimensional conversion shield under the influence of the field. What if, with a different approach, they used the orcs' WoG field to leave Argent Nur? What a pity. The simple minds of orcs were filled with violence and the search for violence. The orc boss had some wisdom, but it was impossible to cooperate concretely based on those emotional thoughts. Shaking his head regretfully, he moved to cut off Guska's head. The death of the orc boss created a unique ripple, causing the orcs to lose their will to fight. They looked back at where Guska had fallen, their faces filled with fear, and the front line collapsed instantly. They cried and scattered in all directions. Unfortunately, Blazkowicz's arrangements were meticulously interconnected. This was a carefully chosen burial ground for the orcs. The sentinels had sealed off the battlefield, and the fleeing remnants of the orc army ran in the hunting ground, futilely expending their stamina. Soon, after dealing with Guska, Blazkowicz rejoined the hunt, coordinating with the main force to slaughter the orcs. With Blazkowicz's addition, in less than 10 minutes, the last orc's head was cut off, signaling that Argent Nur's greenskin crisis was completely resolved. The orcs, who had once driven humanity to the brink, were thoroughly purged, and the people of Argent Nur would no longer be threatened by greenskin orcs. A glorious victory. Harlan's white power armor was stained red with blood. He stood atop an orc war machine, a spear piercing an orc's head, shouting in triumph. Victory. The sentinels cheered, their weariness washed away by the joy of victory. They had finally achieved complete victory, successfully purifying the land of Argent Nur, and removing this green blight from the brilliant planet. At this moment, the sentinels looked at the giant, Blazkowicz, who held the orc boss's head. They chanted his name, Blazkowicz. 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 Led by the Warlord, they were invincible and achieved an incredible victory. This victory does not belong to me alone, it belongs to every warrior and everyone who contributed to this battle. Blazkowicz's deep voice quieted the warriors' cheers. His deep voice was no longer impassioned, but carried a heartbreaking sadness that infected every warrior. For this glorious moment, some have left us forever, returning to the embrace of Argent Nur. Their sacrificed lives, the cornerstone of our victory, are even more worthy of our cheers. Glory to the fallen. Blazkowicz led the chant, offering glory to every comrade who died in battle. Glory to the fallen. The sentinels stood at attention, their deep roars solemn. After a simple celebration, the soldiers' unfinished work was to gather the orc corpses for unified cremation. This is for you. Blazkowicz approached Harlan, who was sitting and resting, and handed him Guska's massive head. Collecting the skulls of powerful enemies was Harlan's personal hobby. His home was filled with the skulls of various powerful creatures. Guska's head would be a perfect addition to his collection. Harlan's eyes lit up, and he suddenly stood up, reaching out with both hands to take it, but then he let out a pained hiss. Hiss. Are you hurt? Blazkowicz reached out his large hand, quickly steadying the swaying Harlan, and asked with concern, who could hurt you? In his calculations, almost no one on this battlefield, aside from Guska, could injure Harlan. I'm fine, who could hurt me? Harlan looked disdainful, though his tone held a hint of frustration. Towards the end of the battle, an orc's junk cannon misfired, and a shell knocked me flying. With that, he pulled aside the cape covering his chest plate, revealing a hideous gash that tore his power armor from left to right. The cannon shell was still embedded in his chest armor, and his chest was a bloody mess. The wound was deep enough to expose bone, several ribs were broken, and his vigorously beating heart was faintly visible. Blazkowicz's face became serious, and he quickly helped him sit down. Go ahead and laugh if you want. Harlan noticed an abnormal twitch in one of Blazkowicz's facial muscles, clearly caused by suppressed laughter. Ultimately, Blazkowicz didn't laugh, his excellent body control easily suppressed the urge. Call the medic to treat you. Once the cremation is done, we'll be heading back. Don't delay the journey. I've already notified them. I need to wait a bit, someone else is more seriously injured than me. Harlan nodded and took the head from Blazkowicz's hand. He took out a delicate small knife and, while waiting, began to skin the orc boss's head. What about you, are your hands all right? Harlan's gaze fell on Blazkowicz's palms, his questioning tone laced with concern. This is the first time I've seen you injured. I'm fine. Blazkowicz smiled and raised the back of his hand. The skin on it glowed with health, without the earlier torn and bloody wounds. It healed a long time ago. When he defeated Guska, his wounds were mostly recovered, the entire process taking less than 5 seconds. I didn't realize I had self-healing abilities. Blazkowicz raised an eyebrow at Harlan, his gaze flicking to the scar on Harlan's chest, with a hint of showing off. Are you very idle? Harlan's expression stiffened, his pale face from blood loss looking even worse, and his slightly twitching mouth indicated how annoyed he was. Strictly speaking, very idle. Blazkowicz's expression was serious as he answered earnestly, 3 seconds to complete the thought, then a few minutes to deploy it, and then nothing to do. ... Harlan lowered his head, not saying a word, taking a few deep breaths, and continued to process Guska's head. Blazkowicz turned and left triumphantly, no longer disturbing Harlan's rest. He reboarded the war fortress, as there were indeed many urgent matters to attend to. Before the command throne, a large amount of post-battle information needed to be approved, and the Sentinels awaited further instructions. While issuing commands, Blazkowicz was thinking, who is that black-robed figure, and why could he make Guska evolve and display strength close to his own? If the mysterious person could use that power an infinite number of times, his existence was very dangerous. Now Blazkowicz could confirm one thing, the mysterious person who wielded mysterious power was not on the orcs' side. He had had better opportunities before this, yet he had never helped the orcs transform. If the mysterious person had intended to help the orcs, whether humanity on Argent Nur would still exist might be a question mark. But why would the mysterious person do this? A simple question left Blazkowicz bewildered. He could feel an invisible net enveloping him, yet he didn't know where the enemy was. However, in the next second, he adjusted his mindset and immersed himself in other work. After all, the future hadn't arrived yet. Instead of worrying too much or predicting the future, it was better to do well in the present. Because handling every matter well now was an anchor for the uncertain future, and the choices made now could genuinely affect the future. Blazkowicz's handling of current matters was often extraordinary and farsighted. Complete all work, rest for 1 day, then set off for the City of Truth. 1 comments 0 vote. Corruption. Ennio Novick. He was Noak's eldest son and the first in line to the throne of the Noak royal family. At this very moment, this naturally elegant prince had been leading nearly 10,000 Sentinels members, blockading the outskirts of the City of Truth for half a year. Although he couldn't figure out some key issues, the eldest son, following his father's request, established a blockade within a safe range, cutting off all external communication for the City of Truth. For a full 6 months, the City of Truth remained motionless. No one came out, and no one went in. The Sentinels faithfully carried out their orders, examining their inner selves and cleansing their minds daily to prevent psychic energy from taking advantage of any weakness. Ennio arranged for the relatively vulnerable technical personnel to rotate regularly, preventing cracks from appearing in their minds and exposing them to the gaze of the sorcerers. The eldest son did everything perfectly, without a single flaw. In the early morning of the 6th day of the 6th month of the blockade, Ennio, in his dream, once again saw the woman emitting an alluring fragrance. The woman fulfilled Ennio's fantasy of a future princess, as if she were born for his ideal, molded into this appearance by the Creator. She was the embodiment of beauty, a perfect woman that humans only dared to fantasize about in dreams. She wore a long purple dress, with gold and jewels hanging from her slender waist, her full bosom supported by a pink lining, her skin as delicate and white as porcelain, exuding wafts of fragrance. Amidst the pink and purple mist, Ennio rested his head on the woman's smooth thigh, the scent in his nostrils reassuring him, making him involuntarily relax. Ennio Novick. The woman's voice was soft and lingering, with a hint of hoarse, captivating magnetism. With a gentle word, she could stir the most primal desires in one's heart. Ennio was naked, and the woman's slender, long fingers, with bright nail polish and embedded tiny gems, lightly glided upwards from his well-defined abdomen, stirring a ticklish sensation. Ennio Novick, the fated king. The woman leaned into his ear, her voice, soft as milk, flowed into his ear bit by bit, carrying regret and sorrow, and some inexplicable unwillingness. Unfortunately, the arrival of an outsider means you will never be able to reach the throne. That's fine. Ennio turned on his side, snuggling into the woman's thigh, finding a more comfortable position. This way, I'll be with you forever. The woman's beautiful fingers trembled slightly. She couldn't understand why. With the throne taken by an outsider and a lifetime of ideals shattered, where had this man's ambition gone? Where was the jealousy towards his brother? Where was the unwillingness regarding the throne? Isn't it good for us to be so lazy and at ease? To enjoy tranquility and peace. As he spoke, Enio's large hand caressed the woman's graceful waist. My brother is very strong, more excellent than me, and more suitable to inherit the throne. Oh, are you truly so magnanimous? From his magnanimity, the woman detected a hint of bitterness, the taste of jealousy. The man in her arms did not think as magnanimously as he spoke, his true feelings were buried very deep. She loved jealousy. Jealousy and unwillingness were twins, stemming from anger at one's own powerlessness. What good would it do to not be magnanimous? Enio, listening, lay back down, his head comfortably resting between the woman's thighs, and reached out to caress her jade-like, warm cheek. I respect my father's choice, I don't have the strength to rival my brother. My dear. The woman's purple pupils gleamed with seductive colors, guiding Enio's thoughts with her words. You might need some extra help. What kind of help? Enio shrugged, asking seriously. He understood this planet, knew it like the back of his hand. In terms of military might, no one could contend with Blasphemous, and in terms of foresight and wisdom, who could compare to his own father? The woman smiled gently, her fingers running through Enio's hair, her alluring, full red lips opening and closing. You only need to believe in the Prince of Pleasure, and you will gain power and wisdom. He will grant you an army to conquer all, to ascend the throne and wield power, enjoying its marvelousness and wantonness. Oh, Enio's eyes lit up, as if he had already seen the beauty the woman described. His arm gradually moved upwards, supporting the woman's neck, his tone suddenly changing. Is this your goal? You harlot. The sharp curse momentarily stunned the woman, then an irresistible force came from her neck. Enio's large hand was full of strength, pressing her neck and pushing the woman to the ground, the intoxication in his eyes completely gone, his elegant voice now sharp as a knife. Is it the Prince of Pleasure you speak of who is constantly tormenting my father? The allure in the woman's eyes vanished instantly, and she looked in horror at the man choking her, her voice changing from languid to sharp. You weren't affected. HMPH. Enio snorted, his emerald green eyes clear, his hands gradually tightening, intending to strangle the flawless woman. Didn't Isaac tell you? Don't try to corrupt the heart of a warrior. The woman screamed, her hands clutching Enio's arms, trying to push him away. As she struggled, the porcelain-like delicate skin on her swan-like neck shattered, revealing pale purple skin embedded with scale-like black cuticles. The violent transformation startled Enio, and the warrior's instinct made him unconsciously release his grip. Facing an unknown threat, a warrior would choose to observe and assess, confirm the enemy's danger level, and devise better methods to eliminate the opponent, rather than rushing in with hot blood when the strength of both sides is unclear. The woman broke free from her restraint. Her graceful body, like an ugly snake, quickly slithered on the ground, moving away from Enio's attack range. When she stood up, her stunningly beautiful appearance had greatly changed, a twisted, unnatural biological form that made one feel disgusted. Its black and purple, slimy tongue was thin and long, extending from its narrow, circular mouth, dripping viscous saliva. Its body was twisted and slender, possessing the muscularity of a man while also having the graceful softness of a woman, with one side of its chest a towering fullness and the other a robust pectoral muscle. Dressed in sheer gauze and light armor, adorned with precious jewels and dazzling gold ornaments, it was magnificent and demonic. Its long body had 4 arms. 2 arms had fingers like a human's, capable of normal grasping, while the other 2 arms were pincers similar to a scorpion's, emitting a sharp gleam. How truly ugly. Enio's face darkened, and he asked the twisted monster with disdain. No wonder you transform into a beautiful form. You are truly this ugly. Ugly. The monster's horizontal pupils narrowed. It was very displeased now. Such a graceful body, born from my lord's wild imagination, is so perfect. Its voice was no longer soft, but like a piercing shriek, constantly penetrating the listener's eardrums, stirring clear thoughts into twisted delusions. How can the perception of mortals interpret beauty that transcends the mortal world? I have no opinion on your master's aesthetics. Enio shook his head, not wanting to get entangled in this issue, and asked fiercely, Speak. Monster. Why do you frequently come into my dreams? What is your purpose? The monster shook its head silently, retreating slowly with elegant steps, calling his name, Enio Novik. A purple mist spread, gradually engulfing its twisted figure, and a slightly mocking voice emerged. I am the keeper of secrets of shameful secrets, we will meet very soon. With that, it vanished from Ennio's sight. Keeper of secrets. Will we meet soon? Ennio lowered his head, pondering the monster's parting words, then abruptly looked up at the place where it had vanished. Inside the City of Truth, within the high walls protected by psychic energy, a most blasphemous ritual was taking place. 6 priests, dressed in black and purple robes, adorned with jewels and gold ornaments, stood at the 6 corners of a gigantic magic circle, their scepters constantly pounding the ground, emitting a grotesque 6-syllable music. The circular magic circle, 6,666 square meters in size, emitted a pinkish-purple ethereal glow. Within the magic circle were 66,666 believers and sacrifices, performing a divine ritual to summon the divine army from the other shore into reality. The number, 6, is Slaanesha's sacred number. All rituals related to him require a series of 6, 66, or 666 sacrifices, depending on the size of the ritual. Slaanesha's rituals are filled with decadent desires. In the circular pit of the magic circle, believers and sacrifices were reveling, constantly strengthening the power of the magic circle, breaking the veil between reality and illusion. How beautiful! Isaac narrowed his eyes, looking down at the ritual pit from the high tower, feeling the mighty power of the god, and murmuring in intoxication. For 6 days, 6 nights, and 6 hours, the believers went from initial drinking and merrymaking to carnal revelry. Now, in the circular pit, there was only a frenzied crowd, constantly breaking boundaries in their debauchery. Strange appendages grew on the believers' bodies. Some like hands, touching different textures, perceiving novel sensations, some like eyes, glancing at bizarre scenes, enduring intense visual impact, some like ears, catching strange sounds, falling into a state of confusion. As moral restraints loosened, unrestrained revelry seemed to fill the hollows of their hearts. Life flowed away in madness, souls sank into chaos, and initial desires twisted into uncontrolled evil. Beside Isaac, a priest in a purple robe opened his eyes, looking displeased. I told you long ago, the will of the Sentinels is as strong as refined steel. Without a direct ritual or medium, entering their dreams is asking for humiliation. Isaac's contemptuous gaze carried disdain. The keeper of secrets was always full of desire, fond of provoking and exploring secrets, restless even when possessing a human body. It won't be long. The keeper of secrets extended its long tongue, tasting the decadent sweetness in the air, looking at the ritual that was reaching its climax. I will shed this lowly disguise and end him with my own hands. The keeper of secrets suffered unprecedented humiliation. It yearned for revenge, to personally kill Ennio. As long as it doesn't delay our master's grand plan. Isaac raised an eyebrow, warning the demon in an unfriendly tone. He had already failed once and would not allow the plan to go awry again. The keeper of secrets' great demon similarly disdained Isaac's warning. It was a noble demon, descending into reality following a divine oracle. A mortal who believed in the Lord of Change, did he truly think he had the ability to control the overall situation? Rumble. The sky shattered like a mirror, and the intense ritual broke through the barrier of reality. Warp energy, with its eerie colors, poured down like a waterfall. The demon legion, waiting behind the curtain, emerged from the essence of bodily fluids flowing from the magic array. Shalaxi Hellbane, the Prince of Pleasure's chief great demon, has arrived following a divine oracle and will temporarily obey your command. Legend has it that when Slaanesh was first born, he was defeated by Khorne. The 6 rings symbolizing temptation and corruption were breached, and he was slaughtered by Khorne's bloodthirster, Scarbrand. He was so unwilling to accept defeat that he created Shalaxi Hellbane, Slaanesh's chief great demon. The forms of keepers of secrets vary. They are born from the Dark Prince's absurd and twisted fantasies, from different inspirations for all things. And Shalaxi Hellbane, it is not as bloodthirsty and savage as Khorne's demons, full of wild, primal power, nor is it as slender as other keepers of secrets. It is Slaanesh's satisfactory creation, with a strong and beautiful body, a perfect balance of skill and strength. After its birth, Shalaxi Hellbane lived up to Slaanesh's expectations, challenging all demons in the warp without a single defeat. Even the ferocious Scarbrand was beaten by it. It wore a feathered headdress in the style of ram horns, its muscular upper body was bare, and a magnificent battle skirt wrapped its shapely lower limbs, subtly revealing 2 sexy demon hooves. Its 2 main arms held a double-bladed weapon in one hand and a magic shield in the other, while its 2 secondary arms stretched behind it, featuring exceptionally sharp, venom-dripping keratinous armblades. Now it has come in response to the summons, bearing the will of a god, temporarily obeying the Tzeentch follower before it. Slaanesh sent its sharpest servant, leading the demon legion, to descend upon the City of Truth, with its forces aimed directly at the Sentinels. The Keeper of Secrets tore open its mortal skin and joined Cherish's ranks. An entire demon legion, led by 6 Keeper of Secrets great demons, marched out of the city with elegant steps. Put away your arrogance, and be careful of the Sentinels, their strength might exceed your imagination. Isaac stood on the city wall, warning the demon legion as they left the city. The Keeper of Secrets great demon turned back and smiled contemptuously at him, then leisurely continued forward. Seeing the Slaanesh great demon's arrogance and ignorance, Isaac did not try to persuade it further. He descended the city wall and went to the sacrificial array, awaiting their rebirth. As supernatural beings, demons always possess a mysterious, innate arrogance, looking down on mortals and refusing to heed advice. Boom. The gate opened, and Shalaxi, along with 6 Keeper of Secrets great demons, plus demonettes and Slaaneshi beasts, formed an army of 6,666 demons, slowly emerging from the misty air. They marched with joyful steps, their demon hooves striking the ground, playing blasphemous notes, praising the greatness of the Prince of Pleasure. The Slaaneshi beast's massive body swayed alluringly. It had a centaur-like physique, a strong hind tail, smooth and delicate skin, and 4 hooves on its lower body, its front hooves bent backward and its hind hooves forward, and its skin emitted a musky scent. Its upper limbs were erect, with arms extended from its body, and massive keratinous claws reflected purple light, dripping with poisonous milky fluid. Slaanesh's demonettes had long, slender ears and exquisite faces, yet they screamed incessantly. They were hermaphroditic, capable of stirring up perverse and lewd fantasies in mortals. They screamed, wailed, and danced, offering praise to the Prince of Pleasure. Slaanesh's demon army, a symbol of pain and torment, a fervent assault on the senses and mind. Wherever the demons passed, a sweet, purplish-pink mist gradually permeated the air. Ordinary weeds were corrupted, becoming long, thorny, twisted plants. The evil essence of the demons, inadvertently overflowing, began to corrupt the environment and distort normal perception. The Sentinels discovered extraordinary demonic creatures. No words were needed. When demons gathered, their accumulated malice was rampant and arrogant. Demons. This primal fear, existing in human history and the depths of all cosmic beings' souls, this terrifying name filled with dread, was irresistibly imprinted in the minds of the Sentinels. Enio, wearing power armor and holding a spear, stood on high, immediately spotting the ugly creature from his dreams. The Keeper of Secrets great demon, no longer ethereal, now stood 6.5 meters tall, a seductive and terrifying archdemon with bone-chilling ferocity. The great demon also saw Enio. It curled its enchanting smile, raised a hand to cover its lips, and blew a kiss from a distance. Sir. A call came through the communicator, an urgent voice from a Sentinel's member. Some auxiliary technical personnel, after seeing those demons, have suffered mental breakdowns. The Sentinels reported truthfully that the technical personnel in front of them had experienced mental disarray and their behavior had been influenced by those impure beings the moment they witnessed the demons. Kill all eyewitnesses. Enio's voice was cold and ruthless. He unhesitatingly chose to eliminate those whose minds were corrupted, to prevent the demonic infection from worsening. As for the remaining personnel, knock out and control all who can be, and arrange for people to help them evacuate. This battle is no longer for them to participate in. Understood. The Sentinels were equally decisive, striking down their former colleagues with whom they had once laughed and chatted. After witnessing the demons, they deeply understood that the primal malice went straight into the mind. While a warrior's resilience could resist, a typical technical personnel's will, once branded by the demons, would find it almost impossible to resist the seductive whispers in their minds. Sentinels. Hold your ground. Annihilate these foul creatures who dare to desecrate Argent Noor's purity. In the cordon outside the City of Truth, over half a year, the Sentinels had established many blockade fortresses, precisely to deal with the current situation. At Enio's node, 1,000 Sentinels were ready for battle, fully prepared. Record. As the purple tide drew nearer, Enio felt uneasy and gave an order to his adjutant. Facing an unseen enemy, the Sentinels liked to record engagement details, to better defeat the enemy next time they met. Between the fortress blockade and the City of Truth, on a vast plain of grassland, the legion led by the Keeper of Secrets great demon halted. The leading demon stepped forward elegantly and arrogantly. It stopped beyond the guard's maximum range and performed a strangely solemn gesture. I am Shalaxi Hellbane, first under the Prince of Pleasure. Mortal. Cherish did not understand why its true divine master would send it for a mere breakthrough battle. Even from a great distance, the Sentinels, extraordinary hearing picked up the demon's strange, gender-neutral shriek. We are the Sentinels. A deafening roar filled with pride and anger, even overpowering the strange music of the noisy demon horde. Excellent. Cherish began to get excited. It knew the opponents were a group of fearless warriors. Smash their fortresses. Crush their courage. With a shriek from the great demon, the demon legion launched their attack, eager to witness the warriors' helpless despair. The demons shrieked and charged, rushing headlong towards the Sentinels' fortress. Sentinels, mind your formation. Our enemies are far from ordinary. Ennio roared from his vantage point, issuing commands over the communication channel. He saw that the demon charge, though seemingly chaotic, actually concealed countless transformations. Their formations changed unpredictably. Those ugly demon mounts darted swiftly, possessing extraordinary agility and speed. Fire! 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 Azure cutting rays lit up, shooting into the demon formation, targeting key nodes to disrupt the demon's charging formation. Cherish smiled wickedly. Mortals always relied on their weapons, vainly attempting to harm noble demons. They did not know that ranged attacks inflicted extremely limited, weak, and ineffective damage on demons. Demons were divinely protected, only the concepts of primitive swords and fire could cause effective damage to them. However, the Keeper of Secrets' smile soon vanished. Whinny, a neighing sound came. An azure flash, two legs running swiftly, a Slanishi horse with a tubular mouth and long, slender tongue, instantly fell to the ground upon being hit, its body tumbling with powerful kinetic energy. Those are blades. Disperse quickly. The other Keepers of Secrets raised their arms and howled, signaling the demon army to spread out, using physics-defying agility to dodge the weapons being fired at them. The Sentinels' weapons, strictly speaking, were indeed swords and spears. It was just that after the restraint field was unleashed, the dimensional light blades would become very long. Damn mortals. Damn conspiratorial apostles. Cherish had never known defeat. Victory had been its constant companion since birth. Now, having suffered a hidden loss, it completely forgot Isaac's previous warning. Arrogance and hubris, demons never admitted their own failures. Its form darted swiftly across the plain, where there was no cover. The Slanesh demon army was like living targets, being sliced into pieces under the Sentinels' assault. In the real universe, unwelcome guests from the warp, even great demons with the power to split heaven and earth, had their strength suppressed to less than 1/10. 1,000 Sentinels, resolute and fearless of the demons, terrifying visages, had their wills purified by decades of rigorous training. The blades, spears, swords, and halberds in their hands emitted cutting rays that severed everything, weaving into a dazzling blue light net. The warriors meticulously calculated each firing interval, coordinating with their comrades for alternating volleys to ensure continuous firepower. Fearless and unafraid. The Slanesh demons, skilled at detecting emotional changes, sensed not only fearless courage but also deep contempt in their enemies. It was an innate contempt, a revulsion for the ugly. Facing such opponents, the demons found themselves in a difficult situation. Shalaxi Hellbane and the other Keeper of Secrets great demons, with elegant dance-like movements, used their demonic hooves to tap out rhythms, drawing in the surging warp energy from the city's magic arrays. The array ritual responded to the great demons, and mottled chaos god power surged skyward, pouring down upon the demon legion, bathing them in its essence. Then, a gust of wind blew towards the Sentinels, entrenched positions. The sudden gale, carrying the hallucinogenic scent emitted by the demons, swept towards the Sentinels' lines. The supernatural perfumed wind was difficult for respiration grills to filter, even entering the Sentinels' mouths and noses through gaps in their power armor. Inhaling the impure scent, intense hallucinations struck. In the warriors' eyes, there were no longer ugly demons, but their families, loved ones, and those they missed. False. The Sentinels did not hesitate, firing at those false illusions. Their wills were firm, clearly knowing that demons were interfering with their vision. Comrades, purify your hearts. They are stirring our emotions. A Sentinel's member let out a low roar, feeling a surge of murderous intent within him, far exceeding normal thresholds. If he succumbed to it, he would become a puppet consumed by slaughter, not a noble warrior. Not just emotions. Be vigilant against any hint of inner slackness or fatigue. A perfumed wind swept in, raising the Sentinels' inner vigilance to its peak. Illusions flashed before their eyes, indistinguishable from reality. An irresistible sense of fatigue spread through their bodies, and distracting thoughts proliferated deep within their minds, impossible to sever. The Sentinels resisted the hallucinations with their will, constantly applying psychological suggestion, reminding themselves that everything they saw and felt was illusory. The clash between the two sides existed not only on the material plane. Before close-quarters combat, the battle of consciousness had already begun. The demon army, enveloped in the perfumed mist, only showed their agile, flashing, and weaving forms, ghost-like figures rising and falling in the haze, gradually approaching the frontline stone barricades and chevaux de frise. Galaxy Hellbane narrowed its demonic eyes, its gaze piercing through the mist, carefully scrutinizing its opponents, those powerful warriors in white armor, armed with sharp blades. Though they were mortal flesh and blood, without the blood god's blessing, they were as fearless as Khorne's demon army, yet not as madly bloodthirsty as the blood god's servants. Facing the demons, they showed no fear. Slaanesh's mist, which had always worked, was resisted by their tenacious will. If not for the continuous stream of warp energy, the Prince of Pleasure's mist, they would have already returned to the warp. Even so, the Slaanesh demon army suffered heavy losses. Those blue light-emitting swords and blades ignored the supernatural bodies blessed by the Chaos God, cutting the demons into pieces. 2 keepers of secrets had already fallen in the dense barrage, their demonic essence returning to the magic array, awaiting reinfusion of power to return. Demonettes and Slaaneshi beasts also suffered heavy casualties, with the fast-advancing Slaaneshi steeds being particularly targeted. What was supposed to be a feast of slaughter, in less than a minute, saw the charging legion lose half its demons. The Prince of Pleasure had warned him that he needed to bring war machines and not underestimate the enemy. Galaxy Hellbane proudly rejected his master, believing that a cowardly mortal army could be crushed by a single charge from a fast attack unit. Behind the curtain, Slaanesh was indeed watching this battle. He lay on a soft, luxurious bed, playing a game with the palace maidens. He had to vent, and Galaxy Hellbane's regret and unwillingness brought him pleasure. His servant had always been arrogant, treating everything as nothing. Now, facing an unexpected battle situation, the complex emotions emanating from him were very delicious. The god had no intention of helping his servant, instead, he gloated, savoring the bitterness of failure. In the Chaos God's eyes, what was the great demon under his command? No different from a chaos spawn. When a satisfactory creation no longer pleased him, he wouldn't mind creating another to amuse himself. What was deemed proud and cherished, in the Chaos God's view, was worthless. The purple-pink supernatural mist approached the front lines, and the sentinels, firing was like a stone sinking into the sea, no detection equipment could see inside the mist. During the continuous blind firing, the mist suddenly lowered, and then a twisted centaur-like beast burst out. A Slaaneshi beast. 66 Slaaneshi beasts, transcendent behemoths specially prepared to overturn enemy defenses. It leapt high out of the mist like a whale, its agile body then sinking, its front and rear hooves growing in opposite directions, providing incredible mobility. The Slaaneshi beast lightly leapt, somersaulting in the air, clearing ground obstacles, its long tongue lashing like a whip from its mouth, directly targeting the sentinels, intending to swallow them alive. You beast! A roar. A low growl, suppressing fury. That sentinels instantly disengaged his weapon's restraint field and charged at the monster about to land. The moment the cutting ray extended, he roared and swung down his long spear, a 100-meter-long light blade extending, pressing down with unmatched force, slicing the monster in two. His perfect timing achieved an incredible strike. Newer crystals cannot be overloaded for long periods. The firing principle is to input a large amount of energy, far exceeding what is needed to maintain the blade, into the crystal in milliseconds, activating an extra-long blade. But it cannot be continuously overloaded. If the duration exceeds 10 milliseconds, the crystal will overload and shatter. Among the sentinels, only a few could master this skill for large-scale slashes. Purple demonic blood splattered, ugly internal organs spilled onto the ground, and the Slaaneshi beast, with the pleasure of death, turned to dust and vanished before their eyes. The Slaaneshi beast's assault symbolized the beginning of the demon army's charge. The keepers of secrets laughed, spreading seductive melodies, their slender bodies stepping into the sentinels' lines, and the two sides engaged in brutal close-quarters combat. Several sentinels members rose up, surrounding the keeper of secrets' great demon, assisting in slaying the repulsive monster. Their longswords struck at the great demon, attacking from several directions simultaneously, cooperating seamlessly. The keeper of secrets' horizontal demonic eyes saw a wider perspective, everything around it was seen. Its 4 arms brandished, and the twisted longswords in its hands met the attacks. Clang. The crisp collision sound made the Sentinels pause for a moment of thought. Never had any physical weapon been able to withstand a dimension light blade and remain intact. The great demon's lips curved. Its elegant figure danced within the encirclement, its forearms rotating, constantly repelling the Sentinels' attacks. Mortal, die, its voice was deep and hoarse, full of temptation, as he clamored, thrusting his longsword at a slightly slow Sentinels. Clang. There was no imagined blood splatter, no cries of pain. What the longsword transmitted back was only intense collision shock. The great demon was puzzled. He glanced sideways. The human who had been stabbed was glowing with blue light and had been sent flying backward. Puzzled. Just as the Sentinels were puzzled, he was also puzzled. The weapon in the great demon's hand, personally blessed by the Chaos God, could not be blocked by any shield or armor. Both sides, in their first engagement, felt incredible. The Sentinels, always victorious weapons were no longer sharp, and the demon's armor-ignoring swords were blocked by dimension shields. Surround this beast. The Sentinels continuously joined the battle, their attacks fierce and dense, with almost no gaps. The Keeper of Secrets' great demon felt the pressure. These lowly mortals were incredibly skilled. Although their strength was not as great as his own, the moment their weapons made contact, they used superb techniques to deflect the blades, deflecting most of the force. His proud techniques found less and less room to maneuver within the encirclement. The demonic eyes looked around. All the Slaaneshi beasts had been slain, and the cavalry had been driven to the fringes. After the hallucinations failed, the demonettes were even more vulnerable, being utterly routed. The four keepers of secrets who had avoided the long-range fire, including the arrogant Shalaxi Hellbane, were all surrounded by the white-armored warriors, their stamina being slowly eroded. Defeat was only a matter of time. Although some white-armored warriors were also killed, their sparse numbers could not change the overall situation. Shalaxi Hellbane was also having a hard time at this moment. Its double-headed warblades constantly swung, switching flexibly in its hands, continuously repelling the surrounding warriors. Its always victorious demonic blades were now struggling to kill the enemy. Demonic shields appeared like phantoms, fast and precise, blocking attacks from afar, avoiding being hit by tearing ray attacks. The god's blessing of immunity to ranged attacks was useless at this moment. If it were ordinary ranged weapons, relying on its transcendent demonic body and the ability to transform pain into pleasure, Shalaxi Hellbane would have endured the damage and broken through the encirclement. Finally, a cunning ray slipped through a gap in the shield's defense, tearing its Achilles tendon. You lowly mortals. Shalaxi Hellbane no longer bothered to evade, fighting desperately, brandishing its blades and double pincers, piercing two sentinels. The eerie, androgynous voice shrieked, I will return. I will surely wash away this humiliation. Die. You disgusting, unnatural bastard. The sentinels, seeing their comrades die, suppressed the rage in their chests, unleashing fatal attacks. With its Achilles tendon pierced, Shalaxi Hellbane's movements were no longer agile. It was like a gazelle with broken legs, waiting for death in the encirclement. The sentinels, light blades pierced its heart, severed joints throughout its body, and plunged into its mouth, tearing its throat and tongue. With its death, the other keepers of secrets could no longer hold on, and the front line was instantly cleared. The mist dispersed, the demon bodies turned to dust, and even their weapons disappeared. The sentinels gasped, having withstood the demon's assault and defended the blockade fortress. After a brief rest and arranging for technicians to handle the aftermath of the orcs, the sentinels once again set out on their journey to the City of Truth. They marched at an incredibly fast pace, and the atmosphere was quite relaxed. The sentinels' marching formation remained orderly, with ranks and files perfectly aligned, their steps in unison, as they traversed the magnificent mountains and followed the tracks of the Titan train, rapidly advancing towards the City of Truth. The soldiers' eyes were like torches, their backs straight as pines, and even their breathing seemed synchronized. Striding across the green wasteland, bathed in the colorful glow emanating from the crystal mountains, the sentinels, bearing both glory and scars, enjoyed a brief moment of peace. Blazkowicz squinted his eyes in enjoyment, feeling the warm breeze of late spring and early summer caress his face. Even his incredibly fast mind was willing to pause and savor the rare tranquility after battle. Outlying ranger units were on alert, driving anti-gravity motorcycles to provide reconnaissance for the marching column. The war fortress hovered in the center of the formation, allowing the army to quickly assemble and mount a swift counterattack using the fortress as a base if the marching column came under attack. The anti-gravity motorcycles, which had been used extensively in combat, were now parked inside the fortress, with only a few kept for reconnaissance to conserve unnecessary equipment consumption. In Argent Noor, everything related to technological creations had to be used sparingly. How are your injuries? On the war fortress terrace, Blazkowicz leaned back in a chair, eyes half-closed, asking Harlan in a relaxed tone. At this moment, Harlan's upper body armor was removed, wrapped in a layer of gauze, as he leaned against the railing, his spear standing there as a stand for a healing potion. The emerald green potion was injected into his body via IV, slowly repairing damaged human tissue through genetic repair. Healing potions were one of the few technological products Argent Noor could produce. Their components were extracted from herbal essences and had a significant effect on human cell regeneration. Unless a limb was severed, it could perfectly heal general flesh wounds and promote cell regeneration to close wounds. Just some minor injuries. Harlan paid little attention to his physical injuries, his focus entirely on his hands, meticulously carving his artwork. Under his perfect skill, Guska's skull had been stripped of all flesh and tissue, leaving a flawless orc skull. Harlan was using a small knife to carve the same pattern as the mark on Blazkowicz's chest onto the skull's forehead. According to him, it was to commemorate the deceased Guska and Blazkowicz, who defeated it, a perfect work of art. Erica stood quietly to the side, habitually observing Blazkowicz. She was very curious about how this man possessed such powerful abilities. My lord. A seductive voice sounded somewhat surprised, and a slender finger pointed at Blazkowicz's chest. Blazkowicz felt it too. He looked down to see the runic mark on his chest emitting a faint red glow, the red aura pulsing like breathing. I have a bad feeling about this. Harlan also noticed it, squinting his eyes and subconsciously stating his opinion. His intuition was incredibly sharp. The moment he saw the mark glow, his heart instinctively tightened. Blazkowicz's relaxed expression suddenly darkened, his gaze like lightning shooting towards the city of truth. We're almost at our next resupply point, aren't we? Yes, my lord. The liaison officer quickly stepped forward, holding a holographic projection sphere, to show the warlord the next resupply point. The next location is a Knight family's town, and supplies have already arrived. Blazkowicz nodded, a feeling of agitation rising within him, a never-before-felt tremor that, though fleeting, was undeniably real. A surge of hatred and a bone-deep loathing welled up in his heart, making him grit his teeth. My lord. The communication from the foremost ranger came through. The howling wind and electromagnetic static made his voice tremble slightly. The Knight tribe has no activity, the scanner has detected no life signs. Harlan pulled himself up by the railing, tore off the potion from his body, ripped open the bandage on his chest, and cast Blazkowicz a look that said, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The champion swordsman's intuition was incredibly sharp, and he was ready to fight alongside Blazkowicz at any moment. No. There's one person. The ranger's tone was filled with surprise, then gradually deepened, full of vigilance and hostility. It's a priest from the City of Truth. Hearing the ranger's report, the personnel in the command center looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubt and confusion, and a deeper sense of gravity. A priest appearing here indicated a problem with the City of Truth's blockade, but no news had come through. Do not approach him. Blazkowicz ordered the rangers. Other rangers, approach the Knight tribe and conduct a grid search of the surrounding area for any enemy traces. After arranging everything, Blazkowicz cast a glance at Harlan, asking if the latter was ready for battle. Raising his spear and twirling it a few times, Harlan indicated that he was fine. As the sentinels gradually approached the Knight tribe, dusk fell, and the aurora hung in the sky like flowing ribbons. Blazkowicz stood on the terrace, gazing into the distance. His vision was astonishing, and when the outline of the Knight tribe appeared on the horizon, his thick brows furrowed together, indicating a grim situation. A tribe of nearly 100,000 people, protected by Knight mechs and local armed forces, should have been bustling with activity and rising smoke. Instead, it was utterly silent, devoid of any sign of life. In the vast town, a red-robed priest stood at the entrance, seemingly having waited for a long time. The rune on his chest glowed red again, and Blazkowicz narrowed his eyes, carefully scrutinizing the priest, then gave the order, notify the troops to spread out and prepare for battle in a defensive formation. The communication officer bowed and left to convey the warlord's orders. Let's go. Blazkowicz called Harlan, and the two rode their motorcycles to meet the red-robed priest. Given his blatant appearance, Blazkowicz believed that the priest, who had been waiting for a long time, was waiting for him. Under the evening glow, the silent Knight tribe, like a beast crouching on the ground, gradually hid in the darkness, waiting for its gift to arrive. The red-robed priest seemed to have waited a long time. Seeing someone approaching, he slowly rose and then knelt on the ground. Greetings, Warlord. How did you break through the Sentinel's blockade? Are you specifically waiting for me? Blasphemous dismounted from his vehicle, carefully observing the priest before him. His appearance differed from tradition. Unlike traditional priests, he wasn't mysterious and slender, but robust and as tall as Harlan, with a violent and flamboyant aura. He wore a blood-red robe, with copper-thread embroidery decorating the pleated edges, and a large waist token hung at his waist, an abstract brass, 8, symbol. Blasphemous frowned. He had seen this symbol before. The chair that called itself the God of Warriors also had an 8 brass symbol at the top of its backrest. God. Seeing the same symbol again confirmed his suspicion. His father had already clashed with him on a spiritual level and had foreseen his arrival. Before Noach gave the order, we had already left the city of truth with the oracle. Unexpectedly, the priest did not conceal anything and answered the question truthfully. Blasphemous nodded slightly, detecting no lie in his words. The red-robed priest's voice was muffled, and under the shadow of his hood, his eyes glowed blood-red. I obey the blood god's oracle to block you here, but only for 8 hours. Blasphemous, however, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Leaving the city of truth early meant that the Sentinel's blockade was still in place, and blocking him here indicated that his elder brother and his army were still fighting. Harlan stepped forward and asked disdainfully, just you? A charlatan playing at being a god. His sharp gaze locked onto the red-robed priest, his spear in hand eager to move, capable of taking the charlatan's life in an instant. Towards priests who manipulated psychic energy, including those of the City of Truth, the Sentinels inherently held a sense of disdain. Warriors strictly adhered to the Warriors' Law, which clearly told every Sentinels that the future needed to be explored with their own swords, and hope had to be fought for by humanity itself. To gamble with courage for the future, everything is created by oneself. Therefore, the Sentinels despised the priests of the City of Truth, considering the religious fanatics who wholeheartedly dedicated themselves to deities and surrendered everything to faith as a group of undignified supplicants. Their faith was powerless, their extreme fanaticism masked fragile hearts. Those who entrust everything to deities will eventually find themselves with nothing. Champion swordsman Harlan Ogilvy. The red-robed priest looked at Harlan, his tone filled with respect and admiration. I am indeed no match for you, even with the blood god's blessing, I cannot defeat you. Powerful warlord. Beloved by the blood god. The priest's voice suddenly rose, and he looked at Blasphemous, asking excitedly, do you think I can stop you for 8 hours? The priest's words made Blasphemous subconsciously look up at the town behind him, which was devoid of life but hid a great power. What about the people in the city? Blasphemous asked, still unwilling to give up, though he already had a guess. The blood god was by no means benevolent, the city's inhabitants were likely doomed. The red-robed priest's objective was clear, to delay Blasphemous for 8 hours, even willing to use conversation to stall for time, so he naturally didn't mind answering questions. None survived. They died in a bloody massacre. The priest's tone was like a boast, and he proudly raised his head. They became sacrifices for the blood god's servants to descend, and the means to stop you. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a Zonblue spear blade pierced his hood and rested on his shoulder. With a slight swing, it could take off his head. Don't move. Priest. Harlan roared, his strike swift and precise, the spear blade hissing, the sudden burst of killing intent enveloping the priest. Now you can't move, the ritual has no one to preside over it, it's just meaningless symbols and words. Harlan had extensive experience in anti-psyker combat, knowing that when facing sorcerers and psykers, preemptive action was the best strategy. If killing me would help, the red-robed priest groaned as if enjoying the sharp, bone-chilling killing intent, his gaze flicking to Blasphemous, your master would have torn me to shreds long before you could react. The blood god's might has descended, Warlord, they come for you. Rumble. The ground was shaking, and the blood-robed priest trembled with excitement, his eyes wild as he knelt, praising loudly, blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. As he roared, trembling with fanaticism, a bloody light shot up from the Knight family's town. No. It wasn't a bloody light, but real blood. The blood of nearly 100,000 humans massacred in the town was surging, boiling, and roaring at this moment. You'll never see your god, scum. Harlan cursed indignantly, and after getting Blasphemous' approval with a look, he swept his spear, taking off the priest's head. How could the Sentinels tolerate this? The people of Argent Nur were protected by the Sentinels, and even amidst constant conflict, they were restrained and cautious when using force. Now, someone had offered 100,000 lives to their god for their faith. In suppressed fury, Harlan cut off the culprit's head, but even in death, the fanatic worshipper's face still held an expression of fearless piety. Blasphemous grabbed Harlan and retreated swiftly, returning to the Sentinels' side. At this point, the ritual could no longer be stopped. Long before they arrived, the sacrificial ritual had already been completed, merely waiting to be activated at the right time. The surging, hot sea of blood dyed the sky red, space shattered, cracking like a mirror, the void was torn open, and the rushing warp energy transformed into a river of blood, pouring down from above. Everyone, be on guard. Blaskowitz's roar was like thunder, as if even the bloody clouds in the sky were shattered. Our enemy is unprecedented. Unprecedentedly powerful. He felt evil, malice descending from the shattered void, those furious incarnations tearing through reality to arrive. The Sentinels activated all their power armor's servo systems, shields and weapons fully charged, and formed a battle array, ready for anything. They had never seen the Warlord so anxious. Even when facing orcs, he always seemed composed and confident. The surging sea of blood fell, and the air filled with the stench of sulfur, and the metallic smell of brass. The knight's town vanished, where the sea of blood churned, and massive, malicious figures formed from the blood, trampling the earth with bloody hooves. Demons. Before their forms were even clear, primal malice pierced the minds of the Sentinels, declaring what kind of beings they were. The crimson figures were incredibly tall, 8.8 meters in height, as if burning, their blood-red skin filled with rage, their strong, hot muscles roaring. Their heads were like a mix of ox, sheep, and dog, their nostrils spewing hot sparks with each breath, rage burning in their demonic eyes, their sharp white teeth clenched, suppressing an insane urge to kill. Clad in ancient brass armor, wielding various hideous and terrifying weapons, blades, swords, long whips, and battle axes, their bat-like wings spread behind them, casting shadows that allowed no room for weakness or hiding. Bloodthirsters. Born from the furious will of Khorne, the blood god, they were pure symbols of violence and slaughter. Etched bloodthirsters. Their appearance was solely to claim skulls for the skull throne. Gurgle. 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 The greater demon of Khorne's laughter was horrifyingly strange, like the gurgling of a dog mixed with the choked sobs of an ox or sheep, bizarre and terrifying. Confusion erupted in the Sentinels' ranks. The accompanying technical personnel, after witnessing the greater demon, could not suppress the furious rage in their hearts and began to attack those around them indiscriminately. Kill. The Warlord's command was decisive, without a trace of hesitation or doubt. What do you feel? Blaskowitz's eyes held confusion. He clearly felt that when those monsters of the blood god appeared, they disseminated information to their surroundings. They are demons. They are bloodthirsters. Harlan took a few deep breaths, suppressing the stirred-up urge to kill in his heart, and explained to Blaskowitz. He wasn't surprised. Perhaps Blaskowitz was very powerful, and the demons' malice couldn't trouble him. Blaskowitz indeed felt nothing. He also didn't know why he couldn't receive the information emitted by the demons. However, he was not at ease either, a feeling he had never experienced before, an uncontrollable surge from his heart the moment he saw the demons. His body was trembling slightly, which was almost impossible given Blaskowitz's control over his body. But it was happening now, undeniably real. The blood-red mark on his chest no longer flickered, its radiance was dim but unextinguished. The hatred that had flashed earlier resurfaced, making Blaskowitz struggle with every breath to control the urge to tear the bloodthirsters to shreds. I am Angrath, the first bloodthirster under the blood god, guardian of the skull throne, hereby the oracle of the skull throne. The strongest bloodthirster at the forefront spoke, holding an axe in one hand and a whip in the other, raising his hand to point the axe at Blaskowitz. Blaskowitz. Angrath. Before he was born, Scarbrand was Khorne's chief greater demon. Scarbrand had claimed countless souls for Khorne, offered mountains of skulls, breached one of Slaanesh's 6 rings, defeated the allied forces of 3 gods, and defended the dignity of the skull throne. Khorne possessed such a powerful greater demon, and Tzeentch was extremely jealous. He whispered in Scarbrand's ear, inciting him to raise his blade against Khorne. Scarbrand ambushed Khorne, leaving an insignificant crack in his brass armor. He was then seized by the furious blood god and thrown out of Khorne's domain. Khorne, having lost his beloved general, was very unhappy, so he created Angrath, possessing immense power and unwavering loyalty. Angrath. Guardian of the Skull Throne, the embodiment of Khorne's destructive urge, the ultimate existence representing war and destruction. The Blood God values you so highly, he is so tolerant. The bloodthirster's voice was strained, enduring an eternal, ceaseless rage, his agitated growl twisted by jealousy. He even changed his oracle for you. Blasphemous said nothing, staring at the chattering demon, suppressing the growing rage within him, afraid that he would rush over and rip out its tongue before it finished speaking. Harlan, beside him, even saw his liege's hand trembling slightly, constantly suppressing his body's instincts. The 88 bloodthirsters were restless, and Angrath exhaled sparks. You wish to save your brother, and the blood god likes your eagerness. He allows you to leave here immediately after defeating us, and not after 8 hours. Ennio was indeed under attack. Blasphemous caught the information from Angrath's incessant chatter. Ennio was in combat, and the enemy was very likely also demons. Facing such powerful enemies, Ennio was under considerable pressure, but by no means without the ability to resist. The demons appearing to block Blasphemous was good proof of that. Come on, demons. Blasphemous stood tall, his figure far smaller than the bloodthirsters, yet his gaze was like looking down from a commanding height upon the horde of demons. This was a duel that could not be refused, and it was the best option at the moment. Indeed, from the bloodthirster's words, Blasphemous truly felt a sense of tolerance, the blood god's love for him. The hideous and terrifying bloodthirsters, while not much of a threat to Blasphemous himself, would certainly be a terrible battle if they charged the Sentinels. Bloody and cruel. My lord, you should trust us. The warriors await fighting alongside you, we can kill the enemy together. Harlan's movements were anxious, and the sentinels behind him were equally eager to fight. No need for more words, warriors never feared any enemy. They were fearless warriors, unafraid of demons, even thinking about how to kill them. Blasphemous held out a hand to stop them. The warriors were unafraid of death, but the warlord cherished the life of every warrior. The blood god came for him, and he should resolve it himself. Sentinels, rest in place. You may cheer. I will return with victory. He commanded the sentinels to lower their guard and cheer for the battle. Blasphemous wasn't afraid of the bloodthirsters launching a sneak attack. He had a subtle feeling that while the bloodthirsters were hateful and abominable, they disdained to break the rules of a duel. Come on. Fight to your heart's content. Angrath slammed his axe to the ground, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Reality twisted within the warp ritual, and an 88-meter arena, adorned with skulls and cast from brass and blood, rose from the ground. 2 comments 0 vote. Fight. On both sides of the arena, 88 bloodthirsters stirred restlessly, eagerly flexing their fists, impatient to unleash their fury. The sentinels stood in neat formation on one side, their positions carefully chosen to allow them to form a military array to resist enemies at any time. Take this. Harlan handed over a sword hilt, his personal weapon, giving it to Blasphemous to defeat his enemies. I don't think you'll need this either. He pointed to the shield generator with an embedded crystal on his waist. They probably aren't your match. Unlike the other sentinels, Harlan was not cautious about this duel. He had full confidence in Blasphemous. This stemmed from an instinctive intuition, as well as a clear understanding of Blasphemous' abilities. Blasphemous nodded, returning a bright smile to this guard who was both a mentor and a friend, took the sword hilt, hung it on his waist, and stepped onto the stage. Compared to swords, he now desperately wanted to use his bare hands to fiercely tear apart these monstrous beings. Leaping into the bloody arena, he looked at the hideous demons below, narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his hand, and impatiently said, "Who wants to die first?" His contemptuous tone sent the 88 greater bloodthirsters into an uproar, their inner fury completely ignited, and they all twisted their bodies, eager to compete with this young god, favored by the blood god yet oblivious to his own impending Blasphemous. All go. The bloodthirsters conferred with each other, using their internal rules to determine the order of combat. It spread its bat-like wings and leapt high, like a crimson meteor carrying earth-shattering power, violently smashing into the arena, face to face with Blasphemous. I am. The bloodthirster's enraged and fierce voice was about to announce its name and display its power, but Blasphemous interrupted it. The name of a dying beast. I have no interest in remembering it, nor is it worthy of me to remember. His arrogant and majestic voice was full of contempt for the demons, as if stating a fact, regarding the terrifying creature before him as an insect that could be killed at will. Blasphemous. 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 The sentinels cheered for him, stomping their feet, using the ground as a drum to beat out exhilarating rhythms. Before even striking, the warlord's lone aura suppressed the monstrous ferocity of the bloodthirsters. Kill him. Let his blood splatter. Cut off his head and offer it to the skull throne. The bloodthirsters were enraged beyond measure, but due to the rules of the arena, they could not go up and fight. They impatiently stomped their bloody hooves, emitting furious war drums, unwilling to concede even a bit in terms of aura. The demons were unwilling to fall behind, their roars rising and falling, stirring the deepest instincts of living beings and igniting those imprisoned desires for slaughter. The sentinels, with unwavering resolve, met their gaze, treating the demons' mental attacks as a trial, suppressing their agitation with reason. As the two sides on the stage began to fight, the audience below was already engaged in their own back and forth, wishing they could use their voices and aura to shake each other to death. Prepare. Angrath extended his long tongue, his blood-red eyes shining brightly, and excitedly raised his battle-axe, ready to give the command. A direct confrontation, fair and just. The blood god must be incredibly excited. In the arena of skulls and brass, the two extraordinary beings were ready, facing each other, each calculating how to eliminate the other. Wait a moment. A sudden roar interrupted Angrath's excitement. We don't trust you. Angrath's fury surged, and he turned to look at the source of the sound, the human champion in white armor, who was looking at him with distrust. The blood god's servants do not cheat in direct confrontations. The 88 bloodthirsters spoke in unison, their hideous demonic voices strangely clear, expressing distinct disdain and contempt for despicable tactics. Human. The blood god's servants will not bring him shame. The last bloodthirster who launched a sneak attack was thrown out of the blood god's domain by the blood god, rolling for 8 days and 8 nights before falling. Harlan said nothing, calming his increasingly agitated heart as he approached the demon, holding a physical sword, and walked to Angrath's side, looking up at the bloodthirster, who was over 8 meters tall. Let the clash of our blades be the signal. Angrath saw a human approaching him without fear and secretly affirmed his courage. All right. Angrath likes your courage. The blood god likes your proposal, it has ritualistic significance, and gods love rituals. Then, with a tacit understanding, the man and the demon swung their weapons, letting the two blades collide. Clang! The crisp signal sounded, and a battle between man and demon began. The moment the signal sounded in its ears, the bloodthirster, who had long been unable to restrain itself, let out a furious roar, raised its arm, flexed its crimson muscles, and swung a long whip covered in barbs with its left hand. Snap! The blood god blessed whip lashed through the air, the piercing sonic boom from the whip's tip accompanied by a soul-shattering power. The evil long whip, made of brass and leather, whipped out a blood-red phantom. The seemingly limited-length whip extended as it was swung, like a blood python striking at Blasphemous. That long whip seemed very strange, entangled with some inexplicable power, but it didn't seem to pose a threat to him. The moment the bloodthirster swung the long whip, his body's instincts and brain provided the answer. Blaskewitz's mind completed the threat assessment in picoseconds. Taking a deep breath, he now needed to release the surging fury within him. The churning hatred. From the first glance at the demon, something primal in his soul seemed to activate, and an endless wave of disgust washed over him. To the bloodthirster's surprise, Blaskewitz extended one hand and grabbed the unpredictable long whip, wrapping it steadily around his arm. The greater demon's face was filled with wild joy. The blood god blessed whip, if it hit someone, would tear out their soul. The young god before him seemed to be overconfident. No matter how powerful the physical body, the soul is relatively fragile. Once the soul is stripped in the real universe, even the most powerful being has only one path: death. A terrifying, triumphant smile appeared on the bloodthirster's face. Its beast-like, elongated lips parted, revealing jagged, overlapping fangs. It seemed to see the beautiful scene of the young god's soul being ripped apart and him being ravaged. The violently red body suddenly exerted force, pulling the long whip backward, intending to pull out the soul and also drag Blaskewitz's body towards it. The next moment, the greater demon's smile froze. Anger and bewilderment twisted the demon's face, and its furious roar abruptly stopped. Blaskewitz stood still, feeling the pulling force from the whip, but his heart was filled with doubt. What was with the triumphant smile on the demon's face? The demon's long whip felt no different from an ordinary whip, just with a few more brass spikes. How is this possible? The bloodthirster shrieked in surprise. Even the multitude of demons below found it incredible. Its red body pulled backward, its bloody hooves scraping Mars on the arena, but the person opposite remained motionless. Looking at the long whip in the young god's hand, and feeling the feedback from the whip, the demon's heart experienced doubt for the first time. The young god's soul and body were intimately connected, two parts of a seamless whole, inseparable from each other. Not only his soul, but his body also possessed extraordinary power. Even with the whip pulled taut, he stood there, unshakable by anyone. The bloodthirster felt like an ant, attempting to use the strength of an ant to pull mountains with the long whip in its hand. Is that all demons are capable of? Blasphemous asked, a look of disappointment on his face. He had originally thought that an existence capable of eliciting such a reaction from him should be uniquely powerful. His expression gradually grew cold, and the killing intent in his chest erupted. He instantly unleashed power in his hand, pulling the long whip and dragging the still stunned demon from a distance. I'll kill you. His arm pulled with sudden force. The low, sharp roar startled the dazed demon awake. The strength it possessed felt illusory. Its body was pulled by the force from the whip, involuntarily flying towards the young god. Blaskowitz's killing intent erupted at this moment. This killing intent was so real, not a false rage provoked by the demon, but a genuine desire to kill, because he wanted to. He wanted to rip and tear this demon to bits. At this moment, disregarding shame, the bloodthirster released its grip, allowing Blaskowitz to take the weapon. It maintained balance in the air, its bat-like wings flapping once, ascending in height to gain a three-dimensional combat advantage. Boo! The crowd booed. The bloodthirster's actions were not only despised by the Sentinels but also disdained by its own brethren. A two-dimensional fight suddenly became three-dimensional. For seasoned warriors or ferocious demons, the advantage gained was incomparable. Blaskowitz forcefully swung the long whip, his excellent control making its trajectory unpredictable, dazzlingly wrapping around the demon's neck. Get down! With a low shout, his physical strength erupted, and the bloodthirster in the air plummeted at supersonic speed. In that dazzling moment, the bloodthirster gripped the long whip, frantically flapping its wings to struggle, trying to escape its falling fate. Unfortunately, all its efforts were in vain. Like a dog on a leash, it had no dignity. An unrivaled, irresistible force ripped it from the air, smashing it heavily onto the ground. Bang! Accompanied by a tremor and a wail, the demon's body was like a mosquito hitting steel at high speed. Rotten flesh and blood burst from its body, its neck snapped at a right angle, its crimson tongue slid from its mouth and twitched, and its powerful body, forged by rage, was now completely fractured, its bloody batwings tattered beyond recognition. From furious to on the verge of death, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. Blaskowitz! 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 The excited roars of the Sentinels celebrated the victory. In their view, the battle was too simple. The Warlord caught the long whip, a single tug forcing the demon into the air, then using the demon's weapon to entangle the bloodthirster, pulling hard to smash the demon to the ground, easily securing victory. Abominable creatures. You cannot defeat him. What do you have to defeat him? Ha! 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 Harlan removed his helmet, his triumphant expression contorting the scars on his face as he laughed wildly, pointing at the demons with an unbridled taunt, displaying unparalleled mental attack power. Despicable things, you dare to be his enemy. The demons were all silent, not responding to Harlan's humiliation. Under the blood god's gaze, the bloodthirster's defeat was undeniable. Blaskowitz felt no joy of victory, the anger in his heart had not dissipated in the slightest. He walked to the dying demon, bent down and pulled its arm, planting his foot on its mighty back. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd and the demon's anguished wails, he ripped off its left arm, which still clutched the greatsword. Die! Wielding the crimson arm, the demon's bloody greatsword beheaded itself. Blaskowitz kicked out, sending the demon's head, with its terrified expression, into its chest. The demon's body exploded, completely losing its life force, and vanished into Mars. Roar! The greater demons howled to the sky, bloodthirsty and cruel. The scene of violent aesthetics made them tremble with excitement. Not for a moment did they grieve for it. The blood god tolerated no weakness, and the dead bloodthirster proved its weakness. Unlike the bloodthirster's explosive passion, Blaskowitz felt something unusual. He clearly felt that as the demon completely died and turned to ash, an essential essence flowed from the demon into his body, strengthening his power somewhat. It was definitely not an illusion or hallucination, his bodily functions would not lie. Blaskowitz lightly clenched his hand and indeed felt an increase in strength. It was clear and tangible. Blaskowitz secretly compared it. The increased strength was 1%. The slain bloodthirster's form was destroyed in reality, its essence returning to the warp. Demons are almost immortal. When beings in the real universe die, their souls return to the warp to rest, but demons are different, they are residents of the warp, their essence belonging to the warp. The destruction of their physical form in the real universe merely expels demons, sending them back to the warp. The bloodthirster returned to the warp, waking up beneath the skull throne, feeling an unprecedented weakness. It could barely maintain its body, staggering and kneeling before Khorne. My lord. It was so weak that even the endless rage bestowed by the blood god had ceased. Praises to the blood god should have been deafening, demonstrating the power of the blood god's servants, but now they were too weak to even form. Khorne sat on the skull throne, watching his servant with interest. The bloodthirster, its essence damaged, was now extremely frail, kneeling on the ground with its batwings spread to cover its body, avoiding the blood god seeing its weak state. The blood god saw deeper. Beyond the bloodthirster's conventional weakness, a part of its pure essence had vanished, torn apart and completely gone from its concept. He liked this law: the weak lose everything, and the strong win everything. His gaze pierced through the warp, seeing the man standing in the arena. His soul fire burned brighter, and his power grew stronger. Plunder. Khorne rested one hand on his sword, the other, encased in brass, cupping his cheek. He was thinking. Is this Blazkowicz's essence? He had never shown such power. Killing numerous orcs by hand did not plunder their essence. Khorne recalled their first meeting in the warp, the scene where Blazkowicz's soul burned Tzeentch's palm. He slowly nodded, seemingly understanding something. An untwistable and uncorruptible purity was his exclusive mysterious essence, and the concepts and qualities contained within that purity were unknown to the gods. The plunder Blazkowicz displayed seemed to be a plunder of demonic essence, just a part of his unknown power. Realizing this, Khorne's gaze was like a torch, sweeping over the greater demon's body, and he discovered another clue. The brass armor creaked as he sat upright on the skull throne, no longer leaning back. The bloodthirster before him had not only had its essential essence plundered, but a part of its true name had also been erased. This discovery made the blood god serious. Erasing a demon's true name required a concept that transcended the demon. A true name is not a demon's designation, it is the name a demon is born with, the truth deeply hidden by the demon. Demons do not expose their true names, that is their inherent power, but also their fragile weakness. A demon whose true name is spoken in the real universe will at best be banished, at worst be captured and enslaved by the one who spoke it. A demon whose true name is erased will completely disappear, vanishing from all timelines, past, present, and future. The true name is the concept upon which demons depend, and also their only weakness. Demons hide their true names, then run rampant because their true names are unknown to anyone, and no one can truly harm them. Only true gods in the world can see through and erase a demon's true name. Now there appeared an anomaly. He was not a true god, and was even in the real universe. He killed demons in reality, not only plundering their power but also erasing a part of their true name. He possessed power that made demons fear and true gods wary. That was a true god's authority, which should not appear in the real universe, but it genuinely existed within Blazkowicz. Blazkowicz had done it, killed a demon in the real universe and erased a part of its lengthy true name. Khorne opened his great mouth, exhaling a mist of blood that enveloped the defeated bloodthirster, refilling its true name. As for its damaged essence, the blood god would not help it repair the plundered essence, it had to reclaim itself. Then, with a wave of his hand, he cast it out of the skull throne's vicinity. The weak were not worthy of appearing before him. The greater bloodthirster fell onto the bloody wasteland. If it could plunder the essence of other demons and return alive beneath the skull throne, the blood god would reaccept it. But more often, the weakened bloodthirster would be targeted by other demons, torn to shreds by swarming demons, and devoured. The blood god's gaze returned to the real universe, watching the battle between his servants and his favored demigod. Blazkowicz was not excited by the increase in power, he remained expressionless, as if crushing an ant, without any excitement or joy. Come at me all at once. I'm in a hurry. Defeating these bloodthirsters meant he could leave here sooner, and Blazkowicz was anxious. Every moment, Enio's established defenses were being assaulted by demons, he had to hurry. Perhaps sensing Blazkowicz's power, or perhaps due to his invitation, 8 bloodthirsters leapt onto the dueling ground. To the astonishment of the Sentinels, the dueling arena began to expand, forcing them to retreat to a distance to watch the battle. Blazkowicz's hand reached for his waist, wanting to draw his longsword for a quick resolution, but he stopped. Deep down, he always wanted to tear the demons apart alive, to make them feel pain and fear. Clang! Again, swords clashed, and a new round of battle began under the blood god's gaze. 8 bloodthirsters swarmed forward. Blaskowitz's gaze was like lightning, his figure twisting like a dragon, taking the initiative to attack within the encirclement. Blaskowitz's speed was at its limit, difficult for the naked eye to catch, with sonic booms constantly echoing. The sounds were left behind him, the world falling into a delayed silence. The demons' roars and howls couldn't catch up to his movements, nor reach his ears. The first one. The bloodthirster's speed was fast, but Blaskowitz was even faster. The demon's downward pressing dive, with its head on the same horizontal plane, gave Blaskowitz the chance to kill it. Rapidly advancing to the demon's face, in its terrified eyes, Blaskowitz used his palm as a blade. His handblade inserted from the lower jaw, piercing the tough skin, breaking through the maxilla, and crushing its fragile brain. Fiery brain matter erupted like magma from the demon's eyes and nasal cavity. Blaskowitz transformed his palm into a claw, his 5 fingers suddenly tightening, changing from a stab to a tear, ripping downwards violently. The tongue, throat, along with the skin of the neck and the demonic organs within the chest cavity, were all torn off. Even that strong and powerful demonic heart was crushed by him. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose behind his ear, bringing the ripple of tearing air. Blaskowitz simply turned sideways and spun to face the demon. The instant he dodged the attack, Blaskowitz backhanded and grabbed the demon's forearm. Crack! A crisp snapping sound rang out. Bones transmit sound faster than air. Blaskowitz grabbed the demon's forearm with one hand and struck the demon's joint with his other elbow, breaking its thick arm. Tearing off the sinews, he bent the weapon tightly held in its hand back, inserting it into the demon's brain, instantly killing the second bloodthirster. Power flowed continuously, Blaskowitz's inner rage undiminished, his expression growing colder as he was bathed in demonic blood. Dodging a demon's swing, then grabbing an incoming long whip, a cold snort echoed in the bloodthirster's ear. An unmatched immense force came, and the whip in his hand was already released, wrapping around the leg of another greater demon. With a sudden tug, its legs stretched forward, and its body tilted backward. Its bat-like wings flapped violently to prevent a fall. Blaskowitz charged between the demon's legs, lifted his foot, and kicked with full force, shattering its hip bone and spine. Amidst the demon's painful shrieks, he placed his hands on its legs separately, rousing all his strength, and tore them apart. Die! The roar in his heart transformed into power. The bloodthirster's body was like paper, torn in half by him, and the demonic blood surging in its abdomen erupted. He didn't stop. Blaskowitz spun to gather strength, throwing the 2 corpses in his hands, accurately striking 2 demons. The terrifying force caused their bodies to collide, muscles crashing together, bones piercing each other's bodies, and the brass armor blessed by the blood god violently clashing, even merging together. After dealing with 5, a shadow was cast from the sky above, which was ignited by blood and fire. A greater demon descended from above, filled with boundless fury. His gaze remained unchanged. In the nanosecond gap before the greatsword fell, he dodged the attack with a seemingly effortless yet incredibly precise sideways movement. Failing to hit, the greater demon's speed did not decrease as it stooped and rushed past, quickly escaping Blaskowitz's attack range. Yet, in the next instant, its vision uncontrollably shifted. Looking back, the young god had already grabbed one of its wings, watching it with cold eyes. Tearing pain came from the base of the wing. The greater demon roared and spun. With a violent sense of weightlessness, Blaskowitz lifted it to its highest point and slammed it down. Only half of the greater demon's shattered body remained on the ground, the other half disintegrated and splattered the moment it hit the ground. Everything happened too fast. 2 bloodthirsters remained on the field. They wielded their weapons, fearless of death, attacking Blaskowitz from both sides. An encirclement of 8 greater demons had been shattered. How could an attack from 2 greater demons defeat him? They had grown smarter, trying to raise their bodies as much as possible, using their physical advantage to avoid vital points being attacked. Blaskowitz saw through the greater demon's plan, using his speed advantage, and suddenly lunged to the right, beneath the greater demon. He kicked out, hitting its backward-bending demonic knee solidly. Another sound of bone breaking came. Blaskowitz's body was indestructible. The greater demon flapped its wings to maintain balance. Blaskowitz's figure was like an ape climbing a tree, flexibly scaling the greater demon's back. Feeling the vigorously beating demonic heart, he used his hand as a blade, inserting it through the gap in the shoulder blade, grabbing the slippery heart, and crushing it with force. The demon beneath him slowly fell. Another one charged up, swinging its battleaxe. It wouldn't care about its kin, only wanting to kill the young god. Blaskowitz's expression remained unchanged, silent as ice. He embraced the corpse beneath him and exerted force, spinning with the demon's still lingering corpse, dodging another attack. When the demon's corpse vanished, he landed steadily and made no further movements, calmly looking at the solitary bloodthirster. There were also two severely wounded greater demons lying on the ground, their bodies and half-corpses stuck together. The stage fell silent, and the audience below erupted. His movements were faster than a whirlwind, his attacks as sharp as a sudden downpour, tearing apart all filth that stood before him. Blasphemous! 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 The Sentinel's commander pounded his spear on the ground, shouting his name, his face flushed beneath his helmet, his voice trembling with excitement. What kind of power was this? What kind of invincibility was this? A god's demeanor. A war god on earth. These words felt so powerless at this moment, unable to describe the heroic posture of the man on stage. For the first time, the Sentinels felt that it would be good if those scholarly civil officials were present. They would surely be able to write the most valiant poems for Blasphemous and create words that matched him. The bloodthirsters fell silent. They had once guarded the borderlands of the four gods' domains, and even felt jealousy towards Blasphemous, not understanding why the blood god favored him. Now, seeing that figure standing bathed in demonic blood, they understood everything. Blasphemous! 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 Angrath was the first to let out a roar. The roars of the bloodthirsters were like thunder, cheering for the true strong one. Amazing. Behind the curtain, Khorne slammed his fist on the armrest of the skull throne. A joyous roar echoed throughout his domain, blowing away the bloodthirsters who had returned from reality. The blood god still filled in their true names, throwing them far away without caring for their lives. He wished he could tear up the four gods' agreement and immediately embrace him, building a special chair for him beside the skull throne. Look at him. He didn't even pant. Facing 8 bloodthirsters alone, Angrath could do it, Scarbrand could do it, that exile could do it, many powerful bloodthirsters could do it. But never so cleanly and swiftly, a barehanded slaughter, wonderfully pleasing to the eye. The last bloodthirster, seeing Blasphemous' cold, unchanging gaze, subconsciously took a step back, which drew more boos. It felt the blood god's displeasure. Under immense pressure, it let out a frantic roar, charging at Blasphemous recklessly. Eventually, the demon's legs were broken, and it crawled on the ground. Blasphemous' combat boot crushed its head. He also killed the 2 half-dead bloodthirsters struggling on the ground, declaring victory in the first round. Continue. His strong and invigorating voice was now devoid of any emotion, his gaze cold as he looked down at the stage below. There was still a group of greater demons waiting to be killed. He didn't even bother with any unnecessary interaction with them. His inner hostility and hatred remained undiminished, only dead demons were good demons. Boom. 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 Just as the greater demons were about to increase their numbers again and swarm forward, the blood pool formed by the night town boiled once more, and a figure exuding a majestic aura emerged, bathed in blood. The exile. Angrath's roar was full of disgust. He raised the battleaxe in his hand, aimed it at the figure emerging from the blood pool, and roared furiously, "Are you going to desecrate the blood god's glory again?" As the demonic figure appeared, the bloodthirsters' rage seemed to find an outlet. They all gripped their weapons, wanting to rush up and tear it apart alive. Blasphemous also saw the demonic figure clearly. Although it was tall and strong, its body was covered in scars. The membrane of its blood-colored bat wings was badly torn, hanging in tatters on the skeleton. Its brass armor was also broken, with several parts missing. Its head was similar to a bloodthirster's, yet not entirely the same. Its 4 demonic horns were larger and more feral, but also severely injured. One horn on the side of its head was broken off. On its hideous face, one eye glowed with angry red light, while the other eye emitted a blue light. The skin on the side of its blue eye was peeled away, revealing bare white bone. It shook its head, seemingly very disoriented. It stopped at a distance of 88 paces from the arena and the demon army. It plunged its 2 axes into the ground and suddenly knelt. This unexpected action left the humans and demons present somewhat unclear about its intentions. Scarbrand, the exile, a sinful body. Its voice was hoarse from burning, a painful struggle. Each time it spoke, it swayed its head, trying to stay as clear-headed as possible. Blasphemous remained silent. He didn't want any new complications, but reality always placed obstacles on the path forward. Enio's reinforcements were blocked by demons, only a few minutes had passed, and another unexpected event occurred. Scarbrand. He was once the Skull Throne's chief greater demon and Khorne's most favored general. His twin axes shattered the allied armies of gods, he breached Slaanesha's sixth ring, destroyed countless worlds, and crowned the blood god's name with endless slaughter and destruction. But one day, Tzeentch noticed this powerful demon, and he decided to toy with the proud bloodthirster. The Lord of Change's whispers echoed in his ears, praising his strength, suggesting that the bloodthirster's achievements surpassed Khorne's, and that he should replace the blood god on the skull throne. The bloodthirster, forged purely from rage, actually believed Tzeentch's words. During an audience with the blood god, he took advantage of his distraction and struck Khorne's armor with the blood axe in his hand. The earth-shattering fury left only an insignificant crack on the god's armor. His despicable act of betrayal thoroughly enraged Khorne. The blood god, eternally seated on the skull throne, stood up, leaning on his greatsword, and with one hand, grabbed Scarbrand by the neck and hurled him out of the blood god's domain. In the warp, where there is no concept of time, Scarbrand tumbled through the air for 8 days and 8 nights, crashing into the boundless wasteland of the warp, his body plowing a canyon into the ground. His wings were burned, his armor was tattered, and his body, cast from power and fury, was covered in unhealing wounds due to the blood god's displeasure. Even the bloodthirster's form underwent a fundamental change. His blood-red eyes, burning with furious flames, no longer held pure rage due to the Lord of Change's interference. One eyeball glowed with a blue light. Khorne stripped him of his reason, branded him with an unforgivable crime, and he became the exiled one. In the warp, he ceaselessly unleashed his fury, spreading the blood god's name, atoning for his sins. Now Scarbrand had come uninvited, sensing the blood god's ritual, and took the opportunity to cross into the real universe. The ecstatic blood god was observing the real universe, which was a rare opportunity to avoid being expelled back to the warp the moment he appeared. He ignored the bloodthirster's rage and Angrath's warning. Scarbrand knelt on the ground, struggling to maintain the last vestiges of clarity in his mind, and pleaded with the blood god on his knees, begging for forgiveness and a return to the skull throne. Blood god. Scarbrand knelt and looked up, 88 meters from the arena, not daring to offend the blood god's ritual. He knew the blood god was watching, and his gaze had never left. The blood god's gaze was always present, though the bloodthirsters were angry, they dared not overstep. If he did not wish to see Scarbrand, a divine decree would have already been issued, expelling the exile. My lord, perhaps it was the god's gaze. Scarbrand's sanity seemed to return somewhat, allowing him to express himself clearly. This humble discarded servant dares not hope for forgiveness, only to shed the blood of repentance with this broken body for you. Scarbrand made no demands, yet it caused Angrath's hand, gripping his weapon, to tighten. He felt the blood god hesitating. Pleading would not bring divine favor. Pure, selfless devotion, however, might earn a god's regard. Exiled for countless ages, Scarbrand's broken sanity seemed to have grown smarter. I have no interest in your grievances, those redemptions and pardons. Blasphemous stood on the stage, interrupting the communication between demon and god. He only wanted to finish the duel and leave. Hurry up, the duel continues. Cough, 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 cough. A coughing-like laugh came from the blood clouds and blood pool, intensely familiar to Blasphemous, confirming it was the god of war, within the crimson space. Blasphemous recalled his ignorant childhood. When he asked his mother about the faith of the City of Truth, she squatted down, her gentle face suddenly becoming serious. Gods are false lies. And so is faith. At this moment, Blasphemous wholeheartedly agreed. Gods truly are liars. What god of war? Clearly, it's the blood god worshipped by demons. The sky of burning blood clouds was torn by an armored giant claw, and angry blood-red lightning surged from the crack. The blood in the blood pool began to burn, turning into scorching magma, and a vast divine power descended. The Sentinels gripped their spears to support themselves, preventing themselves from kneeling, while simultaneously sealing their minds and 5 senses, like standing corpses, not daring to accept any external information. Harlan, usually unrestrained, now closed his eyes tightly, muttering the warrior's law under his breath, constantly fighting against the uncontrollable rage within him, in the surging, scorching blood. A magnificent voice came from the void, and the greater bloodthirster knelt, his bat-like wings folded, trembling. The real universe is different from the warp. In the warp, bloodthirster demons are at their peak, able to face divine power directly without fear of being dispersed by it. Divine power is also suppressed in the real universe, but the bloodthirster is suppressed even more. The difference in their ranks and concepts is immense. The divine power emanating from the blood god's words caused the bloodthirster's body to disintegrate like grains of sand, gradually becoming unable to maintain its form in the real universe. Only Blasphemous remained on the field, his expression normal, standing perfectly straight and gazing up at the void, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the existence of the god. As you wish. The magnificent voice was as vast as the firmament, rumbling and causing the void to tremble. It was unclear if it was answering Blasphemous or Scarbrand. Or perhaps it agreed with both. As his voice fell, the current chief greater demon, Angrath, transformed into a streak of bloodlight and returned to the void, leaving the real universe. The other bloodthirsters, under the blood god's pressure, exploded into blood mist, merging into Scarbrand's body. The blood god agreed to Blasphemous' suggestion of a quick battle and also promised Scarbrand a chance. A chance to defeat Blasphemous and prove himself still useful. In the swirling blood mist, Scarbrand greedily devoured the energy of his kin. His broken body was gradually reshaped, and his sanity and power returned. His eyes gradually narrowed. Blasphemous felt a threat surging from the blood mist. That broken demon seemed to have been given an opportunity by its master. The god had even injected the power of the bloodthirsters into his body. When he first appeared, Blasphemous was certain he could defeat him, but now, the unified bloodthirster made him feel a danger he had never experienced before. HMPH. 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 The demon's snickering was no longer painful, his voice was unrestrained and wild. The blood god had given him a chance. If Scarbrand defeated the young god before him, he could return to the skull throne. Khorne loved Blasphemous, but he also didn't mind killing him. Only the strong were worthy of divine favor. Khorne was the embodiment of conflict, and eliminating the weak was his nature. The demon absorbed all the blood mist, wielded two great axes, and spread his wings with overwhelming demonic might, his shadow obscuring the burning sky. Blasphemous took the hilt from his waist and extended the blade. He said nothing, his expression serious, staring coldly at the reformed monstrous beast. From the bone handles of those two primitive great axes, he felt the aura of the bloodthirsters, two fierce weapons infused with two bloodthirsters, their smooth blades filled with hatred and greed. Scarbrand walked into the arena, his 8-meter-tall body crimson and muscular, even more imposing than other bloodthirsters. He felt the blood god's blessing, the power of dozens of bloodthirsters surging within his body, constantly clamoring for the release of slaughter. Scarbrand. His self-introduction received no response. Scarbrand looked, and in the young god's eyes, there was only a resolute determination to win and a hateful killing intent. No more words were needed now, the killing intent had arrived. Roar. Accompanied by a bloodthirsty roar, every cell of Scarbrand screamed, the resolve in his voice equally firm. Clang. The clash of sword and axe, the piercing sound of impact, formed a visible shockwave. Neither side could lose, nor did they have any reason to lose. Behind the curtain, Angrath returned to the skull throne, guarding the blood god, watching the earth-shattering duel together, amazed by the power of both sides. Blood spurted. Both sides, in the weapon clash's momentary standstill, were injured by the other's immense strength. Their web-between thumb and forefinger were torn, and the skin on the back of their hands and forearms, gripping their weapons, cracked, and capillaries burst. The flowing blood made Scarbrand roar in excitement, the blood god's blessing made him ignore the pain, and he continued to wield his demonic weapons, fully immersing himself in the battle. Blasphemous was expressionless, parrying the demon's great axe with his sword, and the tiny wounds on his hand immediately healed. He felt no excitement, only a cold rage against the demon surging in his chest. 1 comments 0 vote. Find him. Boom. Another loud bang, and before the sentinels could catch their breath or collect the bodies of their fallen comrades on the battlefield, it happened again. 6 minutes after the battle ended, a strange light glowed within the high walls of the City of Truth, and as the city gates reopened, the Slaanesh army reappeared. As far as the eye could see, it was still those bizarre and enchanting keepers of secrets, led by Shalaxi Hellbane. After several rebirths, the demon army around it now included heavy war machines, abominable engines inhabited by demonic essence. Sir, we need reinforcements, the adjutant said, his voice hoarse and muffled in the command room. 1,000 sentinels had repelled several demon attacks in the past hour, without a moment's rest. They had suffered heavy casualties, but stabilized the front line again and again. As the demon attacks continued, the number of casualties gradually increased, and the front line was constantly shrinking. The demon attacks grew sharper each time, their numbers and types constantly changing, and they were continuously sending in more troops. We cannot call for reinforcements, Moving personnel from other blockade zones would put us at a disadvantage, Enio said, his usually gentle and refined face now stern and cold. He decisively rejected the adjutant's suggestion, seriously considering the current situation. When he left the Argentum, his father had only given the order to wait for Blasphemous and then combine forces to attack the wizard's city. Now, the City of Truth had launched an attack first, using an unprecedented method. Those supernatural demons could not be truly killed. Each time they were eliminated, they would reappear on the battlefield shortly after. Enio understood clearly that the demons' appearance and rebirth must be related to the City of Truth. The priests in the city definitely had rituals to control demons. The demons' source of power and rebirth was undoubtedly a grand ritual. But now, the Sentinels could not counterattack and enter the City of Truth to eliminate the source. The city, built on the third orbital pillar, was protected by ancient technology, multidimensional shields, large energy shields, and void shields. Before overloading the layers of shields, heavy firepower was difficult to project into the city. And overloading the various complex composite shields would require an astronomical amount of energy and firepower. Only ground infantry could enter the city, but the priests' psychic shields were a problem, and demon troops had appeared to block the sentinels. The demon army could not be eliminated and was eroding the sentinels' individual combat advantage, pushing the battle into a strange, one-sided attrition. Enio stared at the holographic map, constantly recalling the day his father summoned him. They won't rush out, his father said with a firm expression on his haggard and tired face. They won't launch a frontal assault until they have absolute certainty. His heart trembled suddenly as he remembered his father's most crucial words. They won't launch a frontal assault until they have absolute certainty. Enio gradually realized what he needed to do and resolutely ordered, notify the other blockade zones, order them to abandon the blockade and evacuate in an orderly manner. The command room suddenly fell silent. Such an order went against King Noak, and the messenger cast a look of confirmation for the order. The battle here is meaningless now, the precious lives of the sentinels cannot be wasted here. The eldest son finally understood that his father's strategic goal was to blockade, to prevent the City of Truth from spreading its influence, and to avoid the excessive misuse of witchcraft and psychic magic. When the priests in the city attacked outwards, it meant they were ready for an offensive, and the blockade had lost its meaning. After all, facing a demon army, the sentinels did not understand them and had no way to counter their rebirth. The current sacrifices were meaningless, they had to leave quickly and preserve their strength. Quick, be quick. The prince roared in a low voice, anxiously issuing the retreat order. Tell them to leave quickly, not to gather in large groups, but to split into small units. Sir. What about the evacuation assembly point? The messenger also realized the seriousness of the problem and quickly inquired, confirming the assembly point after the evacuation. Enio's mind raced. Unknown enemies were endless, and all the changes were brought about by the arrival of Blasphemous from the sky. When a flash of inspiration crossed his eyes, he had grasped the most crucial point, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Tell them to find Blasphemous, to find my brother. At this moment, Enio preserved the troops and, along with the hope of defeating the demons, entrusted everything to Blasphemous. Because he knew that in the ever-changing Argent Noor, no one was more trustworthy than Blasphemous. His most respected father also placed his hopes on Blasphemous. He finally understood why his father so steadfastly passed the throne to Blasphemous. After arranging the military affairs and seeing the evacuation signals coming from various units, his anxious mood finally eased slightly. Sir, please evacuate quickly. The adjutant handed over the anti-gravity motorcycle's ignition key, urging Enio to leave quickly. Are you insulting me? Enio snapped, his calm voice filled with anger. For thousands of years, there have only been Noak people who died in battle, never cowards who abandoned their troops and fled. I had no intention of insulting you, the adjutant said anxiously, taking off his helmet to reveal a sincere face. But there are no buts here, adjutant, Enio said, placing a hand on his shoulder, interrupting the adjutant's next words, and turning to leave the command room. Guard. Here. Outside the command room, the prince's guard, always awaiting a call, immediately responded to their master. Let's go, Enio said, lighting his long sword, looking at the fearless warriors before him, and behind him, the constantly shrinking front line. He looked up into the distance, where Blaskewitz's battlefield lay. He should be finished with the orcs soon. Enio smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the defiled demons, finally looking in the direction of his brother and offering a sincere blessing. My brother, may you slay all your enemies. Many soldiers who had retreated from the front line were leaving in succession after receiving orders. As they passed the prince, they saluted solemnly, "Long live the glory of Noak." Ennio nodded in response. Of the Thusandman front line, only over 600 remained after the continuous onslaught of the demons. All who could evacuate had left, leaving less than 100 to cover the retreat and those too injured to move. The front line gradually contracted, and the sentinels gathered around Ennio, using the rock fortress to block the demons. As time passed, the sentinels reached their physical limits, personnel continuously fell, torn to shreds by the demons. Surrounded by purple hordes of demons, the white-armored sentinels gasped for breath, forming a defensive circle with their backs to each other, weapons pointed outwards. A 6-meter-tall keeper of secrets stood outside the circle, looking down at the humans, an undisguised look of triumph on its enchanting face. Ennio was in the encirclement, and the sentinels around him fell one by one. Communications from the evacuating personnel confirmed they were beyond a safe distance. "I told you we would meet on the battlefield." The keeper of secrets that had appeared in his dream stood in an alluring pose, its twisted longsword pointed directly at Ennio. And then, Ennio's tone remained the same, full of contempt and disdain. "A bunch of twisted beings, defiled bodies, utterly devoid of courage and dignity." Devoid of courage. Shalaxi's twin-headed sharp blade pointed directly at Ennio. "Mortal. Your army was scattered by us. You are a loser. By relying on psychic evil magic." Ennio retorted, equally unyielding, his sword also pointed at Shalaxi Hellbane. "False courage given by rebirth. You trash, how many rebirths did it take you to get up here? I have a gift for you monsters." Ennio's gaze swept across the diverse array of demons before him, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. "You love it." From his lower back, concealed by his cloak, he pulled out a cubic object, held it in his hand, and pressed the switch. Antimatter bomb. Isaac's terrified scream came from behind the horde of demons. A relic of the Golden Age, an antimatter bomb, had been triggered. At the moment of matter-antimatter annihilation, a 100-meter radius around the blast center was obliterated, leaving a massive circular crater. Damn it! A curse suddenly reached Ennio's ears. He snapped back to reality, the antimatter bomb in his hand was gone. "If not for the power of the gods, you would have succeeded." A malicious voice came, and following it, he saw a feathered monster within a wide priestly robe, its claw clutching the antimatter bomb, staring at him and cursing incessantly. Isaac's form no longer bore any human characteristics, he resembled a giant blue feathered bird, with a yellow beak growing on his face and his arms becoming feathered wings. Time. Ennio's face turned pale. He quickly realized that something was wrong with time. Isaac had used psychic power to reverse time. This is impossible. The demons swarmed, pinning down the few remaining warriors. He himself was held down by a keeper of secrets, a hoof planted on his face. Isaac's voice was slow and triumphant. "It was once impossible, but now I have divine blessings, enough to locally reverse time." Several robed priests emerged from behind him, stripped the sentinels of their power armor, and used daggers stained with foul bodily fluids to pierce their skin, carving blasphemous marks upon them. "What are you doing?" Ennio struggled but was held down tightly, the keeper of secrets' jewel-encrusted tail wrapped around his mouth. "Let demons possess you, let you take us to King Noak, to your brother." MMMPH. 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 Ennio watched helplessly as magic circles were carved onto the bodies of the sentinels, and then the keeper of secrets' great demon transformed into purple mist and drilled into their bodies. "You," the keeper of secrets leaned in, its finger teasingly tracing his face. "I will leave your soul intact, so you can watch helplessly as you commit unforgivable sins." Clang. Bang. The clash of weapons was incessant. The two combatants on the arena had been fighting for an hour. The aftermath of their battle was horrifying. The materialized ritual arena was deeply gashed by sword light and axe blades, and the sky was torn with fissures. Without the arena's restraint, their battle would become a disaster, no less than natural calamities like earthquakes, tsunamis, or volcanic eruptions. The sentinels retreated far away, no longer paying attention to the battle's progress, resting as they waited for the outcome. The scope of the human-demon duel exceeded their comprehension, surpassing the limits of the material realm. Scarbrand panted, exhaling Mars. An hour of frenzied slaughter, over 1,000,000 full-power attacks, and now a weary soreness seeped from the crevices of his muscles. The power of the demons within him gradually subsided, almost completely depleted. In contrast, the young god opposite him showed no ripple of emotion on his cold face. His chest rose and fell steadily, no sweat seeped from his skin, and not a hint of fatigue was in his eyes. Was his stamina endless? Scarbrand shook his head. Hot sweat poured from the grooves of his muscles, flowing like molten streams onto the ground. For the first time, he doubted his demonic body. He called upon the power of rage again, but what surged forth was exhaustion and a sense of powerlessness. Facing Blasphemous was like an enraged, flame-forged battering ram crashing against a silent, towering wall built of composure and calm. With each attack, the flames gradually extinguished, the rage dissipated, and the silent wall remained unyielding. Even the twin axes in his hands reigned in their ferocity. The chilling axe blades were no longer bright, conveying a message of fatigue. Throughout countless ages, Scarbrand had never encountered such an opponent. Even under the suppression of the dimensional rift, his strength was further restrained. Now he faced a terrifying existence whose body knew no fatigue and whose spirit knew no weariness. The bloodthirster wondered if, when the young god ascended to godhood in the future, the endlessly enraged blood god would feel equally exhausted when facing him. Blasphemous remained silent, his light sword displaying exquisite swordsmanship, constantly clashing with the demon's weapons, relentlessly attacking the demon called Scarbrand. His state remained at its peak, but the weapon in his hand warned him. The fusion battery, used for hundreds of years, was depleted of energy after countless collisions. Both sides tacitly retreated. Scarbrand gasped for air, cherishing the hard-won chance to recover his strength. Blasphemous tucked the extinguished dimensional light blade at his waist and smoothly caught the spear Harlan threw to him. He strode forward to attack. The demon's decline was evident. Strike while he was down. The spear blade lit up. The spear in his hand moved like a dragon, agile as a snake. Dimensional light blades swirled bewilderingly before the demon's eyes, forming a blue ocean that surged towards him. Scarbrand retreated repeatedly, constantly discerning the true spear blade amidst the residual light particles of the light spear, shaking his neck to avoid being speared through the throat. At this moment, he could only parry, completely unable to retaliate. In one moment of retreat, a soreness shot through his waist, and his movement slowed by a fraction of a second, just a fraction. Blasphemous saw the bloodthirster's opening. The spear moved with his will, and the light blade plunged into the demon's left armpit, lightly flicking to sever his entire arm. Demonic blood splattered. Scarbrand knew he had failed. The bloodthirster within him surged from the arm wound, leaving the material realm. His power rapidly waned. Blasphemous' attacks came in waves, light blades flashing up and down, piercing bloodied holes in the demon's iron-hard body. The spear appeared and disappeared unpredictably. The rapidly weakening Scarbrand, holding an axe with one hand, staggered backward, his body tilted. Blasphemous spun around, thrusting the spear from his waist, piercing the demon's right shoulder, paralyzing his right arm. The spear blade passed through his body, its speed undiminished, getting stuck in him. Screech. Scarbrand's cry was shrill. The axe in his right hand smashed to the ground, his body was dragged and spun, his lower half scraped bloody and raw on the arena. HMPH. With a muffled grunt, Blasphemous, who had been silent throughout the duel, leaned on the spear shaft, forcefully pushed to the left, and flung the demon impaled on the spear away. The blood god will hunt you. Scarbrand crashed onto the edge of the arena. He recalled how the blood god had once flung him away like this, letting him fall. He turned his head on the ground, looking at the young god on the other side of the arena, wanting to say something, but a spear pierced his skull. A demon's words are worthless. Blasphemous watched the demon disappear, then looked up at the burning, blood-red sky, his eyes resolute and silent. A silent yet sharp inquiry. He clenched his iron fist, ready, showing no joy of victory, but rather questioning the blood god, asking if it was enough. Ha! 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 Laughter echoed from the void. It was clear the owner of the laugh was very pleased. The burning sky vanished, turning into falling blood rain. Night descended anew, adorned with a brilliant aurora. The blood pool on the ground contracted, disappearing completely, as if it had never existed. As the blood god's ritual ended, the arena's brass and blood-red hues faded, becoming colorless, pale rock, then collapsing into gravel. Blasphemous pulled out the spear that had pinned the demon to the ground, feeling the surge of power within him, yet showing no joy. He looked towards the city of truth, his worry deepening. This was a game of gods, merely a meticulously arranged performance. How are they? Blasphemous gazed into the distance, sensing familiar footsteps approaching, and asked without turning his head. Spirits are high. Harlan knew what Blasphemous wanted to ask. The appearance of a god had shocked the Sentinel's worldview. The Sentinels had always disdained vague beliefs, scoffing at the gods at the end of faith, those virtual idols. Just now, a god, or rather, an existence as powerful as a god, had truly appeared before their eyes. The impact on traditional thought was akin to dropping a powerful nuclear bomb into the Sentinels' ideological fortress. You're overthinking it. Harlan smiled, amused by Blazkowicz's concern. We are materialists. So what if gods exist? The universe is vast and boundless, there will always be existences beyond common sense. His gaze suddenly became serious, and he looked Blazkowicz up and down carefully. Like you are also an existence beyond common sense. His words dispelled Blazkowicz's worries and lightened his heart considerably. Let's move quickly. Blazkowicz's slightly softened expression grew heavy again. I have a bad feeling. Something might have happened with Ennio. Understood. Harlan quickly put on his helmet and ordered the troops via the communication channel to prepare for an immediate night march to the City of Truth. Blazkowicz looked at the mess before him, clenching his hand, feeling the power within him, his heart far from calm. After killing Scarbrand, his own power had surged. If he were to fight him again, he was confident he could defeat him within 100 moves. Staring at the departing Sentinels, Blazkowicz suddenly felt a fear. If there were powerful beings called gods, would he one day also be called a god? His miraculous abilities, gradually manifesting with age, even allowing him to plunder demonic power, was he perhaps on the path to becoming a god? What exactly was a god? Recalling the blood god, Blazkowicz's eyes narrowed. He was not like ordinary people, what he saw was naturally different. Behind that void curtain was a materialized existence of an abstract concept, an aggregated entity radiating eternal rage. A cool breeze swept by, and Blazkowicz instinctively shivered. Not because of the cold night, but because he was terrified at the thought that he might one day become such a thing. Trembling, he shook the inexplicable fear from his mind, retrieved the motorcycle that had been blown away by the blood god's ritual from afar, and headed to the next battlefield. Destroy the City of Truth as quickly as possible and end this gradually twisting war sooner. Blazkowicz did not yet know that what awaited him was the crossroads of fate, a small game orchestrated by the gods. 1 comments 0 vote. Destiny. Argentum, Palace Council Hall. King Noak's body was hunched, his strong muscles gone. His withered, gray skin was like old, dry tree bark, and shriveled blood vessels, like tree vines, wrapped around his emaciated, tree-like body. The front of his luxurious robe and his legs were stained with residual spittle and snot. The robe enveloped his frail, withered body, and the outlines of his bones were clearly visible. His head hung very low, almost level with the armrest of the throne. His once thick, long hair was now just a few withered strands, sparsely hanging from his bald scalp, signaling the king's weakness and helplessness. The skin on his face was loose and full of wrinkles, and his eye bags sagged long, pulling down his lower eyelids to reveal cloudy whites and dull pupils. My king. The throne guard knelt on one knee, maintaining the distance from King Noak's position as stipulated when he was lucid. The guard turned his head slightly, unable to bear looking directly at the current king. His voice was as clear as possible, yet careful not to startle him. Your eldest son has returned. The voice echoed in the empty council hall, but no response came for a long time. After a long while, the corpse-like figure on the throne finally let out a weak gasp. Who is it? The simple question seemed to stretch for centuries, a whirring sound squeezed from his throat. If not for the throne guard's keen hearing, an ordinary person would not have been able to make out what he said. His Highness, the guards, and the priest. No one else. The guard spoke clearly, using the most concise language possible to convey all important information. Cough. Noak let out a cold snort, which turned into a low cough. His body trembled as he salvaged the last shred of sanity from his muddled mind, using all his strength to squeeze out words from his throat. Have the queen come to see me. Have Elton Senna go and pick up Blazkowicz. As he spoke, Noak's body arched, beginning to tremble violently, his long fingernails digging into his withered palms. His voice was urgent and pained. Have Senna bring the teleporter. Get Blazkowicz back as fast as possible. Your will be done. The throne guard ran out of the council hall. He didn't understand why, upon returning to the Argentum, the king's body had weakened to such an extent. Only Noak remained in the council hall. He twitched and convulsed on the throne, cloudy tears streaming from his eyes, cursing something while spittle flew from his mouth. After a long while, he stopped. His head hung low, painful tears shattering on the ground. His voice, choked with sobs, gradually became imbued with heart-wrenching pain. Enio, my dearest son, my eldest son. You will not be alone, I will bring you offerings with victory. Gods, our game, will soon have a result. Then he sat back up, closed his cloudy, bloodshot eyes, and remained silent, awaiting fate's final answer. The orders from the throne hall were quickly relayed, and the king's will was carried out. Blasphemous led the sentinels towards the city of truth, traveling day and night, less than 1,000 kilometers from their destination. My lord. Blasphemous sat on the war fortress balcony, his brain working at high speed, calculating various plans to destroy the city of truth. He was disturbed by the orderly, hearing an anxious voice, and suddenly felt a bad premonition. Our scout cavalry encountered friendly forces withdrawing from the blockade. No sooner had the orderly finished speaking than a gust of wind billowed his robe, and the warlord, leaving a trail of afterimages, arrived in the command room. What's going on? Blaskewitz's face was grim, his gaze fixed like a torch on the holographic image on the command console, a deep anxiety buried in his voice. What happened? A unit of the sentinels in the holographic image had armor covered in scars, and there were some wounded, but they didn't look like a defeated, routed army. My lord. The sentinels recounted everything that had happened to Blasphemous. The city of truth's ritual, the constantly regenerating demons, and Enio's order to retreat. Blaskewitz's face was ashen, his fists clenched. He was still too late. His chest heaved violently, and he quickly integrated the current situation in his mind, rapidly planning his next move. Orders flowed from his mouth, distributed by the orderly. Send out cavalry to search for and gather friendly forces, scout cavalry to investigate the city of truth, and prepare a fast-moving unit to rescue Enio. The directives were quickly issued, and the war machine began to operate according to Blaskewitz's commands, with all units moving as ordered. I suggest you cancel that last order. A clear, urgent voice entered the command room, rudely interrupting the commanding warlord. An unexpected person appeared at the entrance of the war fortress command room, holding a helmet. Elton Senna. Blasphemous frowned deeply. He couldn't imagine why Senna would be here. Elton Senna. Racing Master. Lord of the Sentinels Cavalry, Throne Messenger, one of King Noak's most trusted individuals, the fastest man in Argent Noor. He wore a specialized pressure-resistant power armor, his face was stern, his eyes sharp, his brown hair slicked back, and he carried a giant lance. His appearance made Blaskewitz's heart sink. Had the Argentum been attacked? Put away your conjectures. The Argentum is safe and sound. Senna grabbed a bottle of water and drank it all, letting out a long breath. Your father, King Noak, sent me to bring you back. Elton Senna. Harlan emerged from the rest cabin, saw the familiar figure, and excitedly jogged over, wrapping an arm around the throne messenger's shoulders and pulling him into a hug. Their armors clanged loudly during the vigorous collision. Why are you here? The racing master and the champion swordsman were close friends, bound by life and death. To pick up your master. Senna punched Harlan's chest, joy evident on his face. Did something happen to the Argentum? Harlan's excited expression changed, and he immediately became alert. The master and servant had almost identical reactions. Senna's stern face wore a smile. The Argentum is safe and sound. I came on the throne's orders. As for why, Senna shook his head. Other than the order to bring Blasphemous back, there were no other instructions. I don't know either. I will act according to orders. Blaskewitz's expression was solemn. He knew his father wouldn't act without reason. Unless it was an extreme emergency, he would never recall him at such a critical moment. Senna nodded in satisfaction. His mission had gone smoothly, and a slight smile appeared on his face as he reminded him, you have 3 minutes to arrange your army. Unit assemble. The command to assemble and encamp in place was left unspoken. After some thought, Blasphemous changed his orders. All units are to be broken down into Thusandman teams, enter concealed areas to lie in wait, and await further orders. Do not be too far apart from each other, and establish mutually supporting strongholds. The current city of truth was far more bizarre than before. If the sentinels gathered together, perhaps a single superlarge psionic spell could cause heavy losses to their side. Let's go. Having arranged everything, Blasphemous walked towards Senna, who was waiting at the entrance, preparing to follow him. No need to walk. I brought a teleporter. Senna pointed to a corner of the fortress, where several forging technicians were assembling equipment. Blaskewitz's pupils constricted slightly upon seeing it, making him realize even more that the situation in the Argentum was grim, even bringing out the precious long-distance relic, the fixed-point teleporter. The fixed-point teleporter was a relic from the Golden Age, used for crossing continents on a planet. It was a convenient teleporter. It was said to have been created by an Argent Noor engineer who wanted to see his wife and daughter as quickly as possible during his leisure time. The specific principles have been lost, but its operation is very simple. By setting up teleporters at the two locations, fast point-to-point teleportation can be achieved between the two machines. Ready. Having set up the teleporter, the forging technicians respectfully stepped aside. Let's go. Harlan was already waiting by the teleporter. Wherever Blazkowicz went, he would follow. Senna waved to them, indicating he would not be teleporting with them. His message delivered and mission successfully completed, the racing master preferred driving his anti-gravity motorcycle and enjoying the adrenaline rush of extreme speed over the intangible experience of teleportation. Queen Elisa's emerald eyes sparkled with tears as she helped King Noak into new clothes. It had been half a year since King Noak had summoned her, and her husband's current appearance was a stark contrast to the spirited man he had been a year ago. She did not understand, nor did she wish to delve into it. Men's affairs always had their reasons, and they would sacrifice everything for their ideals without hesitation. Yet, seeing King Noak's frail body stung her eyes and pained her heart, and her tears fell incessantly to the ground. Elise straightened King Noak's crown, giving the monarch his final dignity, and her hands brushed over his withered face as she asked heartbrokenly. This appearance of yours, no different from a dead man, isn't simple fatigue. What exactly are you resisting? King Noak's withered, lifeless eyes looked at his still beautiful wife, and he forced a faint smile. To Elise's surprise, Noak's branch-like hand rose and gently clasped hers, their bony fingers intertwining. Elise. Noak whispered, his voice slow and weak as it was squeezed from his throat. He was like a man walking in darkness, grasping at the last glimmer of light. Elise Klaus Noak. Amidst the torment of the gods, he was at his wit's end. Only his obsession, the thought of protecting everything, sustained his body. His wife, still beautiful before him, proved he had succeeded in focusing the gods' attention on one person. Hearing her husband's dreamlike call, Elise's heart shattered into countless pieces. She bit her lip, weeping silently, half sitting on the throne's armrest, tightly grasping Noak's hand, and cradling his head against her shoulder. Ennio is back. He can bear some of this for you. You can rest now. Ennio. Noak's body trembled. Hearing his son's name, he seemed to clear his head considerably, and turbid tears flowed from his eyes. He is not Ennio. That thing is not your child. Elisa's body stiffened abruptly, accompanied by a forcefully suppressed tremor. She knew her son was dead. Kissing her husband's head, which rested on her shoulder, she struggled to hold back the bitter sorrow in her heart, preventing her tears from overflowing. She never doubted her husband's words. Even though Noak's mind was tormented and his moments of clarity were few, she still deeply trusted all of his judgments. Help me up. My queen. King Noak struggled, pressing his arms against the throne to support his body. He was too weak to stand without assistance. In this final moment, the fate of the gods, the fate of the Novik family, and the fate of Argent Noor were about to converge here. Fate awaited humanity's challenge. The gods wished to manipulate everything to achieve their desired outcome. My queen, will you accompany me to the throne hall? Your king will be there to issue his final challenge to the ultimate killer of your son. Noak's standing figure trembled, unable even to support his own body, yet his declaration was as heroic and spirited as ever. Noak. Elise supported her husband's tottering body, the light in her emerald eyes piercing as she questioned him. Tell me, will you defeat the enemy? Her voice was still gentle, yet tinged with a hint of hatred. The gentle and kind queen had never wished for King Noak's victory as much as she did now. We will be victorious. Noak stroked Elisa's golden hair, as gently as before. He could not hide the truth from his wife, but we will not see the moment of victory. You and I are both cornerstones of that victory. Noak's words were very direct, he would achieve victory. Then I am relieved. Elisa's tears had dried. The bloodshot whites of her eyes, set against her green pupils, resembled burning emeralds. You will surely bring victory. The understanding between husband and wife told her that everything would be revealed in the throne hall, and the outcome decided there. And everything, including her life, was a cornerstone of that victory. Let's go. My king. They stood tall, chests out, hands clasped together. Amidst the escort of the throne's guards, they passed through the palace corridor towards the throne hall. Inside the throne hall, Isaac and Ennio also waited. The gods' gazes converged here, destinies intertwined here, and the outcome of the battle between humans and gods would be decided here. Though it was bright, sunny noon, the throne hall was shrouded in darkness, a chilling cold seeping into one's very bones. When Queen Elise appeared, supporting King Noak, all eyes focused on them. Noak lowered his head and whispered in Elise's ear, "Watch my glorious victory from the side. Your condition seems quite poor." Isaac was still as before, with a pale, gaunt face and an elegant, composed demeanor. Only his tone held a hint of disdain, his voice drawn out. "Great, King Noak. I am, of course, very well." Noak sat on the throne, though he needed his arms to support himself upright, his voice slow and weak, his imposing aura undiminished, still a man who can wield a weapon, not a dog kneeling on the ground. Isaac's expression flickered, then he smiled with resignation. He did not wish to debate further. Becoming a servant of the gods was something many believers yearned for but could not attain. Just as Noak despised his faith, Isaac similarly scorned the faithless. The Sentinels, foolishly believing in themselves, were unworthy of the gods' favor, unworthy of kneeling at the gods' feet to hear their teachings. "Father, Mother." Enio bowed, his voice and appearance unchanged, and his gestures were even more elegant and beautiful. No one on the royal dais responded to him. King Noak's turbid eyes were filled with sorrow, and Elise turned her head, unable to look at her son. From the moment she saw Enio, Elise was certain that the person standing there, with the same voice, face, and appearance as her son, was no longer the son she had raised word by word. Enio was not angered. He bowed again and stood to the side, a strange smile on his face. Deep within, a captive soul was in great pain. The keeper of secrets fully savored that regret and pain, it was reaching its peak. Is this all the people there are? Noak's gaze swept across the throne hall. 5 sentinels brought back by Enio, and 9 priests including Isaac, a total of 15 people. Ha, 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 ha. Isaac's throat emitted a broken, sharp laugh, like a madman confident of victory, acting brazenly before the king, his gaze sweeping over the guards in the throne hall. Enough. Everything is going according to plan. I don't think it's enough. King Noak sneered. Senna went to pick him up. The teleportation device will bring Blasphemous back soon. Everyone present knew of Blasphemous' power. He was an unrivaled existence, a strong individual who could instantly turn the tide of battle. The blood god had cast his heroic fighting spirit into the warp, and even demons were moved by his might. Ha, ha, ha. Isaac laughed even more unrestrainedly. Everything was progressing according to the Lord of Change's plan, everything was after the plan. Kill them. At the command of the Zinch cultist, the 5 sentinels, possessed by keepers of secrets, suddenly attacked the throne guards. The throne guards' attention was on the priests and their retinue, and they had no idea that the sentinels would attack them. In the guards' astonished eyes, at the priests' command, their former comrades erupted with ghostly speed, their dimensional lightblades piercing their bodies without hesitation. The guards in the throne hall were killed. 2 demon-possessed soldiers, their steel boots treading through blood, rushed up the royal dais. Lightblades were held against the king and queen's throats, controlling them with the fastest speed. He is exactly who I was waiting for. Isaac shrieked, as if venting, like a bird's long cry. At this moment, his composure and elegance vanished. He pulled up his robes and rushed to the throne in a few strides, his eyes filled with immense exhilaration. Please release the queen, she poses no threat. Isaac said to the possessed warrior, telling the demon to lower its spear. Looking at Noak, his face twisted, growing short blue feathers, his entire face immersed in fanaticism. His eyes became round bird's eyes, his fingers mutated into eagle claws, which he pressed against Noak's face, asking triumphantly, "You thought you could win. Every one of your thoughts, every flicker of your mind, is completely exposed to the gods' gaze. Your self-proclaimed game is merely a game where the gods want you to see hope, then extinguish it." At this moment, Isaac was no longer human, no longer the elegant high priest, but a monstrous bird covered in shimmering blue feathers. Throne guards. Please withdraw. Sharp, pointed claws pressed against Noak's temple, and human words came from its beak, threatening the guards rushing into the hall. Get out. King Noak slowly spoke, telling the guards to retreat to avoid unnecessary casualties. You're waiting for Blasphemous to save you. Waiting for him to make the right choice. Watching the guards exit the throne hall, having completely taken control of the situation, Isaac's slender neck swallowed excitedly. In a bird-like gurgle, he spoke of future plans and Noak's failure. You are truly foolish, Noak. You surrounded him with love, embraced him with love, but you also used love to create his weakness. Using you and Elise as leverage, he will surely submit to the gods, because he deeply loves you. Isaac released Noach, his robes trailing behind him, and slowly walked down the steps. He turned to look at the man who had the courage to play against the gods, a different kind of pity in his eyes. The gamble you thought you were playing, the gods used you as the stake. Keep a close eye on him, this man is very dangerous. The demon-possessed soldier nodded heavily, he knew the gods' plan, and now only the final step remained for success. Even a powerful keeper of secrets would not dare to act recklessly at such a critical juncture. His hand gripped the long spear, the light blade pressed against the human's neck, preventing any rash moves. Isaac's brow furrowed, then smoothed out. He disliked this, the tense, confrontational atmosphere was not elegant at all. He could use psionic spells or other means to control King Noach, who was now too weak to lift a sword. But Noach possessed a mysterious artifact, capable of even blocking the gods' gazes, with strong antipsionic capabilities. Violent methods were the most direct, most impactful, and most intimidating. The gods, in Noach's mind, monitored every flicker of his thoughts. King Noach was merely a pathetic wretch now. He wouldn't last much longer. He urged Blasphemous to return quickly to save him, hoping his son wouldn't disappoint him. Everything was under control, everything was according to plan. Isaac's joy at this moment surged irrepressibly from within. He paid no mind to the watchful guards outside the throne hall, instead looking up at the magnificent dome. The dome was carved with the Milky Way, symbolizing the Argent Nur people's never-forgotten desire to return to the stars. There were also some unpleasant things that made Isaac's feathered brow furrow. He disliked a corner of the painting, an inconspicuous corner within the grand mural. In the chaos after the mechanoids blockaded the planet, the original Sentinels formed an alliance, re-established a new order, and declared war on all of Argent Nur. Among those massacred mutants and psionic aberrants purged by the Sentinels, they constituted half of the planet's total population at the time. The last psionic group was driven below the third orbital pillar, and the Sentinels did not pursue them further. The glorious history of the Sentinels was the suffering history of the City of Truth. A ball of blue flame ignited on Isaac's fingertip. He flicked it, setting the dome alight, eliminating the disharmony in the painting. On this important day, at the moment when destiny was about to arrive, a priest of the City of Truth was wantonly shaming the honor of warriors in the throne hall of the Argentum. Why? With the help of the true gods, Isaac finally stood in the throne hall of the Argentum and asked the age-old question. The Novik family has never been merciful, why did you abandon the pursuit of psionics? This question had been festering in the hearts of the priests of the City of Truth for 1,000 years. Noach tilted his head back, moving his neck away from the light blade, and after a long period of recollection, slowly said, my ancestors realized the danger of psionics, cleansing all psionics, but they also saw the necessity of psionics. If we encounter enemies that require psionics to fight, you will be our last hope. In your mage tower, there should be a leather agreement tucked within the pages of a book. It's a secret agreement signed jointly by the first priest of the City of Truth and my ancestor. As he spoke, he suddenly paused, his cloudy eyes looking at Isaac. I just never imagined that the power meant to fight evil would prematurely side with evil. Noach's eyes held pity as he looked at the bird-like creature dressed in a magnificent priestly robe. He was merely a pitiful fool toyed with by the gods. You have also betrayed the original intention of the priests. They wanted to use the long passage of time to eliminate our hatred, hoping we could stand together against evil. His weak voice continued to narrate. Isaac gradually stood there stunned, the mutations on his body receding as he returned to human form. You are not skilled enough, you cannot understand the true meaning of the priests, and instead, you worship deities and have been corrupted by the forces of darkness. No, you won't shake my resolve. Isaac's pale face flushed with color, and flames of anger burst from his eyes. Our thousands of years of faith, we believe in the gods for revenge. Cough, thousands of years of believing in gods. Noach coughed, looking at the pitiful man below. Then why did only you receive a response from the gods? These words were like a thunderbolt, piercing Isaac's mind, making him dizzy and his pale face even paler, his body swaying for a moment. No, I don't believe it. Isaac's face was filled with horror, and he retreated step by step until he hit the stone pillar behind him, as if finding support. You won't shake my resolve. He remembered his teacher's last words on his deathbed. Those who believe in gods will ultimately have nothing. He had always thought that was his teacher's mockery of the Sentinels, a disdain for those who did not believe in truth. He had never thought it was a warning to himself. In King Noach's mind, the message transmitted by the true gods confirmed that he was not lying. Isaac could even feel, behind the veil of reality, the Lord of Change's pleasant mood, and excitement of a prank being revealed. The gods are testing the devotion of their followers, they want to see if, after the truth is revealed, the followers can withstand the test. The priest muttered to himself, using words to strengthen his inner resolve, suppressing his doubts about the gods. To prove his devotion, he knelt again, bowing his head to the ground 9 times, his tone even more resolute. I still offer my body and mind, prostrating myself without any regret. I have nothing left, only faith in the true gods. Inside the throne hall, Isaac's comical performance was like an intermission play arranged by the gods, entertaining them during the tedious wait for the main show. Traveler's Hall. The fixed teleportation device flickered with lightning, and after a dazzling white flash, Blazkowicz and Harlan appeared from the light of the teleportation. Blazkowicz opened his eyes, confirming he was back in the Argentum. A guard wearing white power armor, with the blue Novik family crest on his shoulder pads and a blue cape, hurried to meet him. My lord, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Although his facial expression was not visible, his hurried tone and restless movements made him seem very anxious. Captain, let's talk as we walk. Blazkowicz led the way to the throne hall. The royal decree he received stated that the first thing he should do upon returning was to go to the throne hall to see his father. Isaac and several traitorous guards, they have kidnapped the queen and the royal consort, and are waiting for you in the throne hall. The captain of the royal guard spoke quickly, gnashing his teeth as he did so. For thousands of years, no sentinels had betrayed the Novik family. He wished he could kill the traitors immediately to wash away the shame of the sentinels. Upon hearing this, Blazkowicz exchanged a glance with Harlan, and their pace quickened involuntarily. The development of the situation had gradually veered towards the unknown, and the dense fog would only be dispelled in the throne hall. Where is Ennio? The Lord is also in the throne hall. The guard captain deliberated, he was currently unsure what exactly was happening with the first prince. Rebellion in the Argentum was meaningless, the Sentinels was loyal to King Noach. Without a king's abdication or designation, usurpers had no legitimacy. The Sentinels would only charge forward, dismembering the usurpers to avenge their loyal king. The group strode swiftly, taking a fast vehicle to the throne hall. No one could manage the situation now. Where is Flano Novik? Harlan asked in confusion in the car. At such a critical moment, the second prince was nowhere to be found. I don't know. The guard captain shook his head, equally puzzled. Only King Noach knows the second prince's whereabouts. A few minutes later, Blazkowicz, accommodating the speed of the other two, finally arrived in front of the throne hall. Don't make any rash moves. Isaac wiped away the blood from his forehead, his wound already healed. He felt the tremor in Noach's thoughts and issued a sharp warning. Inside the throne hall, the sentinels possessed by the Keeper of Secrets pressed the light blade in his hand even closer to Noach's neck. Because Blazkowicz's combat power was too strong, they had to make him wary. The invisible chains forged by the love between King Noach and Queen Elise were stronger than any steel, enough to suppress Blazkowicz's power. It seemed everything was decided. Blazkowicz was like a butterfly caught in a spider's web, and the gods awaited his surrender. The moment Blazkowicz's figure appeared at the throne hall's door, all eyes, human and demonic, were drawn to that tall figure. The Keeper of Secrets' great demon was fully focused, watching his every tiny movement, not daring to shift his attention. In such a tense moment, time seemed to slow down considerably because of that man's appearance. Blazkowicz's vision was blocked by the door. The first person to appear in his line of sight was Elise, safe and sound. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. As his gaze gradually approached the throne, Blazkowicz suddenly heard a sharp shriek. No. 1 comments 0 vote. Death. Before Blazkowicz's steel boots could even make a sound, a roar filled with infinite surprise and fear echoed through the throne hall. Isaac, who was monitoring King Noach's thoughts, sensed the terrifying idea. He was terrified, deeply afraid of the horrible idea that King Noach was about to put into action. The man sitting on the throne, with a blade of light at his throat, smiled with relief. The moment the demon's attention shifted to Blazkowicz, he made a decisive move without hesitation. His body, decaying like a withered tree, erupted with a surge of power, a power that had accumulated for a long time, a power he was ready to unleash for the idea that had just appeared in his mind. Noach didn't see his son's full figure, only half of his majestic, powerful, and defiant posture, and he smiled with relief. He finally saw that his son possessed the strength to resist the gods and to command the sentinels. Using his last reserves of strength, before Blazkowicz could fully comprehend, Noak's neck was torn open, and dark red, defiled blood gushed from the smooth wound. The sentinels possessed by the demon recoiled his blade of light in horror, but saw Noak smiling at him. Thank you. The king's lips moved, silently expressing his gratitude, thanking the demon for helping him complete his final act. The demon frantically withdrew his spear. Blood sprayed from Noak's artery, like scattering crimson diamonds, shimmering with an eternal, crystalline brilliance. Isaac choked. This scene terrified him so much that he assumed his half-human, half-demon form. In his panic, he silently chanted a spell. He wanted to reverse time again, just as he had done with Ennio, to prevent this horrifying scene. The Lord of Change responded to him. Before the incantation was even finished, the magic of time reversal had already been activated. The blood, still suspended in the air, those dust motes within the radiance, began to retreat along their original paths. The light of life returned, flowing back into King Noak's gradually dying body. Isaac shed tears, tears of joy at having salvaged everything. But in his joy, he subconsciously overlooked one person, the man who appeared at the entrance of the throne hall, the focus of all eyes. Blazkowicz's mind was considering the possibility of negotiation. The city of truth taking hostages was nothing more than an attempt to bargain. Seeing Elise unharmed, he felt a slight relaxation. As his gaze gradually moved past the obstacles, he saw a sight that brought his extraordinary mind to a halt. A large hand, named Terror, pierced Blazkowicz's tough, bullet-resistant body and seized his heart. He saw his beloved father, his throat cut by the traitor's blade. No! A roar tore through the air, a deafening cry of grief and indignation, yet it was only astonishment, eyes wide, watching this horrifying scene unfold unstoppably. Blazkowicz felt a sense of helplessness. His lightning-fast brain had crashed, and the power surging within his extraordinary body could not prevent the terrible images his eyes were seeing. Like a mortal, excessive sorrow drove his instincts. He instinctively rushed towards the throne, wanting to support his father's slowly falling body. Time began to flow backward. Before Isaac could feel a sense of relief, a tall figure burst into the throne hall. He was so unstoppable that, to the priest's horrified expressions, he shattered the time spell with a single step, making everything irreversible. Blazkowicz was too powerful. As one of the few powerful entities in the universe, his timeline could not be shaken, nor easily reversed. Even if a chaos god personally intervened, it would be difficult to hastily reverse the linear flow of reality's time, to make time constantly rewind until they achieved their desired outcome. Once a choice was made, it could never be changed. Especially for powerful entities, their choices influenced the course of history, affecting the destinies of too many people, leaving no room for regret. It's over. Isaac despairingly closed his eyes. The tears welling from his eyes were no longer joyful, only endless regret remained. The moment Blazkowicz stepped into the throne hall, past history was etched, remaining in the eternal memory of the universe until the moment of its entropy. It could not be erased, could not be reversed. Behind the veil of reality, in the warp, Zincha's body transformed into countless arms, celebrating the occurrence of a massive change. Blazkowicz's destiny had changed, not following the path planned by the gods. Instead, due to immortal schemes, he embarked on a different path. He gesticulated wildly, reveling in change, in impermanence, in the constant yet inconstant nature of destiny. The scene before them unfolded within a single second, yet it felt as if centuries had passed. In this insignificant, unreal second in the universe, the fate of the real universe underwent countless changes. Those superfluous destinies, waiting for Blazkowicz to choose, completely vanished with King Noak's death, and destiny was brought to a conclusion. In the instant of his death, King Noak pruned the wrongly grown branches from the tree of destiny for his son. No. When everyone in the throne hall heard Blazkowicz's grief-stricken roar. That intensely painful roar even pierced the essence of the Keeper of Secrets' great demon, forcing them to manifest their unclean demonic bodies from within the sentinels' forms. Demons. The moment the demonic entities appeared, his sorrow and indignation found a target. The demons had killed his father. Blazkowicz's killing intent surged from his grief, taking on a tangible form, like countless sharp blades in space, locking down all of the demons' movements. His desperate movements were so fast that he appeared before his enemies before his mind could even register it. Cherish Hellbane materialized, and before it could fully steady itself, an iron fist smashed into its head, knocking off its ram's horn crown along with it. The demonic weapon in its hand was snatched away. A shield, imbued with savage power, bisected a keeper of secrets, and a twin-bladed sword pierced a Slanesh great demon. Trailing afterimages, the Slanesh great demon, proud of its speed, couldn't even clearly see the afterimages before being kicked into fragments and sent back to the warp. Before his father's blood could even touch the ground, and while the demonic soldier was still stunned, Blazkowicz's unstoppable fist arrived, carrying with it the intent to kill. The Sentinel's power armor was like paper before his absolute strength. A punch to its chest shattered the power armor, and the body inside, along with the armor fragments, was violently forced out through its back. The Keeper of Secrets' great demon's dying gaze was filled with extreme astonishment. It couldn't understand why the young god was so powerful and it was so fragile. Even without the existence of the warp, the ritual array inscribed on its body should have given it some power to resist. By the time the humans and demons in the throne hall reacted, a massacre had concluded, and Blazkowicz came to his father's side. Father. As the surrounding demons returned to the warp, Ennio's expression changed, and he cried out, rushing towards the throne. Harlan, in the brief moment Blazkowicz rushed to the throne, had a clear view of the situation in the throne hall. He should have rushed to protect Queen Elise, but a strong physical instinct told him that Blazkowicz's side was where he needed to be. Father. Kneeling on one knee before the throne, those large hands that had slain great demons as easily as chickens trembled helplessly, not knowing where to place themselves. His voice was choked with sobs, his tiger-like eyes filled with mist. Finally, his trembling hand covered his father's neck, trying to staunch the blood that seeped through his fingers, carrying life along with it. One hand supported the frail body, preventing him from falling from the throne. In the inevitable moment of death, King Noak's body relaxed instead. He felt incredibly weak, yet so real. In his final moments, the gods departed from his mind, granting a father the right to bid farewell to his son. I am proud of you. His lips moved, his severed throat unable to produce sound, but he smiled and mouthed a simple farewell before peacefully closing his eyes. Blazkowicz's body trembled violently, his mind a blank. It felt like a long time before he realized the irreversible fact of his father's death. No. No. His palms pressed harder, wanting to force the gushing blood and vitality back into the body, but it was futile. For the first time, Blazkowicz felt a profound helplessness. The power capable of challenging the gods could not save a mortal's life. His eyes could not hold back the torrent of tears, and painful tears streamed down his face as Blazkowicz looked at his father. He hadn't seen his son achieve great deeds, hadn't seen the people of Argent Nur leave Argent Nur, and the thousand-year-old ideal he carried had yet to be realized. Blazkowicz's grief was uncontrollable, his body trembled, and his angry eyes were bloodshot. Boom. Thunder rumbled in the clear sky, and blood-red lightning flashed out of nowhere. The excessive grief of a powerful entity had forcibly torn open the barrier between reality and the warp, drawing a resonance from the Sea of Souls. Blazkowicz picked up his father, only to find his body terrifyingly light. His bloodshot eyes turned to Isaac, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "I'll slaughter." Before he could finish speaking, Blazkowicz felt a sense of weakness in his body. He looked down and saw a dagger plunged into his waist. Looking back, his elder brother withdrew his arm. His familiar face was a mix of joy and sorrow. Half his face showed an eerie excitement and pleasure, while the other half was a twisted, distorted expression of regret and pain. A silver rune dagger, adorned with blue magic lines and inlaid with red, purple, and green gems, was plunged into Blazkowicz's back from his lower waist. His brother, whom he had never guarded against, delivered the most insidious strike. When King Noak was killed, the Keeper of Secrets, possessing Ennio, used a sorrowful, father, and the original owner's soul aura to deceive the anxious Blazkowicz. At the crucial moment, it used the divine artifact bestowed by the four gods to stab Blazkowicz in the lower back. The rune dagger vanished, an entity condensed from the pure malice of the four gods, carrying the concepts they imbued, and surged into Blazkowicz's body. His murderous face froze in bewilderment, his eyes wide in surprise, as if questioning, "Why, my brother?" The priests joined forces to erect a psionic barrier, blocking the throne hall guards from entering, buying time. Seeing the Keeper of Secrets' successful sneak attack, Isaac suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The plot arranged by the Lord of Change should not have unfolded this way. King Noak should have lived, and continued to live. He and Queen Elise were the strongest chains, meant to bind Blazkowicz with their love and bring him back to the City of Truth. Noak's perfectly timed performance had completely transformed Blazkowicz's previously unknown attitude towards the four gods into hatred. Fortunately, the Keeper of Secrets possessing Enio succeeded. The rune dagger created by the four gods in its hand helped the demon maintain its form amidst Blazkowicz's roar, and Enio's soul helped the demon evade detection, striking Blazkowicz at the critical moment. The divine artifact, personally forged by the four gods, would plunge Blazkowicz's body into a weakened state, making it easier for the psionic teleportation ritual to take him away. As long as he returned to the City of Truth, there was still a chance to salvage everything. Isaac stood in place, chanting magic spells with the priests, preparing for long-distance teleportation. The throne hall was very unsafe. The guards outside would quickly breach the barrier, so they had to leave quickly. Harlan and the guards were being held back by the Keeper of Secrets, and the guards needed to rescue the Queen, which would buy enough time. The four gods ritual would continuously corrupt him, using endless time to wear down Blazkowicz until he submitted to their feet. Blazkowicz stared in shock at Enio's twisted face, a mix of sorrow and pain, yet tinged with a strange pleasure, forming a bizarre half-crying, half-smiling expression. When the silver rune dagger pierced his body, it transformed into a mottled mercury, flowing deep into his body through the wound. An extreme sense of weakness came over him. Blazkowicz knelt on one knee to avoid falling, his remaining strength insufficient even to hold his frail father in his arms. An overwhelming sense of weakness swept through his entire body. Although the four gods could not shake Blazkowicz's will, they were eroding his flesh through the divine artifact. Harm not my lord. With a furious roar, Harlan, holding his spear, forced back Enio's hand reaching for Blazkowicz, the glowing blade pointing directly at the traitor, his face filled only with scorn and killing intent. Blazkowicz's mind was ringing, the world in his eyes began to spin, alarms blared from all over his body, and all his functions began to disorder. He could clearly feel a strong magical curse weakening him, and two different viruses had entered his body. The toxins marched through his blood vessels like 10,000 ants, every nerve screaming sharp warnings. Every cell in his body was resisting a powerful, devouring virus, and various immune systems were fighting the virus at a microscopic level. There was also another type of toxin that began to paralyze his nervous system, disrupting his various senses, bringing infinite fatigue and sensory lag. Gasping for breath, Blazkowicz tried to expel the discomforts, and the viruses and immune systems in his body were evolving. The two sides seemed to be engaged in a tug of war within his body, attacking fiercely, neither able to eliminate the other. Along with the confusion of his reason and bodily functions, an infinite rage surged up, destroying the dam built by his sanity. Blazkowicz knew it was fake. It was the blood god attempting to control his anger and seize his soul. In a flash, the situation in the throne hall reversed again. Blazkowicz temporarily lost his ability to resist, and the priests chanted spells to erect a psionic barrier, blocking the throne guards from entering. Before the psionic barrier rose, only two people followed Blazkowicz into the throne hall. Harlan's spear thrust out, parrying Enio's defiled arm, the flashing spear phantom building an unbreakable wall between the two. No one could approach Blazkowicz before he fell. The throne guard captain charged towards the queen, his guard halberd incomparably domineering, his full wrath needed an outlet. Shameful traitors. Under the very noses of the throne guards, they had abducted members of the royal family and killed the king they protected. Let her go. Scum. The guard captain's roar was like thunder, his cloak swirling behind him, carrying a furious rage as he charged towards the queen, whom a priest was about to grab. Elise stood there, numb with grief, not noticing the priest approaching from behind her. From her husband's lips, she learned of her eldest son's death, and then watched her husband die before her eyes. The monster manipulating Enio's body had wounded her youngest son, and the tragedy of brother fighting brother unfolded before the throne. This series of painful shocks made the strong woman totter, standing there in a daze. Her emerald eyes were clouded with ash, her once elegantly tied long hair falling over her shoulders, as if all vitality had been drained from her in an instant. She wore a long blue dress, her pale face numb from excessive grief. She was like a lone boat in a storm, ready to be swallowed by the surging waves of emotion at any moment. The guard captain's roar made Elise's body tremble slightly, awakening her from her grief. After understanding the situation on the field, she made her judgment. The queen saw the captain charging towards her, shook her head gently at him, and pointed a finger at Blazkowicz, who was propping himself up with his hands, trying to stand again. Go help him. Elise didn't speak, but used simple lip reading to order the throne guard to save her son. HMPH. With another muffled roar, the guard captain, having received his orders, did not hesitate, faithfully executing the queen's command. The restraint technique of sudden breaking instantly erupted, blood mist bursting from the armor's seams. His body completed a 90-degree right turn in a straight charge, swinging his halberd to support the champion swordsman. Harlan's spear shaft pressed against his left arm, the glowing blade pointing directly at Ennio, without the slightest concession. Imposter. Face me. The champion swordsman's attacks were fast and fierce, devoid of fancy techniques, all stemming from a powerful inner intuition. The spear's thrusts repeatedly struck the Keeper of Secrets' great demon's critical vital points, preventing it from getting close to Blazkowicz. The Keeper of Secrets, possessing Ennio, felt a disharmony in its body at this critical moment, which required its full concentration. The original owner of this body, a sealed soul carrying pain and sorrow, was constantly assailing the inner lock, attempting to regain control of the body. Facing the white-armored warrior before it, the Keeper of Secrets' great demon felt a pressure. It was surprised, even without the support of a sorcerer's ritual, it shouldn't be so weak as to be suppressed by a mortal warrior. Its practiced techniques began to show countless flaws, forcing it to retreat repeatedly, gradually moving away from Blazkowicz. However, it was not worried. The priest's ritual was about to take shape, and the combined psionic teleportation magic would transport everything here to the City of Truth. This way, the four gods' will would still be executed, and taking Blazkowicz was the primary objective. Harlan was equally anxious. He repeatedly forced back the demon disguised as Ennio, but couldn't defeat it head-on, while the magic ritual outlined on the floor became increasingly clear. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Blazkowicz's skin color constantly changing, resisting the toxins in his body, and spitting out black blood. Harlan felt like cursing. If he had killed the priests earlier, they wouldn't be in such a passive situation now. Although he thought this, Harlan also understood. Blazkowicz couldn't have known that his brother was a demon in disguise, and that it would deliver a critical blow that affected the battle. Go! Just as he was anxious, a booming roar came from behind, and at the most critical moment, the guard captain arrived. With a tearing whoosh through the air, a great halberd was thrown by the captain, piercing through a priest with immense force and pinning him to the ground. The psionic barrier, due to the loss of personnel, showed a momentary flaw, swaying unstably. Isaac dared not act rashly. The consequences of stopping the spell were even more dire. They would be besieged by the sentinels. The guard captain's steps did not falter as he charged towards the royal traitor. He was prepared for sacrifice. Harlan seized the fleeting opportunity. He swept his long spear, forcing Ennio back, then bent down, entrusting his back to the guard captain, and grabbed Blazkowicz's waist buckle. Shameful traitor. Await our vengeance. The guard captain did not activate his protective force field, allowing a longsword to pierce his body, and in the traitor's shocked eyes, his power armor went to full output. Clutching Ennio tightly. Up. Harlan exerted force abruptly, the power armor's servo motors whirring, and he lifted Blazkowicz by his waist belt, throwing him out of the magic circle's range. The throne guards waiting outside the psionic magic circle carried Blazkowicz away quickly. Taking one last look at Queen Elise in the distance, Harlan raised his hand to his chest, showing the highest respect to the queen. He leapt through the gap, jumping out of the psionic magic circle, and coldly looked at the terrified and unwilling Isaac, raising his middle finger. Screw you, sorcerer. As the light from the ground rose, flashing with psionic lightning, everything in the throne hall vanished. King Noak's corpse, Queen Elise, and all the traitors and priests were gone. Harlan took off his helmet and slumped to the ground, breathing deeply the air of the Argentum. Everything happened too fast. In less than 5 seconds, he had made too many choices and endured immense psychological pressure. 1 comments 0 vote. Dire circumstances. King Noak's body was taken away, Queen Elise was abducted, the first prince betrayed them, the second prince vanished, and Blazkowicz's condition was even more dire. The Argentum currently had no one to take charge. Fortunately, the throne guards had sealed off the news, so the upheaval in the throne hall had not spread, and the lives of the populace remained stable. The Argentum had suffered a great humiliation. Once the news leaked, the fierce populace would feel deeply humiliated, and gathering some retired veterans, they would dare to attack the City of Truth. Harlan's face was grim. He stood with his arms crossed over his long spear, leaning against the entrance of the medical hall, waiting and watching medical attendants go in and out. He had been driven out of the infirmary, and it was a rare moment of peace. Blazkowicz had been carried in 30 minutes ago, and all the healers' methods had been tried, yet they struggled to eliminate his poisoning reaction. Even an ancient and precious relic, the panacea, that cured all diseases, was used, but it only temporarily stabilized the poisoning before the symptoms reappeared. The potent poison in him seemed to possess a self-awareness, constantly evolving and adapting. It formed a prolonged standoff with the continuous surge of vitality from his body. The intervention of external forces would instead be attacked and expelled from their battlefield by both his immune system and the toxins. Harlan remained silent, his face grim, as Blazkowicz's bodily functions gradually weakened under the tug of war between his immune system and the toxins. Before long, his body, with its depleted functions, was bound to succumb to death. With the Argentum leaderless, those scoundrels from the City of Truth would never miss such a golden opportunity. King Noak and Queen Elise, who had been taken, would definitely be used by them to create a major stir. Harlan suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion, and his usually unwavering heart showed a rare sense of confusion. He was an invincible warrior, facing enemies and fighting was his duty. Now, the matters he needed to consider far exceeded a warrior's responsibilities. How should the sentinels stationed outside be arranged? Where was the future of the Argentum headed? Sensing that the atmosphere around him was off, Harlan suddenly looked up, and the heavy stone in his heart finally settled a little. A man in a blue civilian robe, wearing a royal signet ring on his left hand, with fluffy brown hair slightly curled, like a vigorous lion, was approaching the medical hall. Escorted by throne guards, the long-absent second prince, Flano Novik, walked with an anxious expression. Flano was in a hurry, walking at the forefront of the procession, heavily protected by the throne guards. They had already lost their king and queen, the first prince had defected, and the third prince was in critical condition. They dared not let the only remaining royal member suffer another accident. His emerald eyes, inherited from Elise, reflected Harlan, who was leaning in the wind, deep in thought. Flano, disregarding monarch subject etiquette, quickly walked towards his subject. He had just woken from a stasis field, and there was a vague command in his mind. His father had given him a task, asking him to enter a stasis field and sleep until the moment he woke up. He didn't know when that would be before, but now he did. The moment his father's heart stopped beating, the stasis field automatically disengaged, waking him from the motionless sleep pod. Then the throne guards explained to him everything that had happened in the outside world during his sleep. Flano understood that his father had put him into a time-suspended sleep precisely to prevent the current situation. Find the fastest mount. The second prince was gentle, although his expression was anxious, his voice remained as warm and smooth as jade when facing the current situation. With a simple command, Flano nodded to the champion swordsman, then passed him, entering the medical hall with his guards. Harlan's eyes lit up, and his previously gloomy face finally showed a hint of relief. An instruction implies a plan, and the royal family's methods are endless. Perhaps there is a way to stabilize Blazkowicz's condition. The fastest mount. The champion swordsman barely had to think, he shouldered his long spear and headed for the armory. His good brother, Senna, had some private treasures. In his private armory, an anti-gravity motorcycle was parked, a wild beast capable of reaching 5 times the speed of sound in the turbulent atmosphere below 100 meters. Flano, wearing strict protective measures, followed the medical attendants into the medical room. He somewhat understood why Harlan was standing at the entrance, not waiting nearby. The entire medical hall was now completely sealed off to prevent the leakage of the virus. The healers had strictly assessed the danger of the virus on Blazkowicz and were rigorously preventing any leakage. Only Blazkowicz's powerful body could endure it. For an ordinary sentinels, infection would have meant instant death. The terrifying life-devouring virus would consume all vitality from the infected, leaving behind a pile of worthless inorganic ash. This life-devouring virus was specifically designed to deal with transcendent life, making the infected experience the horror of their vitality being devoured bit by bit in despair, suffering until the moment of death. Flano looked at his brother on the joined beds, gasping violently, resisting the life-devouring virus within him. His majestic body frequently convulsed, veins beneath his skin twisted like snakes, and his skin changed color between bluish-purple and healthy. Blazkowicz continuously vomited a tar-like black substance, and his skin on his limbs kept cracking, discharging ugly, putrid, tumor-like lumps. In his neural network, purple phosphorescence constantly lit up, and symbols of curses continuously appeared on the surface of his skin. Despite this, there was no pain in his blood-red eyes, only intense hatred and defiance. My brother. Seeing his brother suffering, Flano's voice choked. His protected hand gripped Blazkowicz's large hand, wanting to give him strength. Sir, please be careful. The healer carefully reminded him. The virus in Lord Blazkowicz's flesh and blood only infects through wounds. You are safe with your protective gear. However, the toxins in his nervous system will paralyze the infected person's nervous system, and it is unknown if they are transmissible. And the curse. The royal Psyker master had long been summoned, attempting to lift the curse on Blazkowicz, but he shook his head helplessly. We are powerless. This powerful curse, weakening Lord Blazkowicz's will and body, has gone beyond the scope of psychic abilities, almost becoming a concept and a rule. Blazkowicz, lying on the bed, seemed to hear them. His arm trembled, and he shook off Flano's hand. Flano clenched his fist. He knew his brother could perceive his surroundings. His consciousness was very clear, clearly enduring pain and torment beyond comprehension. He did not yield to the pain in the slightest, not even a soft groan. Healer. Flano's face was like iron, his voice trembling. Prepare Blazkowicz for long-distance transport. But Sir Blazkowicz's body is currently collapsing. Any external factor could worsen his condition. The healer, out of professional duty, quickly explained to the prince. Then can you save him? Flano didn't say much more, his emerald eyes fixed on him, asking the simple, crucial question. The healer no longer hesitated, immediately calling medical attendants to custom-make a coffin for Blazkowicz using shapeshifting gel. When everyone worked together to push Blazkowicz out of the medical hall, Harlan retrieved the mount and waited outside. Champion swordsman. While the others were strapping Blazkowicz's coffin onto the vehicle, Flano called Harlan aside to give him instructions. Flano gestured for the Psyker master to set up a barrier, then, with a solemn expression, took a spherical orb from his robe and presented it to Harlan. A light gray sphere, with a jade-like texture, its surface intricately carved with complex lines. It was seamless, possessing a natural beauty, without any signs of artificial processing. Harlan frowned when he saw the orb. He felt as if he had seen it somewhere before but couldn't quite recall. Take it. Flano placed the orb into Harlan's hand. Follow its guidance, perhaps it can lead you to a way to save Blazkowicz. What is this? Harlan weighed it. The jade-like sphere seemed to have no mass, appearing heavy but surprisingly light. I don't know either. Flano shook his head. He truly didn't know the specific function of the orb. His father had only instructed that if Blazkowicz met with an accident, following the orb's guidance might provide a solution. Perhaps. Harlan murmured to himself, a sense of resignation rising in his heart. Even members of the royal family weren't 100% certain. Hurry and depart. Flano had the Psyker master remove the barrier, urging Harlan to leave quickly. Blazkowicz's life is in your hands. With such trust placed on his shoulders, Harlan nodded solemnly, quickly mounted the motorcycle, and set off. Summon the ministers. Watching Harlan leave, Flano's worried expression changed, becoming fiercely resolute. We need to discuss opening the ancient armory. When my brother returns, we will have our revenge. Harlan sped across the wasteland on an anti-gravity motorcycle, with Blazkowicz's coffin strapped to it, leaving the heavily guarded main domain. Follow its guidance. He looked puzzled, turning the jade orb in his hand, seemingly finding nothing unusual. Gripping the orb, he slowly applied pressure as Flano had instructed. Hiss. When the pressure reached a critical point, the orb finally reacted. The complex patterns on its surface transformed into golden lines, floating in the air and circling the sphere. After the golden lines appeared, the orb seemed to gain a mind of its own, hovering in the air and maintaining the same speed as the anti-gravity motorcycle. Its jade surface cracked open, and a fine, mercury-like gray liquid flowed out, forming a gray map marked with a route. Harlan's eyes lit up, and he quickly pinpointed his location on the map, twisting the throttle and speeding away. What he didn't know was that the moment the orb activated, the gods in the warp, who were observing the universe, lost sight of Blazkowicz and him. The two seemed to be enveloped, completely vanishing from the real universe, leaving no trace. Is it really all right? The young Slanesh used his tongue as a pen, completing the demon true names of Cherish and the other keepers of secrets. They had been banished back to the warp by Blazkowicz, part of their demon essence stolen, and even part of their true names erased. He looked at Korn, his eternal nemesis. The blood god had been the first to encounter Blazkowicz, and surely knew he possessed the authority of a true god, capable of erasing demon true names. But he said nothing, never mentioning this terrifying ability. Blazkowicz had not yet fully matured. If he awakened his ability, he could completely erase demon true names, causing demons to vanish permanently from the timeline. To some extent, he could even threaten the gods themselves. How many demons died was irrelevant to the chaos gods, and the Prince of Pleasure didn't care either. Threatening the gods was also irrelevant. Gods never cared. The question was now, how had Blasphemous vanished from their sight, escaping the gods' gaze? That ancient artifact has obscured our vision. Tzeentch was in high spirits. Noak's mortal wisdom had brought him the surprise of change. Now Blasphemous had vanished from sight again. What kind of surprise would he bring? He truly looked forward to his reappearance. Nurgle chuckled good-naturedly beside him, in a very pleasant mood, also unconcerned about the vanished Blasphemous. He felt his children constantly evolving within Blasphemous' body, humans and viruses endlessly struggling and evolving to survive. Interpreting the greatness of life. It was truly wonderful. Khorne cared even less. His gaze lingered in the warp, observing the bloodthirster banished by Blasphemous, and Scarbrand, that traitor. The blood god was training his army, preparing for the next exhilarating battle. Watching his divine brethren engrossed in their respective authorities, the Prince of Pleasure toyed with his fingernails, lazily reminding them, the Primarch you value has already stood against the gods. Just like that. The Prince of Pleasure's tone was languid. He pondered for a moment, but still didn't speak his name, instead exhaling a cloud of purple mist that condensed into the likeness of the Emperor. Boring. Tzeentch instantly lost interest. His vacant gaze, filled with the disdain he reserved for Chaos Spawn, swept over the Prince of Pleasure's languid form, then he departed. He had no interest in explaining to the youngest god. Humans have humanity, gods have divinity. The two cannot be equated. Humans clash due to opposition, gods clash due to differing authorities. But one must understand, gods are immortal, eternal, and never fall. All the thoughts of intelligent beings cannot be used to measure the actions of gods. The struggles and schemes displayed by gods are merely what the gods wish to display. The opposition between gods is merely an entertainment segment in the great game, a necessary existence that guides destiny to its ultimate conclusion. The struggles of gods in the warp are a boring pastime, and their meddling in the mortal world is merely a fleeting whim to watch ants tear each other apart. What if Blasphemous becomes a god? What if that god in human skin ascends? It just means 2 more players at the game table, making the great game more interesting, and 2 more chess players in the warp. Moreover, they have not yet become gods, they are manipulated by the gods like ants. Only by becoming a god or near god do they have the qualification to oppose them. The current Blasphemous is far from enough. Khorne and Nurgle likewise cast contemptuous glances at the Prince of Pleasure, their consciousness returning to their own divine domains. As the youngest god, he still didn't quite understand the meaning of the great game. Everything is meaningless, everything has meaning. In this great game, the more players involved, the better, so the gods can enjoy themselves more. What is Blasphemous erasing a few demons? The demons in the warp are endless. What if he escapes the gods' sight? He will appear one day. Temporarily deviating from the gods' plans is irrelevant. Before he is on par with a god, countless plans await him. Of course, the gods love Blasphemous. Khorne deeply loves the warrior he values. Tzeentch anticipates the surprises brought by his unpredictable fate. Nurgle likes his struggling vitality, and the Prince of Pleasure enjoys everything. It is precisely because of love that they meticulously plot to obtain him. As for opposition, the gods are even happier, it brings more fun, and they love him even more. Harlan, of course, didn't know that 4 gods in the warp were watching him. Following the map's guidance, he drove the anti-gravity motorcycle all the way to his final destination, the Crystal Mountains. The most mysterious existence on Argent Newer, the Crystal Mountains had existed for tens of millions of years, long before humans colonized the planet. Multiple main mountain ranges stretched majestically across Argent Newer, seemingly without end. The early human settlers discovered its uses but knew little about how it was formed. It was like a gift from the universe, allowing any intelligent life that discovered it to use it and unleash its potential. The null crystal seemed inexhaustible, and indeed it was. Its special structure absorbed various cosmic rays, then, through a mysterious conversion, increased its physical mass. The map pointed deep into the mountains, and Harlan had to slow down as he navigated the ravines between the crystal mountains. Excessive compression of crystals in the mountains could cause a unique disappearance phenomenon. Reality was like a mirror, already cut by the crystal's radiance, but its 2-dimensional thickness made it difficult to detect. Those who crashed into it faced two outcomes. Either they were severed by a dimensional rift, still allowing for the reassembly of a fragmented body, or they were completely swallowed by the rift, exiled to an unknown alternate dimension. Sweat dripped constantly from Harlan's forehead. The power armor's servo system automatically adjusted humidity, preventing the inside of the armor from becoming sticky. If it weren't for the gray liquid of the orb, which had a detection function, he would have been sliced into pieces by the constantly refracting crystal light. He was thankful for his good luck, not encountering a crystal symbiote, Argent Noor's top predator. Who? Just as he was thinking, luckily, a long, drawn-out cry, like the clear ringing of colliding crystals, suddenly came. Damn it! Harlan cursed under his breath. He didn't even need to look back to know what had targeted him. The Crystal Hunter Hawk, the apex predator inhabiting the Crystal Mountains. It was a magnificent and unique life form, entirely composed of the purest null crystal, its body size completely unknown. The Hunter Hawk was not a three-dimensional creature. Its majestic body shifted between multiple dimensions, and when its body unfolded in 3 dimensions, its size was entirely dependent on its will. It could be hundreds of meters large, eclipsing the sky, or as small as a human fingernail. It was immune to damage from 3 or 4 dimensions and could even perform short-distance dimensional jumps for rapid predation. Humans in the Golden Age used forbidden weapons against this dangerous creature from Argent Noor, but it ultimately survived on Argent Noor. Humans admitted their failure, and because the Hunter Hawk would not leave its territory, the two coexisted. Harlan didn't look back. The orb's gray mercury constantly reminded him of the Hunter Hawk's position. It was swooping towards him. Its hunt was silent and unstoppable. The Hunter Hawk traveled in other unknown dimensions, and what was seen in the three-dimensional world was merely a projection. The weapon in his hand was useless. The only thing he could do now was abandon the vehicle. In a relatively open gap, Harlan lowered his altitude, flipped the motorcycle, decisively threw Blasphemous from the air, and abandoned the vehicle to escape. After he left the vehicle, a pair of blue crystal talons pierced through the anti-gravity motorcycle, silently like overlapping illusions. The motorcycle and the Hunter Hawk vanished together from the three-dimensional universe. Harlan watched the motorcycle disappear, feeling sorry for Senna before he landed. After landing, he rolled a few times on the ground, dragging Blaskewitz's gelatinous coffin. The destination was not far. The servo motors whined. Harlan had never felt Blaskewitz's tall body to be such a burden as he did now. He could only drag him, not carry Blaskewitz, which greatly slowed him down. Who? The magnificent Hunter Hawk reappeared, its crystal feathers reflecting colorful light, staring intently at Harlan, slowly dragging himself across the ground. No. To be precise, it was staring at Blaskewitz inside the transparent coffin. Harlan's face turned pale. He could only pull out his spear and ignite its energy blade. He truly felt a sense of despair now. A despair from within, an unachievable powerlessness. Relax, young man. It's just curious about the person in the coffin. A strange voice rang out, seemingly magical, dispelling his fear and calming Harlan's inner unease. He turned his head and saw a talking giant toad standing in front of a crystal cave. The bipedal toad brought a strong impact to Harlan. Though it lacked the appearance of an intelligent creature, it exuded an indescribable profundity and mystery. It had a corpulent belly and wore a black robe embroidered with intricate golden patterns, with mysterious and luxurious jewels hanging around its neck. Its form was indeed that of a standing toad, yet its body was covered in fine scales. Come back, they mean no harm. The toad extended its webbed hand, signaling the Crystal Hunter Hawk to descend from the air, landing steadily on its shoulder. The Crystal Hunter Hawk obeyed its command, standing on its shoulder, shaking its head and looking at Blaskewitz with its crystalline eyes. Harlan was deeply shocked. The Crystal Hunter Hawk was the toad's pet. He gripped his weapon and cautiously asked, "Who are you? I can save him." The toad did not answer. Its lazily drooping eyelids swept over Harlan, and the human language it spoke from its wide mouth was calm and peaceful. With a wave of its hand, the jade orb returned to its grasp, as if to its true owner. Follow me. As it turned and moved forward, the crystals seemed to come alive, automatically parting to create a phosphorescent blue passage. Harlan dragged Blaskewitz, carefully following it into the passage, vigilantly observing every refraction in the cave. You don't need to be too careful. I have no intention of harming you, and it's very safe here. The toad's peaceful voice came from ahead, soothing Harlan's caution. The voice truly had a magical quality, causing Harlan to let go of the Sentinel's eternal vigilance, and gradually follow it deeper into the cave. At the end of the cave was a spacious room with a bed and various cabinets, filled with strange creations. Most striking was a large yellow clay crucible bubbling under the crystal wall, seemingly brewing something. The artistic styles of the various items differed, they were masterpieces of art, seemingly from different civilizations. The crystal hunter hawk flew to its perch, preening its crystal feathers. Who are you? Harlan asked again. He had too many unanswered questions about the toad before him, there was an incomprehensible mystery about it. There was a kind of gentle benevolence that made him involuntarily drop his guard. The last of the ancient saints in the universe. The toad took a pipe from the room's wall, took a long, satisfying puff, and said with a touch of melancholy, Life Forger Primal. Ancient saint. Harlan shook his head in confusion. He had never heard of them, nor had he seen any record of this race in historical texts. At the same time, Harlan's heart trembled violently. Upon hearing the words, ancient saint, a strange sense of respect welled up within him. Can you save him? Harlan pointed to the colloidal coffin on the ground, where the giant lay, using an honorific in his speech. Regardless of the race, since Flano had asked them to come, the ultimate goal was to treat Blasphemous. Prima did not explain much. The current universe was no longer what it was 60 million years ago, nor even the time when the Eldar dominated. The ancient saints were already little known. Of course. The ancient saint exhaled a puff of smoke towards Blasphemous on the ground. In an instant, the gelatinous coffin melted, revealing his body, from which black blood flowed. The gods of the warp, they are very fond of your master and wish to take him as their servant, forcing him to submit. Prima said, stepping on the colorful feathered carpet, taking many things Harlan had never seen from the wall, and tossing them into the crucible. Though he hadn't seen anything in this cave before. I will never submit. Blaskewitz's will was still clear. Hearing talk of gods, he willed his body to move, I will slaughter them. That bone-deep hatred surged from his weakened body, with a will to fight to the death. Excellent. Very spirited. Prima exclaimed, opening its wide mouth and spitting a large amount of viscous saliva into the crucible, stirring it continuously with a spoon. Your spirit is unlike anything I've ever seen, completely unaffected by the warp. Even those four foul entities struggle to corrupt your soul, only able to attack your body. They crave your submission, they crave your defiance, they crave your choices, they crave to consume you whole. Harlan was completely bewildered and dared not speak, fearing he might interrupt whatever Prima was brewing. He could tell that these seemingly ordinary actions contained an indescribable truth. It was a genuine cosmic mystery, not the deceptive theatrics of psychic powers. Prima brewed, occasionally stopping to dance around the crucible, chanting ancient and profound syllables. Harlan was somewhat confused as to why, in the presence of a toad, he always felt an inexplicable reverence, even wanting to dance along with it. After a while, the crucible stopped boiling. The various substances within disappeared, concentrating into a golden, shimmering liquid medicine. Just a whiff made Harlan feel all his pores open, experiencing an incomparable comfort from the inside out. Prima then retrieved a bowl, which was the skull of some creature, crystal clear and exuding a noble aura. Tastes good. Dipping a finger into the liquid and tasting a bit, the toad smiled eerily, its two eyes on top of its head narrowing, its wide mouth stretching to the back of its head. 60 million years, and my craftsmanship hasn't declined a bit. When Prima spoke, Blasphemous, who was conscious on the ground, and Harlan, who dared not speak nearby, were both stunned. This toad, calling itself an ancient saint, seemed to have lived for over 60 million years. They didn't doubt the truthfulness, indeed, from the decorations in the room, it was evident that Prima had lived for a very long time. Primordial soup. The ancient saint held the glittering golden liquid, squatted beside Blasphemous, and looked at the giant on the ground with its two eyes. A true cosmic miracle, mimicking the primordial essence that birthed the first life. It is a grand concept. It's quite fitting for saving you too. After speaking, its webbed, suction-cupped hand pried open Blaskewitz's mouth and fed him the primordial soup. As the soup went down his throat, Blasphemous instantly felt a surge of vibrant life force, rushing from his stomach directly to his limbs and bones. The constantly evolving viruses were assimilated by the medicine, returning to their original vitality, and in turn, became a catalyst for the primordial soup's healing. Blaskewitz's breathing gradually normalized, his heartbeat regained its strength, and his body was rapidly healing. Still some left. There was some leftover medicine in the bowl. Prima looked at Harlan. Drink it, it will be good for you. Harlan immediately stepped forward, picked up the bowl of medicine, and swallowed it in one gulp. He had long been salivating, his body instinctively craving to swallow the golden, glowing liquid. After swallowing the liquid, he blacked out and collapsed to the ground. His body internally began an extraordinary transformation under the cleansing of the primordial soup. Thank you. Blazkowicz stood up again, knelt on one knee before Prima, and placed one hand over his chest, offering the highest warrior's salute to this unknown yet generously helpful alien. It's not over yet. Prima grinned, sticking out a long, slimy tongue, licking Blazkowicz's chest. When it retracted its tongue, it drew out a blue curse force and vivid red fury from his body. Coiling its tongue, it swallowed them in one gulp. Prima's body shivered, sparks burst from the corners of its mouth, and it closed its eyes in enjoyment. The taste of change, a fiery flavor, truly good. It looked at Blazkowicz with great interest, its eyes constantly scanning him up and down, especially the mysterious runes on his chest. Sit, King Noak's son, you must have many questions. Prima climbed onto the low bed, covered itself with a luxurious blanket, picked up its pipe, and puffed out smoke, closing its eyes in contentment. You know my father. And thank you for saving me, but why did you save me? Blazkowicz felt strange. This ancient saint actually knew his father. While thanking him for saving his life, he expressed his doubts. The ancient saint didn't seem to have acted on a whim, rather, it seemed to have been waiting for a long time. I know every, King Noak. Before ascending the throne, they all come to see me. Prima slowly extended 2 fingers through the smoke. There are 2 reasons I saved you. Noak came to see me 6 months ago and made a pact that if you were ambushed, I must save you. It pointed to the jade orb. He also took that, a trinket that can obscure the gods' vision. Prima stared intently at Blazkowicz, with a different kind of light in its eyes. I saved you of my own volition because you possess the authority to challenge the gods. Authority. Blazkowicz's thick brows furrowed slightly. He sensitively caught the key word. The ancient saint said, authority, not power. Yes, authority. Prima tapped its pipe against the bedside, knocking off excess ash. Authority inherent in all living beings. In you. The pipe pointed at Blazkowicz, the ancient saint's eyes half closed, its peaceful voice filled with certainty. You possess the authority to challenge the gods. How do I defeat them? Thinking of what the gods had done, Blazkowicz's fists clenched involuntarily, and boundless rage surged within him. He yearned for revenge. Prima exhaled a puff of smoke that transformed into infinite colors in the air. The warp is the source of everything. Life Forger Prima's round eyes on either side of its head narrowed as it recalled those deep memories, telling Blazkowicz about the true nature of the warp, its past and present. The existence of gods and the essence of demons, and what they truly crave. The history obscured by the warp's tides, the birth of the 4 chaos gods, and the original form of the Sea of Souls. Prima recounted the glorious past of the ancient saints and how they gradually declined. 1 comments 0 vote. Race. Blazkowicz listened quietly. Although the fire of revenge burned fiercely within him, he still listened to the elder recount the universe's past. He was eager for revenge, but his warrior's education taught him one truth. To defeat an enemy, you must first understand them. Gods, demons, these conceptual beings were mysterious and evil. They extended their claws towards Argent Noor, committing unforgivable sins. Prima lay on the bed, narrating the origin of the warp's current pattern. The intersection of the Necron and the Elder, a short-lived race's envy of a long-lived one, eventually escalated into the spark of a galaxy-spanning war, jealousy. The reason for the war was so absurd. The Necron used jealousy to eliminate internal conflicts, making the immortal Elder their enemy. The terrible war between the 2 races fully erupted. The Elder, guiding the power of the warp, became invincible. Utilizing the ultra-high-speed network, the webway, they drove the Necron back, forcing them to retreat to their homeworld. The Necrons' defeat was inevitable, but they discovered the star gods, the gods of the material universe. Under the star gods' deception, the entire Necron race's souls were devoured by the star gods, giving birth to the terrifying, soulless machines, the Necron. The star gods led the Necron to breach the webway. The deathless, lifeless Necron army completely defeated the Elder. That war lasted a very long time. Prima's voice was peaceful and benevolent, yet still held an emotional tremor of regret. A war that was long even for the Elder, it utterly robbed the warp of its tranquility. Blazkowicz sat cross-legged on the ground. Only Prima's voice echoed in the crystal room. He lamented the grand and tragic war in heaven, and was deeply drawn to the ancient history. The imbalance of the warp, without the guidance and appeasement of my race, completely devolved into a vile place teeming with filth. Prima sat up from the bed, fine scales rippling on his face. His eyes surveyed his surroundings, choosing his words with extreme caution. Blasphemous became even more attentive. The mastermind behind his father's death, he deeply memorized every word the elder spoke, not daring to miss a single detail. This was too important to him. The elder's explanation helped Blasphemous peel back the layers of mist before him, pointing him in the right direction. As for the truth of what he said, Blasphemous felt that an elder who had lived for over 60 million years and had no other kin in the universe had no reason to deceive him. In fact, just now, he had pulled him back from the brink of death. Gods, born from various concepts collected in the warp, they are abstract beings of pure malice. Their very existence is defilement, and they crave to harvest the souls of the material world. But gods and the warp cannot be conflated. Gods are gods, and the warp is the warp. The concept of the warp is all-encompassing, it accommodates all beings that enter it, even the chaos of disorder. Gods are the extreme representation of chaotic disorder, and they are also encompassed by the warp. To deal with the gods, the warp is key. Prima waved the pipe in his hand, stirring the chaotic eight-pointed star formed by smoke into a vortex. His large eyes fixed on Blasphemous, he sternly admonished, "Boy, you must remember, the warp encompasses everything. When fighting them, will is the key." Blasphemous pondered, deeply remembering these words. The elder's hint was certainly not simple, containing the profound secrets of dealing with the warp. One a newcomer, the other a pioneer. The two exchanged questions and answers. Blasphemous was like a supercomputer, constantly storing and analyzing, acquiring knowledge from the elder. The elder's knowledge was like a bottomless ocean, constantly refreshing Blasphemous' perception of the world and his view of the universe. Prima, with half-closed eyes, continuously answered Blasphemous' questions, teaching this mysterious demigod. Over 60 million years, he had witnessed too many rises and falls, yet he had never seen a unique being like Blasphemous. They talked about many things. After King Noak visited Prima, he briefly left the cave, unbound the orcs on the battlefield, and tested Blasphemous' abilities. The null crystal was planted by the elder to construct the vast webway throughout the galaxy, and its various wondrous uses. From the elder's peak, to the tragic war in heaven, to the elder's demise, and the ascension of the races they uplifted. Was it your race that created humanity? Blasphemous was a little surprised, a subtle, awkward feeling rising in his heart. The origin of the human race, it turned out, came from a group of intelligent frogs. The creators that ancient humans desperately sought were space frogs in spaceships. Not created. Prima's long tongue licked his dry eyes, correcting Blasphemous' wording. It was a kind of intelligent upliftment. Our race has the means to create races, but we use it cautiously. Life is a miracle, and even if we can create life, we should maintain a sense of reverence. Don't say created. All the races are kind uplifted, after losing guidance, inevitably experience decline. He held his pipe, the smoke he exhaled transforming as he spoke, vividly describing to Blasphemous, Aeldari, Krurk. The Aeldari had the most hope of becoming the Nextus, but they fell into arrogance, awakened a chaos god, and self-destructed. The Krurk, as weapons of war, the current scale of war cannot awaken the Elder's blessing. There were many more creations of the Elder, appearing with the exhalations of smoke, only to dissipate the next moment. The universe is vast, just like the constantly changing smoke, countless races rising and falling in the history of the universe. Only humanity was unexpected. Our race sowed wisdom on your homeworld, not deliberately choosing a specific species, but equally giving every species a chance. We don't know when humanity awakened wisdom, the Elder had already perished by then. Prima, however, smiled somewhat unexpectedly, but humanity was surprisingly, without guidance, able to forge its own path. Even giving birth to a powerful being. He did not tell Blasphemous this sentence. For the Elder, they imparted knowledge and enlightened species, but they would not reveal too much about fate. Only by discovering and comprehending it oneself can true knowledge be obtained. His gaze fell on Blasphemous, and he muttered to himself again, now there's another demigod body with infinite potential. Humanity truly is a race favored by fate. Prima took a deep puff from his pipe, the tobacco in it seemed inexhaustible. He sighed from the bottom of his heart at the unpredictability and stubbornness of human destiny. This race never lacked heroes and leaders. You said I have the right to challenge the gods. Having understood the past and present, Blasphemous had an impression of the warp, and finally asked the question that had been weighing on his chest. The right to challenge the gods. Blazkowicz knew nothing about this, not even what the right was. Of course you do. Prima glanced at the mark on Blazkowicz's chest. For the owner of the right, the warp will respond. Can you be more specific? The vague words were half-hidden, making their true meaning inscrutable. Even with Blazkowicz's keen mind, he couldn't grasp what this so-called right was, and what the warp's response entailed. Prima took a deep drag, enjoying the tobacco with narrowed eyes, but just shook his head and did not answer the question again. Can I defeat the gods? Blazkowicz sat cross-legged on the ground, fury burning in his eyes, his iron fists clenching with a grinding sound. It depends on your own choice. Prima paused, then added, but I have full confidence in you. Among all the powerful beings who have challenged the gods, you are unique. It depends on his own heart. Blazkowicz only wanted to flay them, disembowel them, and make them vanish into thin air. HMMPH. Harlan, who had been lying on the ground beside them, groggily woke up, shaking his head to dispel the pleasant sensation in his mind. He stretched his body, his joints emitting a series of crisp cracks. Harlan felt an unprecedented fullness, an endless surge of power within him. He felt he could defeat several of his former selves. My lord. Seeing him sitting cross-legged on the ground, his eyes lit up, and a joyful smile spread across his face, a sense of relief washing over him. His pillar of strength still stood. Thank you, elder. Harlan knelt on one knee, expressing his gratitude to the elder with a warrior's salute. He naturally knew that the elder's blessing had transformed him. A powerful warrior needs a powerful weapon. Prima patted the wall, and the crystal surged, spitting out a weapon. He raised his hand, holding it, elder divine weapon. An ancient, simple long spear. The spear shaft looked like rough stone, and the blade was very long and wide, made of an extremely thin obsidian material, reflecting a deep black light. Two strings of mysterious ancient script were carved on both sides of the blade, flowing like light across the blade's body. The appearance of the ancient spear drew the gaze of both Blazkowicz and Harlan. As warriors, they could naturally sense the extraordinary nature of that spear. The life forger held it with both hands, his peaceful voice changing its tone, as if chanting a war song, a glorious history of the past. He lightly kissed the spear shaft. Dark radiance. It once wounded a star god. Prima raised both hands, concealing the nostalgia in his eyes, and tossed the spear to Harlan. The spear was too small for Harlan, he found it awkward to hold. Just as he was about to politely decline, dark radiance automatically adjusted its size, length, and even weight in his hand. Feeling the power of the divine artifact, Harlan joyfully swung it a few times, immediately knowing that it had transformed into the perfect state for its wielder. Holding the divine artifact, Harlan again knelt on one knee to express his thanks, but Prima stopped him with a raised hand. Such a divine artifact was covetable. Blazkowicz, rubbing his hands nearby, looked at the elder expectantly. You will find your own weapon. It will be most suitable for you, and most worthy of you. Prima grinned mysteriously. Blazkowicz felt no regret, now he only wanted to return quickly and seek revenge on the gods. Remember, the warp is the key. Consciousness determines victory. The warp will respond to those with authority. Blazkowicz and Harlan departed in a hurry, and the Crystal Hunter Hawk retrieved the flight motorcycle from the warp. Prima watched the two distant figures, then returned to its cave, retrieved an ancient mirror, and observed their movements. Oh, gods! Playing with fire is destined to get burned. This outsider, perhaps, is an enemy to you filthy beings. The Old Ones were the first intelligent life forms in the universe and the earliest race to discover and utilize the warp. They clearly knew of the embodiment of evil lurking in the depths of the warp, and worked tirelessly to calm its turbulent waves. Since the destruction of its race, Prima had been hiding alone in the infinite dimension of crystal, believing that the entire universe was beyond saving, destined to become a plaything of the chaos gods. Even that golden shining human was doomed to fail. 6 months ago, King Noak specifically sought it out, saying that a mysterious little fellow had descended from the sky to Argent Noor. Prima, taking a great risk, prompted the orc, Guska, to test Blazkowicz. The runic mark shimmering on his chest caught its attention, it was a symbol never seen before. Prima was certain that in its long lifespan, it had never encountered such runes. It immediately determined that Blazkowicz was definitely not a creature of this universe, but very likely a powerful external entity. Prima's emotions, which had been unmoving for millions of years, trembled with ecstasy, it saw hope again. The demise of the Old Ones was largely related to the Chaos Gods. The last Old One to walk the universe was personally strangled by Slaanesh. The ancient sage also harbored hatred in its heart, and it saw the hope of revenge. Healing Blasphemous without reservation, and bestowing ancient artifacts upon him to provide an additional boost, was a proactive investment. Revenge. Prima closed the crystal channel, hiding in the rift of the infinite dimension, watching Blasphemous' fate. Blasphemous personally piloted the anti-gravity motorcycle, pushing its performance to the limit, traveling faster than Harlan's arrival, and returning to the Argentum in 2 hours. He strode forward, heading towards the throne hall to discuss the revenge expedition with his brother. I disagree. Before he got close, Blasphemous heard a sharp refusal, and it seemed a dispute was happening inside the throne hall. I do not agree to open the old world armory, those terrifying weapons will destroy us. The City of Truth has acquired some powerful force, a rash expedition is ill-advised. We should negotiate with them and stabilize them temporarily. Blasphemous' suppressed anger stirred, his face darkened, and he strode forward with bloodshot eyes. Outside the throne hall, the throne guards, seeing the warlord approaching under a dark cloud, instinctively moved to block him, but Harlan, who was behind him, signaled them to let him pass. Go and invite the forging master, Blasphemous whispered to a throne guard as he passed. The doors of the throne hall were pushed open, and the sharp voice inside seemed to be choked by an invisible hand. Many civil officials lowered their heads, their hands tucked into their robes, using the shadows to hide their guilt. Only Flano smiled, laughing at the ignorance of the ministers. With external enemies surrounding them and the king fallen, those with impure hearts began to stir. Blasphemous nodded to his brother standing by the throne, his cold gaze sweeping over the assembled officials, the immense pressure making them instinctively lower their heads. How dare they be so shameless? Just hours ago, King Noak bled in the throne hall, leaving behind all his preparations solely for the Argentum to have the power to defeat the Chaos God's minions. Before his bones were even cold, a group of ministers, protected by the king, were thinking of negotiating with the enemies who killed their monarch. The king's lingering prestige had not yet faded, yet someone dared to disrespect him. Who? Blasphemous asked in a low voice. He naturally knew who it was, his extraordinary memory stored everyone's name. I think. Slap. The robed minister's words were cut short. In a fraction of a second, his head spun and flew off, blood splattering on the blue glass. Blasphemous caught his head, brushed aside the hair at the back of his neck, revealing a vivid red miniature 8-pointed star symbol carved there. The corruption of chaos had already begun to spread. The common people in the Argentum did not possess the same formidable resistance as the Sentinels. Holding up the still terrified head in one hand, Blasphemous ascended the throne steps, displaying the evil mark to everyone. Do you recognize this mark? His gaze swept over everyone in the throne hall, taking in their expressions. The ministers all shook their heads, claiming they had never seen it. A symbol of blasphemy. The mark of a chaos god. Blasphemous roared in a low voice, his hatred burned at the mention of those blasphemous things. He knew the threat of chaos influence, which would spread with knowledge, corrupting minds and souls. The people of Argent Nur must know of chaos, existence, their future enemies would inevitably include chaos. There will never be negotiations. Blasphemous' low roar was resounding, the resolve in his words as firm as a rock. Here, there is only a life and death struggle, an unending hatred. His voice echoed through the throne hall, and the ministers trembled at his roar. Revenge. Flano unconditionally supported Blasphemous, raising his brother's arm and shouting for revenge. Revenge. The guards standing by the throne struck their gun butts against the ground, their suppressed roars filled with the fury of revenge. Blasphemous was now disinclined to use political means, aiming to quickly unify opinion and eradicate the chaos stronghold in Argent Nur. To uproot them completely. My lord, why have you summoned me? The forging master, wearing a black forge robe with several mechanical appendages behind him, arrived, followed by 2 apprentices carrying a large box. Forging master. Blasphemous nodded in greeting, then asked the master, who was skilled in calculation and forging war machinery, what weapon in the old world armory can completely destroy Argent Nur, leaving no trace? Boom. This question was like a bomb, thrown into the throne hall, exploding in everyone's ears. They felt dizzy and a little unsteady, filled with dread all at once. The throne guards, the court ministers, and even Flano Novik, looked at Blasphemous in disbelief. Their hearts were filled with questions. Why did the warlord want to destroy Argent Nur, this planet where humans had lived for tens of thousands of years? They also considered that, without the ability to travel deep into space, destroying Argent Nur meant the extinction of everything. Everyone looked at Blazkowicz, awaiting his explanation. Blazkowicz stared directly at the forging master, also awaiting the professional's answer. The forging master's nerve-connected mechanical appendages trembled under the influence of his uneasy brainwaves, and he raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his head. Out of duty and professional skill, he tremblingly uttered 4 words, unsalvageable elegy. Argent Nur might suffer a bit, but it will be absolutely clean. Unsalvageable elegy. As its name implied, a painful but irreversible name, and Blazkowicz's heart also felt a touch of bitterness because of it. Just as the forging master said, Argent Nur would suffer greatly, but it would be very clean. Within the mechanical iron coffin of the unsalvageable elegy, a miniature black hole slept. Once the protective device was disengaged, the black hole would expand, its immense gravity tearing Argent Nur apart piece by piece, then swallowing it whole, leaving no trace. In the throne hall, the forging master's gaze also rested on Blazkowicz. Everyone was waiting for an explanation, otherwise, even if it meant risking their lives, they would not agree to use the black hole weapon. Everyone. We have no retreat. Blazkowicz's voice was tinged with sadness. He also did not wish to destroy Argent Nur, but had to consider the worst-case scenario. If Argent Nur is not under the rule of the Argentum, not protected by the Sentinels, and leaves human control, what meaning does its existence have? The situation is far more severe than you can imagine. Our enemies are supernatural entities. After Blazkowicz finished speaking, he said no more, awaiting everyone's reply. The individuals in the throne hall were all important figures holding power, and naturally understood the sorrow in the warlord's words. They whispered among themselves, some in deep thought, others discussing in low tones. Agreed. 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 Finally, everyone reached a consensus, agreeing with Blazkowicz's decision. Yes. If the Sentinels failed, there would be no need for Argent Nur to exist either, let everyone be buried with it. With a unanimous agreement, everyone left the throne hall. Although the Sentinels was on the front lines, ready for battle at any moment, affairs within the city still needed to be arranged. My lord. The forging master did not leave, calling out to Blazkowicz, who was about to depart, here is a gift from King Noak for you. Blazkowicz looked at him, the box on the ground was already open, and inside lay a heavy warhammer. The long-handled hammer looked substantial, its handle wrapped in leather to prevent slipping, and its hammerhead was perfectly square. A weapon commissioned by King Noak, master-level craftsmanship, it should be sufficient for your use. The forging master introduced the warhammer to Blazkowicz. The high-density alloy hammer handle is strong enough to withstand your strength, and the disintegration field on the hammerhead means instant death upon contact. Blazkowicz felt the weight of the warhammer in his hand. In fact, it was a bit light, thank you. His reply did not betray his father's good intentions, nor did it disappoint the forging master's expectations. With the heavy hammer on his back, Blazkowicz turned and left. He had to rush to the front line, assemble the Sentinels, and fight a decisive battle to the death against the Chaos God's minions. Blazkowicz and Harlan worked tirelessly, arranging matters in the Argentum before immediately heading to the Sentinels' encampment to assemble their troops for battle. With each passing second, the power of chaos grew stronger. To expedite the troop assembly, they recalled Elton Senna, who had just returned to the main city. Where did you get that from? Harlan was showing off his new weapon to his friend, a true divine artifact that made Senna incredibly jealous. With Blazkowicz around, he truly didn't have to worry too much, he even had time to joke. Dark radiance. Harlan was unwilling to reveal the weapon's origin, proudly brandishing it, causing flashes of faint light. Upon hearing the weapon's cool name, Senna was once again green with envy. He left the team in a huff, contacting his troops. The process of contacting the troops was not very difficult. The servants of chaos were holed up in the city of truth, sharpening their claws and waiting for the Argentum's revenge. When Blazkowicz led his army along the shadow of the train tracks to the city of truth, the fantastical sight before them astonished the Sentinels. The city of truth was still there, but it had changed drastically. Its sky had leaked, space was burnt, with a hole by the power of chaos, and blasphemous and colorful magic poured down from the circular opening like a rushing waterfall. The magnificent sky pillar, symbolizing human civilization, was painted with the 8-pointed star pattern of blasphemy. Outside the city, it had become a putrid swamp, with gnarled, tumorous trees twisting and intertwining within, teeming with venomous insects and decay, churning with sickly green poison. Those sickly green, pot-bellied demons, their bodies rotting and oozing pus, bathed and sang joyfully in the swamp, their bodies riddled with putrid cavities and vibrant microbial colonies. Brass spikes grew on the smooth stone walls, and hot lava flowed from the city walls, making the sturdy ramparts almost impregnable. Bloodthirsters stood atop the city walls, stretching their wings and limbering up, preparing for a major battle. Pink mist permeated the air, and purple thorns pierced through the city gates, constantly dripping venom. Keeper of secrets, great demons twisted their alluring forms, patrolling near the city gates, continuously releasing poisonous mist. The tallest tower in the city of truth burned with raging azure magical flames, and gusts of wind carried magical energy. Lords of change spread their wings and soared, holding staves and chanting the wisdom of the Lord of Change in the air. Beneath the demon armies of the four gods, there were countless small demons of various twisted and different appearances. On and below the city walls were also mortal cultists, corrupted by chaos and worshipping the four gods. They had grown horns and spikes, with 8 pointed stars carved on their heads, their bodies gradually losing their human form. The city of truth now held no truth. Only twisted reality and rampant chaos. Blasphemous stood at the forefront of the army, naturally understanding that the priests had continuously cast spells, twisting the reality here into the warp. The power of the four gods' demon army was far greater than before. A blue light flashed on the city wall, and the culprit, Isaac, appeared on the city wall using a magical flash, coming into Blaskewitz's line of sight. Despite his demonization, Blaskewitz recognized him at a glance. "Welcome, Warlord. Welcome, Sentinels." His voice, amplified by magic, echoed throughout the city of truth. "Do you like what I've prepared for you? The armies of the gods await you." Ha ha ha. Mad laughter shrieked. He had now offered everything to the Lord of Change, completely demonized. Isaac. Upon returning to the city of truth, he had searched through ancient texts and indeed found that secret agreement. But what did it matter now? He had already received a response from the gods, all he needed was devout worship and complete dedication. The magical flames burned the agreement, and even Isaac's last shred of self. He had sacrificed the entire city of truth, using blasphemous chaos magic to exchange for a destructive army from the gods. Now, the city of truth was a true chaos demon realm. To destroy the Sentinels, capture Blaskewitz, and offer him to the gods, he would ascend to become a demon prince, an eternal being. Blaskewitz took a deep breath, letting out a roar like thunder. "Where is Elise?" The boisterous great unclean ones stopped laughing, the bloodthirsters reigned in their ferocity, Slaaneash's keepers of secrets halted their steps, and the lords of change in the air hastily descended. Many small demons were so terrified by this roar that their forms disintegrated, and the chaos cultists were even more scared out of their wits. The power of a primarch was terrifying. The demons felt it, they felt the rage in the roar and knew the horror of having their true names erased. "She's fine, your brother is with her." Isaac, almost completely insane, didn't understand Blaskewitz's power, taunting and mocking him. "Want to save her? She's waiting for you at the center of the ritual. How will you defeat the armies of the gods and save your beloved mother? You'll find out soon enough." Blaskewitz's face was expressionless, his gaze cold as he stared at the completely corrupted man. "Ha ha ha, I'll be waiting." With a flash of blue light, Isaac vanished from the city wall, to preside over the grand chaos ritual. It couldn't proceed without its master. With the insane Isaac gone, Blaskewitz turned to face the Sentinels. It was time to let them know who the true enemy was. Sentinels. He took off his warhammer and jumped onto a small rise, ensuring that every Sentinels could see him and hear his voice. His resonant voice was louder than any magic. "Do you know what we face?" "Demons." The Sentinels responded in unison. They already knew about these supernatural beings called demons. "No. Demons are just a bunch of filthy servants." Blaskewitz's roar had immense, penetrating power. That deep, rich voice held an extraordinary magic. "It's gods. The gods. True gods." The Sentinels remained silent, feeling the warlord's anger. "They used trickery to kill your king. My father." The news of King Noak's death had not yet reached the front lines. After a brief moment of shock, the Sentinels erupted in fury. "Revenge! Revenge! Revenge!" All the Sentinels let out a deafening roar. Their fervent will for revenge even made the demons tremble. "For thousands of years, we have been the strongest warriors. We are the proudest beings. No one can stop us." Blaskewitz pressed the disruptor field activator. The hammer's body flickered with tiny lightning bolts. He raised the hammer high, the glory of a primarch fully displayed. He stood there, hammer raised. The sentinels knelt with a clatter, listening to his inspiring words. Now, I will bestow upon you a reward never before seen. Blazkowicz's final inquiry was a roar, his impassioned voice stirring the souls of the warriors. Raise your blades against the gods. Challenge the gods. Do you accept? Do you accept? His question echoed through the space, reverberating in the silent wilderness. We accept your reward. The sentinels shouted their response in unison, their hearts surging, kneeling on one knee yet proudly holding their heads high. Who else in the universe would dare to be as proud as them, to accept the reward of challenging the gods? Brothers, light up your blades. Harlan shed tears of excitement, brandishing the dark radiance in his hand, raising it high and letting out a hoarse roar. Let the gods taste our sharpness. Let evil kneel and beg for mercy before us. Let the gods taste our sharpness. Let evil kneel and beg for mercy before us. The sentinels trembled with excitement, all lighting up their weapons. Right now, at this moment, they stood up again, backs ramrod straight, looking contemptuously at the horde of demons before them. A group of fearless warriors had raised their blades against the gods, challenging their authority. The four gods' demon army fell silent. The humans before them were a group of fearless warriors who didn't care who their enemy was, brandishing their blades against all foes. Willpower is the key to battle. Let these rotten things see how tough our will is. We are Argent Noor's blades. We will cut down all enemies. We are Argent Noor's strong wall. We are destined for triumph. The will of the sentinels was unified and firm. Under the warp-transformed city of truth, their killing intent and rage burned the souls of the demons. They gripped their weapons, battle intent boiling, just waiting for the command to crush the demons into dust. Warlord, following your orders, the Titan train has arrived. The ground began to tremble slightly, and communication came through the comms channel. Above the sentinels, on the train tracks, the massive Titan train approached the city of truth at undiminished speed, heading straight for it. Thank you. I offer you my highest respect. Blazkowicz placed his hand over his chest, saluting the forge masters on the train, who were driving the Titan train without hesitation. For Argent Noor, may you triumph. Before Blazkowicz set off, he meticulously calculated the timing, arranging for the Titan train to depart from the Argentum, use orbital acceleration, and crash into the City of Truth's shield. The rapidly moving Titan train, like a high-speed bullet, violently struck the City of Truth's defensive shield. The first layer of the shield was a void shield designed to intercept high-speed objects by transferring them to the warp. The Titan train's speed was not enough to activate it. The second layer was a psionic shield, constructed by robed and hooded priests on the wall guiding psionic spells, and it was incredibly tough. Pure kinetic energy, released upon the psionic shield, was not enough to pierce it. Intercepted by the shield, the Titan train's 10 rear carriages all derailed, their immense kinetic energy throwing them forward. Crashing into the psionic shield. Bang! 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 Though the crashing carriages created an astonishing spectacle, they only caused ripples on the psionic shield, unable to penetrate it. Phew! The priests on the city wall let out a sigh of relief. While the Titan train was imposing, the impact force from pure kinetic energy was indeed not very strong. The ritual inside the city was at a critical juncture and could not tolerate any disturbance. Once the ritual succeeded, the City of Truth would be completely warped. At that time, an endless army of demons would cross into reality unimpeded, bringing the most brutal destruction to the Sentinels. The carriage's semicircular shield slid off, falling into the swamp below the city wall, splashing countless rotten mud. The chaos cultists below the city wall screamed and cursed incessantly, mocking the Titan train's powerlessness with exaggerated, distorted expressions. Their minds were dominated by chaos, venting their twisted emotions. PFF'd. The mechanical locks of the carriages that fell into the swamp automatically opened, and black viscous liquid flowed out, quickly spreading over a large area in the swamp. Gias. The cultists smelled it, their faces showing terror as they shrieked a warning. During the era of space colonization, human pioneers collectively referred to all flammable chemical fuels as Gias. Ghosts in the shadows fired incendiary rounds from sniper rifles, hitting the Gias flowing in the swamp. Boom. Explosive flames shot into the sky, dyeing half the sky crimson. Great unclean ones and Noor demons in the swamp writhed in the flames, while venomous insects and ants shrieked in the inferno. The gnarled old tree branches, intertwined together, were roasted by the fierce Gias incendiary, then dried up and burst open, becoming fuel for the sea of fire. The firelight cast an orangered glow on the sentinels' white armor. They watched the burning inferno mercilessly, as demons screamed and wailed within. Blazkowicz had done his homework well. With knowledge passed down from ancient saints, his understanding of demons deepened. Fire and swords were the most effective direct means against demons. Especially newer demons, those embodiments of decay and disease, walking scourges carrying plagues. From ancient times to the present, high temperatures and flames have been the natural enemies of pathogens. Newer, as the master of decay, fears fire, a trait even etched into the very concept of the chaos god. The demons and diseases born from its consciousness naturally fear fire the most. A massive Gia's fire ignited Neur's swamp, burning a path forward for the Sentinels. The Lord of Change shrieked in the air, 9 Tzeentch greater demons formed a circle, their eyes glowing with magical light, each chanting a syllable to summon a magical downpour, attempting to extinguish the flames. They absolutely cannot be allowed to succeed. Gia's is not afraid of downpours, ordinary rainwater cannot extinguish chemical fires. But the Lord of Change intended to summon conceptual rain from the warp. How to stop them? The Lord of Change was hidden within the shield's range, protected by multiple layers of shields, rendering ordinary methods completely ineffective. Blazkowicz's expression remained calm, he already had a countermeasure. Upon leaving the Argentum, he selected several relic weapons from the old armory to deal with the endless psionic methods of sorcerers. He took a large caliber pistol from his back belt buckle. Its appearance was unadorned, apart from its massive caliber, it had no special features. Blazkowicz handed the pistol to Harlan, asking his guard to fire. It wasn't due to any reservations, simply because his hands were too large to grip the pistol. Harlan took the pistol with a smile. These relics, sealed in the old armory, were rarely used even once by some sentinels during their long service. No special aiming was needed, nor did distance matter, one only needed to raise the pistol, point it at the target, and pull the trigger. Click, click, click. There was no sound of a bullet firing, only the clear empty click of the trigger. High above the City of Truth, the 9 Lord of Change demons did not scream, but plummeted straight down from the sky. This was the automatic smart gun, an extremely rare conceptual weapon. Its user only needed to see the chosen target in their field of vision, raise the gun, and fire to hit the target. The guaranteed hit concept imbued in the gun body meant the bullet would appear directly inside the target's brain, then detonate the warhead. A 100% hit rate made it almost impossible for targets to escape, and paired with soul-shattering bullets that broke psionic defenses, slaying demons was not difficult. The spell was interrupted, and the psionic backlash ruptured the Lord of Change's slender throats, exploding above the City of Truth. Psionic energy is an extremely unstable form of energy, especially in the warp, where its power becomes immensely strong. With great power comes great backlash. The empty boom of the failed psionic spell exploded overhead, affecting the priests maintaining the psionic barrier below. Blood seeped from their mouths and noses, making it difficult to concentrate and guide the flow of psionic energy, and the psionic shield immediately failed. Sentinels. Charge with me. Tear apart their defenses. Just then, Blazkowicz roared, leading the charge of the Sentinels himself. The swamp was evaporated by the Gia's flames, and the high temperature raged across the dry land. The Sentinels followed Blazkowicz's footsteps, advancing towards the City of Truth, treading on sparks. Blazkowicz's steps were heavy. He restrained his body's berserk functions, leading the Sentinels in a collective charge. Chaos cultists swarmed forward. Blazkowicz wielded his Warhammer, not activating the troublesome disintegration field, and simply smashed them into bloody paste. Harlan followed closely behind him, the divine artifact in his hand emitting a dark glow. Its broad blade tore through the cultists' bodies even more smoothly than a dimensional light blade. Not only that, as enemies died, a surge of vitality was plundered into his body, and Harlan felt no fatigue at all. After drinking the primordial soup, his physical functions were greatly enhanced, and the champion swordsman's combat power increased by several levels. The Sentinels' spearhead charge was too sharp, and the two at the very tip were invincible. Cultists and demons blocking their way were all pierced through. Their immense battle intent wounded the demons, and their firm will made the warp tremble. Their formation was flawless, and their charge was unstoppable. The torrent of heavy infantry swept through, leaving only the trampled bodies of their enemies. Weapons made of null crystal were too effective against demons. These demons, blessed by the chaos gods and almost immune to ranged attacks, had their bodies shredded by the extended blades. Blazkowicz's body was stained with foul blood, along with sticky minced flesh mixed with bone fragments. The warhammer in his hand was driven by savage power, filled with unquenchable hatred. Cultists were smashed into bursting pulp, and demons were annihilated with a single hammer blow. At this moment, the usual suppression in his eyes receded, as he unleashed accumulated hatred and fury upon the demons. The runic mark on his chest flickered like breathing. The more demons he killed, the stronger Blasphemous became. Keeper of secrets patrolling the city gate shrieked seductive whispers, twisting their unholy bodies, waving their arms and pincers, and approached with phantom-like steps. Blaskewitz's left hand shot up from below, seizing its throat, and with a slight squeeze, crushed the greater demon's neck and tore off its head. His right hand swung the warhammer upwards again, sending a bloodthirster, who had leapt from the city wall attempting to challenge him, flying, crushing its lower jaw and smashing its head. Even with the Sentinels' cooperation, the greater demons could not escape death, being shattered into pieces and returning to the warp. Without stopping, Blasphemous rushed to the city gate, grabbed the thorny vines, and ripped them out by the roots like garbage. Drill! He growled, urging the warriors carrying the equipment. 4 Sentinel soldiers rushed up, carrying the drill, which could create a hole in the final energy shield to allow the troops to enter. The drill's principle was simple. It used 4 null crystals on the energy shield to open a dimensional channel. It was like inserting a tube into a bubble to allow air to flow through. With the channel opened, Blasphemous looked at the heavy, steel-forged city gate before him. He lowered his stance, exerted force suddenly, and his body instantly vanished from his original spot. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. A dull impact reverberated inside and out. The passage to the interior of the City of Truth was finally opened. Everyone, including demons and priests, stared blankly at the tall figure standing in the dust of the city gate. His flesh and blood body was completely unharmed, though his shoulder armor was shattered. The heavy city gate, weighing thousands of tons, flew up like a piece of paper, hurled dozens of meters, killing dozens of chaos cultists along the way, plowing a deep trench in the ground, and finally embedding itself in a blocking wall. Hiss! No one could witness such a terrifying scene without fear. Chaos cultists and priests gasped, feeling a chill down their spines. What kind of creature were they facing? Was such a being still human? Scum! Blasphemous, bathed in blood, stormed into the city, holding a heavy warhammer in one hand, the air he exhaled terrifyingly hot. His eyes swept over the enemies within the city, his roar filled with the resolve to slay all foes. Face me if you dare. Slayer! Blasphemous led the Sentinels, breaking through the numerous shields of the City of Truth, smashing the city gates, and charging into the inner city. Though also a city built with Argent Noor's white stone, this place held no purity or resilience, all that met the eye was grotesque and twisted. The Sentinels raised their great swords high, their warriors' iron boots stepping into the sorcerer's domain, pouring in through the breach in the shield. The distortion in the inner city was even more severe. Outside, it was a surface of disgusting tumors, while inside, it was an interior composed of putrefaction and mutations. Pus flowed here, and decay spread everywhere. The floor was a rippling wave of flesh, fountains gushed out turbid, viscous, fragrant liquid, and trees split open, growing fleshy tendrils. Lymph-like tumors bulged from the architectural cracks, the wizard's towers had cruciform windows that were four-lobed pupils, doorframes like stark white teeth, and carpets that oozed blood like swollen tongue moss. The entire inner city had detached from the laws of the real universe. Under the influence of chaos power, cold, dead objects grew malevolent, and inorganic matter twisted into writhing flesh. The City of Truth was becoming a living entity, gradually descending into demented distortion. If an ordinary mortal were to enter the inner city and witness these insane sights, they would scream and go mad and collapse. The Sentinels was also shocked by the ugliness before them. All of this was gradually exceeding human comprehension, entering an unknown realm of madness. Malice gripped sanity, twisting it with force. This was not a nexus of the warp and reality. The Sentinels had charged into a chaos-infused demonic realm. Willpower is the wall that defends sanity. At the moment sanity was shaken, a roar like thunder awakened the will of the Sentinels, defending their own reason. Blasphemous also saw these twisted creations. His eyes were calm as ever, and his heart held not a ripple, ignoring the madness and distortion. Beneath the hateful face of chaos lay only the corruption of common sense, the bullying of the weak, poisoning them. His will could not be shaken, he strode forward with large steps. Where his feet landed, chaos recoiled and fled. Where his gaze fell, corruption retreated 3 paces. The Sentinels awoke with a roar, dispelling the wavering in their hearts, and followed Blaskewitz's steps forward. Fearless, unhesitating. Their aura and will seem to connect, like independent bricks, forming an invisible wall. We are Argent Neur's sharp blade. We shall cut down all enemies. We are Argent Neur's strong bulwark. We shall surely triumph. Chanting the warrior's code, the will of the sentinels transformed into a sharp blade, into the toughest bulwark. The twisted horrors that obscured their vision gradually dissipated, and the warriors saw the weakness and deception of chaos. You will not break our will, face our blades. The united warriors challenged the power of chaos, pointing their weapons at the demons, ready to fight evil to the death. No elaborate commands were needed now. The sentinels understood that destroying the sorcerer's magic circles would make the profane psychic energy and demons disappear. They formed into 10-person teams, quickly forming battle formations, and began to clear out the chaos cultists and demon legions at the breach. Human servants, led by demons, surged from all directions, intending to block the sentinels at the breach before their battle line could expand. If they held this spot, the sentinels would be in a dilemma, unable to press their advantage. The four gods' allied army. The four gods' demonic armies formed an alliance, the demon legions gathered into a demonic tide, surging forward like a flood. The fat and bloated great unclean one was at the forefront of the demonic army. The sentinels, energy beams cut through their bodies, but the rotten flesh redhaired. They pushed the front line, splattering demonic blood that spread terrible supernatural viruses, attacking on a microscopic level. The Lord of Change in the air flapped its brilliant wings, constantly dropping Xeontian demonic fire from its fingertips. Falling into the sentinels' ranks, the unquenchable demonic fire melted armor, burning flesh to ashes. Khorne's blood-red army, led by the Bloodthirster, formed a dense military formation beyond the understanding of the physical world, charging against the white bulwark. The two sides clashed in close combat, demon blades colliding with dimensional light blades, divine blessings and the dimensions of the physical universe tearing at each other. In the gaps where the dimensional shields flickered, a bloodletter's hellblade pierced a sentinel's member. It was torn apart by the counterattack, but blood continued to pour from the wound. Slaanesh's servants, riding Slaanesh steeds, advanced rapidly with unnatural steps, twisting and turning. Demons and humans slaughtered each other on the battlefield. The warpification deepened, and the demons grew stronger. The sentinels, led by Blasphemous, unleashed astonishing combat power with their tenacious will. Demons had never seen such resolute warriors. Even with their bodies pierced, they counterattacked, their light blades swinging with unwavering killing intent. For the first time, the sentinels suffered heavy casualties in a battle. The enemy's supernatural methods were endless. Viruses gnawed at bodies, flames burned souls, warlike demons charged incessantly, and cavalry repeatedly rushed into the formation and quickly retreated. And in the melee, one man fought alone. The weapon in his hand emitted a dark light, its blade as thin as a cicada's wing and exceptionally sharp. A light sweep over a demon would leave it headless. Around Harlan, there were only the sparks of dissipating demons. The ancient artifact of the Old Ones was extraordinary. The spearblade could not be stopped, not even by demons blessed by the four gods. The swirling dark radiance slowed the surrounding demons, and the stolen vitality left Harlan without fatigue. Is this all you've got? What are the servants of the four gods worth? The champion swordsman cursed and provoked, sending his regards to the four gods behind the demons, blaspheming their masters. And there was another, even more unstoppable. Blasphemous. The sharpest tip of the spear, the toughest point of the bulwark. Under his leadership, the sentinels advanced relentlessly, soldiers continuously pouring in, expanding the front line at the breach. Nothing living could stop him. The cultists' frenzied charges were even less significant than the paving stones on the ground that needed to be avoided. Demons and priests alike knew that Blasphemous was the crucial point, the backbone of the sentinels. Chaos magic and psychic attacks rained down on him without a moment's pause. The Lord of Change's magical flames burned on him, psychic lightning struck him incessantly, and icy spikes rained down like hail. Useless. All useless. Before Blaskewitz's almost tangible consciousness, psychic damage was like a breeze, causing no actual harm. Time magic shattered upon impact, unable to halt his steps, and gravitational distortions could not shake his body. Blaskewitz embodied a concept, a powerful concept that could not be stopped, traversing ice and fire, stepping through time and space. The wizards compressed their mental power into spikes, attempting to pierce Blaskewitz's mind, but they saw an infinitely high wall. With just a glance back, the sorcerer who attempted to invade his mental domain was instead powerfully repelled, their skull exploding. Demons surged like a tide, then fell like a tide before him. They screamed, they roared, their demonic might soaring. They wailed, they howled, and died in silence. Surrounded by demons, Blazkowicz remained silent. With each demon he killed, he grew stronger, his inexhaustible stamina allowed him to slaughter relentlessly. The warhammer gifted by his father was heating up, the steel hammerhead was deforming from collisions with demons, showing metal fatigue. Blazkowicz simply swung his warhammer, the disintegration field was too lenient on demons, smashing them to death was more fitting. Leading the Sentinels relentlessly forward, towards the center of the City of Truth, to the location of the Chaos Ritual. Only by destroying that place could they truly claim some victory. Demons continuously poured into reality through the ritual array. As the Sentinels continued to enter, and all 15,000 of Blazkowicz's men had entered, the sky suddenly changed color. Crack, rumble, lightning shrieked, and the ground trembled. From 8 directions at the city's edge, chaos energy surged, rising into the sky and converging at the city center. A kaleidoscopic, twisted staircase slowly descended from the sky, enveloping the City of Truth. A giant Chaos 8-pointed star emerged from the ground, and chaos power surged through the city. The earth cracked open with deep fissures, buildings were torn from the ground, and fleshification began to spread rapidly, fleshy tentacles twisting and growing from the ground cracks. Physical laws were distorted, and gravitational fields materialized as twisted vortices. Hey! 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 This is a trap. A trap specifically prepared for you and the Sentinels. Isaac's twisted shriek echoed from all directions, his will was now omnipresent. Isaac's triumphant mockery echoed, his smug bird-like head appearing on the colorful barrier wall, looking down at the Sentinels from various directions. At this moment, the Sentinels were like birds in a cage, and Blazkowicz was a trapped beast. The external support forces attacked the barrier with artillery fire, the cold creations of physical laws were futile against the chaotic barrier. In the twisted chaotic demon realm, darkness was a twisted snake, writhing and crawling on the ground, while light was like a startled deer, frantically struggling to escape. Brothers, beware of flesh corruption. Our power armor is showing flesh mutations. The will of flesh was spreading, and the Sentinels, fighting valiantly, found fresh tendrils of flesh growing on the surface of their armor. He roared, warning his comrades and passing on the crucial message. This is no longer the real realm, the gods, defiling power is affecting our equipment. Since stepping into the city, the communication channels had been filled with demonic shrieks, forcing them to cut off all communications. In the chaotic, disordered space, demons had no obstacles to movement. They easily broke through space, appearing from various unexpected places. Sometimes, even before they appeared, their weapon-wielding arms would directly stab into a warrior's body. Malice surged in the chaotic realm, demons grew increasingly powerful, and the concept of immortality became clearer. Boundless chaotic evil thoughts descended, extinguishing the warrior's tenacious will. Twisted gravitational vortices constantly pulled, making the Sentinels unstable, and chaotic light refraction distorted the images seen by their eyes. A trap. In the chaotic realm, Blazkowicz punched and killed the demons around him, amidst the chaotic battlefield. His rhetorical question was low, yet clearly reached everyone's ears. With a bloodthirster under his foot and his warhammer pointed at the sky, his face was stained with blood, yet possessed a cruel radiance. Can a sheepfold contain a fearless hero? Or can a noose capture a dragon? I brought my warriors here for only one purpose. Blazkowicz raised his warhammer with both hands, the resolve in his eyes real and pure, letting out an impassioned roar, to destroy everything here. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. The roar of the warhammer hitting the ground was deafening, a mighty blow infused with resolve that shook heaven and earth. This hammer blow seemed to strike the entire City of Truth, using will and power to directly confront the entire chaotic realm. The barrier vibrated, and space shrieked. The demons were dizzy and disoriented, so shaken by the clash of absolute wills that they could barely kneel or move. The heavy hammer blow Blazkowicz unleashed was not a physical attack, but rather an impact on the very essence of chaos, channeled through his will and fury. Isaac's consciousness projection on the chaotic barrier flickered, his consciousness, extended through chaos, also suffering a severe blow. The law of gravity reasserted itself, and the chaotic realm, which had no up, down, left, or right, returned to three-dimensional constraints amidst the dizzying rotation. This one hammer blow. Darkness receded, and light reappeared. You are truly too powerful. Beyond my expectations, there's a reason the gods favor you. Isaac said with admiration, shaking his bird-like head to clear the dizziness from his mind. That earth-shattering blow caused the chaotic sorcerer, far away in the city center, to lose his footing and fall into the center of the eight-pointed star. The terrifying power and tenacious will stirred infinite jealousy in Isaac's crazed heart. The power he had so painstakingly sought his entire life was something others possessed inherently. He knelt, begging the gods for mercy, but their gaze always remained on Blasphemous. However, thinking of what was about to happen, a forbidden pleasure surged within Isaac, the pleasure of orchestrating and toying with the downfall of a demigod. To also become a servant of the gods, a perfect blasphemy of an unyielding will. To kneel at the feet of the gods and kiss their toes would be his greatest revenge. Cackle, cackle, cackle. With a joyful, sinister laugh, Isaac activated the power of chaos, joining other divine priests in launching a grand ritual. The image on the barrier disappeared, and the chanting of spells echoed from the darkness, a sense of urgency rising in Blaskewitz's heart. He knew clearly that the servants of chaos would not give up their resistance, and more evil was gathering. The sentinels were falling, facing the surging tide of demons, their physical capabilities would tire, and their highly strained nerves would become even more exhausted. These brave and fearless warriors had followed him without complaint or regret, he had to bring them back. With this thought, Blaskewitz's warhammer swung even more ferociously, and he quickened his pace towards the center of the ritual. From the hole in the sky, the power of chaos surged forth even more tempestuously with the recitation of the spells, pouring into the chaotic barrier and strengthening the demons. Drip, drop. Guided by the priests, chanting, sickening green raindrops began to fall from the sky. This was not normal rain, it was a blessing from the chaos god, Nurgle, a painful trial for life. Hiss. A teeth-grinding corrosion spread, and the dense raindrops were all-pervasive, invading through the flickering gaps in the dimensional shields. Harlan, in the midst of slaying enemies with the light of darkness, saw raindrops fall on his power armor, gradually emitting green smoke. Under the erosion of the sickening green rain, the armor plates peeled and festered like rotting flesh. Corrosive raindrops. The champion swordsman anxiously roared, relaying his discovery. Harlan Ogilvy. Blaskewitz roared from the front, summoning his guard. The appearance of the corrosive acid rain made him realize that at the current rate of advance, by the time they reached the ritual center, all the sentinels, weapons and equipment would be rendered useless. That would be an even greater disaster. In the chaotic realm, armor protection was crucial, an important line of defense against mutation and corruption. The only way now was to temporarily abandon the army around him and stop the ritual from continuing. Follow me, men. Blaskewitz was at the very front, waiting for Harlan to approach him, intending to charge into the ritual center with his guard. Only Harlan could somewhat keep up with his speed, slowing down to wait for him still ensured rapid progress. Everyone else, form a defensive formation. Use unmutated obstacles to resist the demon attacks and await further orders. Go. After issuing the command, Blaskewitz took Harlan and broke away from the main group, spearheading directly towards the center of the chaotic eight-pointed star. The sentinels, discipline and tactical prowess meant no extra commands were needed, they would take care of themselves. The demon rain poured down. Master and servant advanced rapidly through the chaotic demon realm. These demon fiends, they're truly endless. Harlan ran at full speed, following behind Blaskewitz, able to rest slightly. He dealt with a few demons that tried to flank or surround them from behind. The minions of chaos are endless, only by interrupting the ritual can we stop them from entering reality. The giant in front of him swung his warhammer into a blur, no demon could get close. Time was chaotic in the chaotic realm, and distance was a hazy concept. Distance indeed existed quantitatively, but it was not something one could simply reach. For powerful beings like Blaskewitz, distance was fixed, they could actively approach or move away. For ordinary mortals or Harlan, the existence of distance was abstract. The distance between them and their destination might be right before their eyes, but they could not actively approach or leave, passively accepting the disorder of chaos. They might walk for 10,000 years and never reach their destination, or they might appear next to it in the next second. The two moved extremely fast. Blaskewitz did not need to dodge or detour. Supported by his powerful willpower, the chaotic realm retreated before him. Iron boots stepped into the void, and the ground appeared beneath his feet. If a house blocked his path, the space would fold like a kaleidoscope the next second, becoming a clear path. Only the Keeper of Secrets' great demons under the four gods were worthy of blocking Blaskewitz's path. Ordinary demons couldn't even get close before being incinerated by his fiery will. The two slayed demons along the way, and Blazkowicz arrived at the center of the eight-pointed star, where a circular sacrificial pit was visible. Due to the angle, the specifics within the sacrificial pit were not visible. Blazkowicz felt a sudden tremor in his heart, and an ominous premonition crept in. Oh ho ho. A nauseating chuckle echoed, and he heard a voice both familiar and strange. Blazkowicz's icy fury ignited instantly. The owner of this voice, how could he ever forget? Ennio Novick. Beneath a twisted, thorny spire, Ennio emerged, dragging a twisted longsword whose blade was eerily contorted, scraping foul-smelling slime across the ground. The elegance was gone from his face, his golden hair somewhat pale, and one of his emerald eyes had turned an eerie violet. No. Blazkowicz looked at his former brother, without any pity in his eyes. Your existence defiles the name, Novick. Then are you going to kill me, my brother? Blazkowicz looked at Ennio, raising his warhammer without a word. Leave him to me. You shouldn't bear the sin of fratricide. Harlan stepped out from behind, standing between the two and signaling Blazkowicz to leave quickly. You go stop the ritual, I'll handle him. Good. After a glance at Ennio, Blazkowicz continued forward. He had full confidence in Harlan. There were fewer demons near the ritual center, and in a one-on-one fight, Harlan would definitely not lose to Ennio. Ennio did not try to stop him, instead gracefully making a, please, gesture. Because the Keeper of Secrets' great demon possessing him almost couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking of what was about to happen. Traitor. Harlan took a horse stance, raising dark light high in his right hand, the gunstock resting on his left arm, its black blade pointed directly at Ennio. Champion swordsman. Ennio twisted his longsword, performing a sword dance as he slowly circled Harlan, a look of indifference on his face. The Keeper of Secrets' languid tone, seemingly disinterested in the fight, was actually enjoying a perverse pleasure. What? Sentinels, are you going to betray your oath? It naturally knew the second oath of the Sentinels, and the feeling of it being defied was truly exhilarating. Coupled with the pain of the soul of this body's owner, it was like sipping fine, fermented wine. Have you been in this hellhole too long, and your mind's gone bad? Harlan's taunt, a hoarse sound through his respirator grill, continued, the second oath requires us to be loyal to King Novick, not to you, traitor. Boring. Facing a meticulous warrior, the great demon could not shake his will, only making a fool of itself. The Keeper of Secrets shifted its feet, launching an attack with a seductive posture. Despite occupying a human body, its strange footwork displayed an otherworldly skill. The curved longsword transformed into a venomous serpent, spitting poison as it struck at Harlan, its eerie technique beyond human comprehension. Harlan's pupils contracted sharply. He had never seen such swordsmanship. A member of the throne should not possess such skill. Who exactly are you? The gun barrel parried the curved sword, and Harlan's stern challenge rang out. You are definitely not Ennio. During their previous encounter in the throne hall, Ennio's swordsmanship, though unusual, had always adhered to the upright and balanced style of royal swordsmanship. The current Ennio seemed to be a completely different person. Ha 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 ha. The Keeper of Secrets laughed wantonly. It enjoyed human surprise and doubt. I am Ennio, the prince of the Novick royal family. Scum. You defile the Novick royal family. Harlan was enraged. He saw through the disguise. The person before him was definitely not Ennio. It was a demon, wearing the prince's skin, constantly committing evil. Oh dear, I've been discovered. The Keeper of Secrets cackled, its longsword extraordinarily sharp, stirring the energies of the chaos domain. The poisoned longsword continuously stabbed at the human before it. I am no longer confined by the real universe, even with this humble disguise, I can still kill you. It still remembered the wolfox appearance it had in the throne hall when Harlan repelled it. Die. Harlan roared, no longer holding back the dark light in his hand, and directly struck the demon's poisoned weapon. Clang. The gun blade and sword blade met, and the demon weapon snapped upon impact. In the demon's surprised and bewildered gaze, the long spear in Harlan's hand, its power undiminished, slashed towards the impostor's neck. I am not who I once was either. Having drunk the primordial soup, Harlan's physical capabilities had increased severalfold. Dealing with a demon possessing a human body, he could perfectly suppress it. The imagined scene of a head rolling did not occur. Harlan abruptly stopped his long spear at the most critical moment. He saw the look of relief in Ennio's emerald eye and the cunning expression on the impostor's face. I think I understand your condition now. With a sweep of his long spear, the blade, under exquisite control, dislocated Ennio's limb joints. The surrounding demons were becoming fewer and fewer. Blasphemous was rapidly approaching the sacrificial pit in the center of the Chaos Eight-pointed star. The scene he witnessed made his pupils shrink violently, and the surging anger in his heart made his body tremble. His teeth gnashed, his eyes bloodshot and bulging, as he let out a mournful, hateful roar. Chaos. That roar echoed through the barrier, containing boundless hatred, and the scorching fury made chaos tremble. King Noak stood there, dazed. His body had recovered its health, filled with strength as before. No. King Noak was even stronger now. Chaos power flowed within him, making him as tall as Blasphemous, yet utterly lifeless, like a puppet without a master. In the center of the eight-pointed star was an altar, about 3 meters high, inscribed with various chaos runes. Queen Elise was naked, her body spread out like a cross, her palms nailed into the altar with rusty iron spikes. Her body had been cut open, a single incision from her throat to her lower abdomen. Her sternum and ribs were pried open with hooks, fixed to the altar with iron nails, exposing her internal organs. The skin on her body was covered with evil chaos runes, and fresh red blood flowed from the lines of the runes, dripping little by little into the altar's array. It seemed the chaos array was sustaining her life and had established some connection with the altar below. Elise's will was conscious, she endured the pain with closed eyes, her lips already bitten raw. Bastard. Blaskewitz's furious roar also contained pain. He had expected his mother to suffer torture, which was why he had so eagerly fought his way into the city of truth. Seeing it in person, he felt even more self-reproach for arriving late. And his father. His body was polluted by chaos evil magic, becoming a puppet to be wantonly manipulated. Chaos is an extreme with no bottom line. Now, seeing everything before him, Blasphemous finally understood why the elder had repeatedly mentioned this phrase in his descriptions of chaos. Ha 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 ha. Painful, isn't it? Do you like what I've prepared for you? Isaac slowly emerged from behind the altar, his bird-like body hunched, holding a emerald blue staff. I want you dead. Blasphemous went all out. He had killed his way here, plundering countless demonic powers. At this moment, he was terrifyingly strong. Wielding his warhammer, he could smash Isaac's head to pieces before he could react. No. He must not be let off so easily. The killing intent in Blaskewitz's eyes solidified, even transforming into invisible swords in the chaos domain, slashing across Isaac's body, leaving wounds. He wanted to break the demon priest's limbs, leave him alive, and make him suffer every kind of painful torture. Isaac indeed did not react. When Blaskewitz's warhammer struck at its limbs, its face still held a triumphant expression. But someone on the field did react. In Blaskewitz's strange vision, a blood-red greatsword flew in from outside his sight, intercepting the warhammer's trajectory and saving the priest, who was about to have his limbs broken. The greatsword, its power undiminished, plunged directly into the stone slabs of the ground. Stunned and confused, Blasphemous looked up. Noak, as tall as himself, faced him, revealing a hearty smile. Isaac reacted then, screaming and flapping its winged arms, quickly fleeing from Blasphemous. Have no doubt, I am not your father. Noak gestured, recalling the blood-red greatsword from beside Blasphemous. I am merely borrowing this body to bear my will and fight you. Until I determine a victor between us, I will temporarily not allow that cowardly priest to die, nor will I let you save that woman. Oh, and the entity occupying Noak's body brushed off the dust on the greatsword and introduced itself to Blasphemous. Mortals dare not utter my name. They call me the blood god, but I grant you a privilege, allowing you to call me Corn. Boom. As his words fell, blood-red lightning flashed in the chaos domain, and blood rain fell from the hollow of the curtain. The blood god had spoken his name in the real universe. Blaskewitz's agitated face darkened, his hand involuntarily tightening around his warhammer. He knew that the being occupying his father's body was a god from the warp. A true god. Why? Blasphemous brushed the blood rain from his face and stared at the god, asking in confusion, why have you set your sights on me? Blasphemous was truly puzzled. The elder had said that gods rarely left the warp and would not pay too much attention to one person. Yet here he was, truly feeling that the gaze of the four gods was all upon this place. Love. The thrill of the fight. The bloodthirst. Korn stated and answered dispassionately, expressionless. Love. Blasphemous looked up at the blood god. He did not want the gods, so-called love, he only felt bone-deep hatred for them. Come. There was no avoiding it, no need for more talk. He was fearless, charging towards the blood god with unceasing hatred. Come, boy. The blood god also roared, his battle intent clashing with Blaskewitz's killing intent. In excitement, the endless fury on the skull throne burned, unleashed into the real domain. Sword met hammer. Sparks and debris flew. The strongest warrior in the real universe was destined to challenge a god. In the fierce collision, Blazkowicz's swinging hammerhead was cut in half. No matter how tough mortal weapons were, no matter how meticulously crafted by masters, they could never compare to weapons blessed by gods. The gift from Noak, just like his own fate. Knowing that confronting a god would result in utter destruction, he still, driven by various external forces, charged towards the god without regret. The warhammer was severed, and Blazkowicz gripped the remaining hilt, swinging it at extreme speed to continue his assault. Khorne is the strongest warrior in the warp, and Blazkowicz is the strongest warrior in the real universe. In the evil, chaotic domain of the warp, its power is immensely strong, reaching its peak when it descends. Blazkowicz's rage and resolve for revenge intertwined, transforming into a continuous barrage of fierce attacks, unleashed upon the blood god. If weapons break, use fists. His hate-infused arms became god-slaying iron fists, each strike carrying the force of thunder. More. Give in to the slaughter. The blood god roared, dropping its greatsword to meet the challenge with its fists, clashing with Blazkowicz while bellowing. For this pure duel, Khorne even made a promise to its divine brethren. Because after this ritual and choice, Blazkowicz's fate would be set, no longer vague and uncertain. The gods would make him choose. Fist against fist, foot against foot. Savagery against savagery, power against power. The battle between one man and one god was terrifying. The shockwaves they generated made Isaac tremble, forcing him to hide far away to protect himself. He didn't even have the courage to peek. The movements of the two had long surpassed what a mortal's eyes could perceive. How could a priest, not yet fully ascended to demonhood, clearly see the attack speed of two beings who transcended humanity? Khorne was the embodiment of violence. It wantonly used Noak's body to unleash violence, adding a primal and savage touch to the battle with its bloody roars. Noak's dignity was twisted, his expression as grotesque as a terrifying embodiment, his blood-red eyes devoid of any reason. Blazkowicz's battle was silent as iron, his eyes holding only cold resolve, his face heroic and stern, the will for revenge etched into his brow. Seeing his father's desecrated corpse, his iron fists grew stronger with each strike, challenging the blood god for the sin of desecrating the corpse. Sonic booms continuously erupted, and shockwaves swept wildly. The sacrificial pit vibrated, and the chaotic domain trembled. The demons shivered, they felt the will of their god descend, locked in a duel with a powerful enemy. The Sentinels fought with renewed vigor. Only Blazkowicz's battle could possess such might. He was fighting a god. The incessant rapid attacks made Khorne feel the fatigue in its body, and it was greatly displeased. This mortal body, in a pure contest of strength and speed, gradually fell behind, and muscle strain began to appear during rapid movement. The blood god accelerated its absorption of chaotic power to sustain the body, but it still couldn't keep up with the rate of collapse. Facing Blazkowicz's fierce offensive, Khorne retaliated with equal ferocity. Amidst the sharp attacks, the body's function steadily declined, gradually revealing weaknesses. Another hook punch came, and this time the blood god couldn't block it, getting hit directly in the chest, sending its descending body flying a considerable distance. As its body flew backward, blood-red blood god power and dark chaotic power overflowed from its nose and mouth. But it still clamored, unsated, unbroken, unfulfilled. Khorne sensed the impurity. An iron fist aimed at its head was deflected, striking its chest instead. It knew, of course, that Blazkowicz had hesitated for a moment when striking the head of this body. This was his father's body. Even though it was possessed, Blazkowicz still wanted to reclaim it, to leave a whole corpse. What are you hesitating for? The blood god braced its hands on the ground, driving this body, on the verge of shattering, to stabilize itself from its fall. Its blood-red eyes watched Blazkowicz rushing towards it, and it shook its head with displeasure, growling, "Defilement stains the duel. Cast off emotion, embrace your rage. What is your so-called purity? A slaughtering machine that only knows how to fight." Blazkowicz's sharp retort was no longer verbal, he continuously threw punches, embedding his questions into his fists. This lowly body has reached its end, why not let me help you purify it? It was knocked flying again. The blood god would not answer or understand emotions. It was the manifestation of pure violence, abhorring all existence that did not twist into violence. Following the blood god's will, an endless river of blood descended from the warp, submerging Noak's standing corpse. Blazkowicz quickly pursued, rushing into the river of blood. Amidst the crimson, he embraced a physical form, pulling it out of the bloody river. As the crimson before him vanished, he saw only the terrifying, grotesque grin of the blood god when he clearly saw the body in his arms. Noak's corpse was disfigured, he had transformed, with a face resembling a bloodthirster demon, his body tinged with a blood-like red, and encased in brass armor. I will kill you. Blazkowicz's eyes were bloodshot, his last shred of illusion vanished from his mind. He had only wanted to give his father a complete corpse, but such a simple wish had dissolved into thin air under the manipulation of the Chaos God. He lowered his hands from embracing the blood god, wrapping them around its waist from behind, allowing the rain of punches to strike his own body. Looking at the struggling Chaos God in his embrace, Blazkowicz, bruised and battered, stared into its eyes and said earnestly, I am a human being of flesh and blood and emotion. Korn. Leave his body and let him rest. One day in the future, when I kill you, I will also give you a swift end. His large hands squeezed tighter and tighter, he gave Korn no more chance to speak, his burning eyes fixed on it. Impossible, the blood god conveyed its meaning with its eyes, delivering an elbow strike to Blazkowicz's head, causing blood to flow from his nose and mouth. The blood god was the embodiment of strife, how could it yield to Blazkowicz's threats? Blazkowicz loved him and offered him his supreme favor. But its love, in all its forms, only allowed acceptance, it would not allow rejection. Blazkowicz bled from all 7 orifices amidst the blood god's counterattack, yet he seemed oblivious, as if he felt no pain. He took one last look at the blood god, at that body still bearing 3/10 resemblance to his father, then closed his eyes. He exerted force with his arms, and with a crack, the blood god's incarnated lumbar spine was directly crushed by a great force. Any vertebrate, losing the support of its lumbar spine, becomes completely powerless. No. 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 The blood god waved its arms, screaming, feeling no killing intent in the act of murder, only deep pity. In your immortal life, mortals are but passers-by, these lowly emotions will only hinder you. This time, Blazkowicz did not respond. He clasped its back, neck and lower back, lifted it high, and looked up at the constantly struggling figure. Without a beginning, there is no end, gods can never understand. Even at this moment, when Blazkowicz thought of King Noak, a trace of warmth still welled up in his heart. He clasped the blood god's hands even tighter, it was time to send it away, to give his father release. Begone. Korn. His words filled with remembrance, Blazkowicz forcefully pulled Noak's body down, his back impacting Blazkowicz's knee. A gush of blood erupted, Noak's body burst into a bloody mist, and the shattered form could no longer sustain itself. Unsatisfying, I crave more. The blood gods will transformed into a bloody mist and vanished, its message in the void filled with extreme displeasure. A perfect battle it had anticipated ended in pity, not matching its psychological expectation of blood-splattering fervor. With its departure, Noak's demonized corpse also turned into flying ashes, completely disappearing from the universe. Blazkowicz reached out to grasp the ashes, but could not hold them, like a wisp of smoke that never existed. Farewell, father. A soft murmur sent his father off, in future memories, there wouldn't even be a grave to commemorate him. Noak was the kindling in Blazkowicz's life, he ignited himself, turning into embers and dust, but that bright flame and warmth would forever remain in Blazkowicz's heart. He stood up and turned, now no one could stop his revenge. His footsteps sounded like a death knell, his face like ice as he walked step by step towards Isaac, the sharp killing intent in his eyes like a carving knife, intending to slowly torture him to death. Facing Blazkowicz, who approached with rage, a sense of oppression enveloped Isaac, and his body involuntarily trembled. But he was not flustered, there was no fear in his eyes, because he knew Blazkowicz loved Elise. The shadow cast by the tall figure enveloped the trembling Isaac, and Blazkowicz put his hand on his shoulder, a cruel smile on his face. Now the sorcerer and warrior faced each other, Isaac was sweating profusely, yet dared not make any sudden moves. The man before him had just sent the blood god's will back to the warp. Facing such a powerful being, any defiant action from the priest would invite a thunderous attack. End the ritual. Blazkowicz smiled, yet there was no amusement in his expression, only a stagnant pool in his dark eyes. Crack. With a slight squeeze of his fingers, the sorcerer's fragile, hollow bird bone shattered, and his entire shoulder collapsed with it. Ah! Blazkowicz's superhuman hearing caught Elise's painful groan from the altar. His heart tightened, and he grabbed the priest, leaping onto the altar. Elise lay in the center of the altar, her body desecrated by chaos, with the same collapsed shoulder as Isaac. Look at this, Blazkowicz. Isaac's dark claw pulled open his robe. Beneath the robe, his body had no feathers, but was similarly inscribed with chaotic runes. The chaotic runes bind my life and Lady Elise's closely together. We live and die as one. Do not attempt to kill me or Elise to end the ritual. Isaac and Blazkowicz locked eyes. Then Isaac instinctively turned his head, saying guiltily, "We are a trinity. If one is harmed, all are harmed." The ritual array carved into his body seemed to give Isaac some courage, and his voice no longer trembled. The ritual cannot be stopped. This is the will of the gods, they will not allow it to be interrupted. Blazkowicz looked deeply at the priest, understanding that this chaos ritual was prepared by the gods for him. How many absurd things had this hideous birdman in his hand done under the drive of the gods? Blazkowicz's fists clenched, cracking audibly, wishing he could immediately skin, disembowel, and gut this beast. Isaac's heart pounded. Just moments ago, he dared to mock Blazkowicz freely, but facing him now, fear choked his throat, rendering him speechless. Taking a deep breath, his broad shoulders heaved. Blazkowicz ultimately did not dare to harm his mother further. He ripped off Isaac's robe, tossing him aside like a worm with no dignity. He carefully covered his mother's body, restoring some dignity to her, protecting her from the endless defilement of chaos. Blazkowicz looked up at the void in the sky, the void corrupted by chaos, directly connected to the warp. Gods, I know you have always been there. His words held no shouts, no hatred, no fury, they seemed devoid of all emotion. Calm words echoed in the sacrificial pit as he looked at the broken sky, stating a fact. The gaze of the four gods had been present the entire time. They watched him from the depths of the warp, then set up the altar, allowing him to choose. As Blazkowicz summoned, four figures appeared in the warp's void. They were the wills of the chaos gods. The putrid swelling of sickly green, the depraved craving of purple-pink, the fickle change of blue-gray, the tyrannical rage of blood-red. Their appearance was without warning, without any superfluous might, as if they had existed there since before the beginning of eternity. They silently looked at Blazkowicz, the gaze of the gods converging on the amphitheater-like sacrificial pit. Boom. Blue flames ignited along the edge of the sacrificial pit, lush, decaying grass sprouted from the ground, scalding blood rain fell, and sinful thorns burst forth from the earth. Merely a gaze, and the concepts of the gods encroached upon the realm of reality. This land, if nothing unexpected occurred, would be their eternal territory. Ah! Isaac wailed. His hunched body began to twist, manifesting terrifying multiple mutations. Under the gaze of the gods, the priest crawled painfully on the ground, thorns piercing its flesh, blood rain corroding its body, and decay spreading through every cell. Lord of Change. Isaac's voice was shrill and humble, calling out to the god it devoutly worshipped, to whom it had dedicated everything with all its heart and might. The god did not respond, nor did it even look at its worshipper. Its gaze was fixed on the altar, on the man standing tall and proud, meeting the gods, gaze without fear. Blazkowicz naturally noticed Isaac's transformation and instinctively shielded Elise, blocking the direct gaze of the gods. Perhaps due to the power of the gods, Isaac's mutation did not affect Elise. Or perhaps it could be understood that the gods did not permit Elise to mutate. Isaac howled and screamed. The demonic body it had been given now exhibited features of all four gods under their infection. Wings and feathers sprouted from its back, its body began to swell and bloat until it festered, various stimulating hidden organs emerged, its fingers became sharp, and its teeth mutated into blades. Blazkowicz watched it coldly, the once elegant and composed high priest, now a pitiful wretch abandoned by chaos. The terrifying screams of pain were incessant. Isaac's body mutated continuously, its genes changing and reorganizing chaotically, its limbs constantly being torn and displaced. Finally, its limbs and torso merged into one, becoming an egg-shaped lump of flesh with a face. Its expression was dull and numb, becoming the most defiled chaos egg. Do you like it? My gift. An ethereal voice reached him. Its words had no two syllables alike, yet the chaotic speech was understandable. Lord of Change. Blazkowicz saw a phantom figure, the size of a normal person, sitting cross-legged in the void beside the sacrificial pit, constantly flowing and changing. I only have pity in my heart. He shook his head and said to Zinch, I deeply abhor his actions and would not hesitate to kill him, but I pity a soul that has been toyed with. Is that so? Zinch pondered Blazkowicz's words, drawing a phantom image in the air with his hand. It seems you have a great misunderstanding about us. He displayed a scene, Blazkowicz's most bitter memory, everything that happened in the throne hall that day. His arrogance and conceit caused a deviation in the plan. I merely discarded an unhandy tool. Blazkowicz silently shook his head. The words of chaos were not to be trusted. But you are different. Tzeentch's bizarre voice was very calm, like a wise elder. Blazkowicz. Why do you think I am here? Because the gods believe you should not look up to us, but regard us as equals. Then why did you slaughter my father and desecrate his corpse? Blazkowicz glanced at the lofty gods, then pointed to Elise on the ground, his voice gradually growing cold as he questioned. You nailed my mother to the ground, letting her suffer endless humiliation and pain. That was an accident. Tzeentch remained calm, not angered by the hatred. It was a recoverable accident, including everything now, it can all be recovered. Recoverable. Blazkowicz's brows furrowed, and he narrowed his eyes at Tzeentch's phantom. How can it be recovered? Tzeentch's shoulders shook. In high spirits, if they could talk, there was room for negotiation. They would propose a price that Blazkowicz could not refuse, bringing him under the four gods' sway. The Lord of Change gestured with his fingers, chanting ancient, mystical syllables, casting a spell. Blazkowicz watched him warily, feeling no threat, and the sacrificial array on the ground showed no signs of activating. What was he trying to do? Soon, Tzeentch answered Blazkowicz's question. A white star was cast down from the warp, caught in his hand. His withered palm opened, revealing something that made Blazkowicz gasp. The soul of your beloved father. Tzeentch's words were extremely alluring, even using endearments to stir Blazkowicz's emotions. Blazkowicz's body trembled, instinctively wanting to rush forward and snatch it. Don't rush, my dear Blazkowicz. Tzeentch raised his hand, gently closing it, and chuckled, stopping Blazkowicz. What if I get a little nervous, and this fragile soul is completely destroyed? Noak's miniature, transparent soul floated in Tzeentch's hand. Tzeentch chuckled, then offered the gods. Price. We can resurrect him. Blazkowicz's gaze never left Noak's soul. He asked in a low voice. Then what is the price? He knew there was no free lunch. Chaos always valued equivalent exchange. Swear allegiance to us. Tzeentch's magic displayed in the air, his words full of seduction, passionately describing the future. Swear your fealty, and we shall anoint you the sole chosen of the four. The warp itself shall bind our oath. We will never betray you. You will possess our power, endless armies, and a supreme status equal to the gods. Your father, your mother, your brothers, and all the soldiers who follow you, they will achieve eternity, existing with you forever. Blazkowicz listened to Tzeentch's narrative. Although he knew the gods were full of lies, his heart wavered slightly. What if? Even if it was just a slim chance. Swearing allegiance to the gods, everything could return to how it was, and all sacrifices and deaths could be avoided. You will be free, cherished by us. We will never restrict or demand anything from you. Perhaps sensing Blazkowicz's hesitation, Tzeentch continued to make promises. You can ask us for anything, we will never refuse any of your requests. Blazkowicz looked down at Elise. Her pained expression tugged at his heartstrings, and Noak had hope of resurrection. His heart struggled. The gods' terms were too generous, practically a one-sided gift. When the warp gods are willing to swear an oath for something, it means they will not easily break their promise. Look at what we've prepared for you. With an alien lilt twisting its words, Tzeentch spread its many arms wide, voice dripping with mockery. What a perfect stage for an oath, is it not? But what is a stage without an audience? Come now, witnesses are essential. Like a deranged master of ceremonies, it swept its clawed hand toward the shadows, inviting the players onto the stage to behold the drama of their chosen hero. From the darkness, the sentinels emerged, broken, staggering, their armor eaten by the corrosive rain, their flesh blistered and rotting beneath. They circled the sacrificial pit one by one, faces pale and hollow-eyed as they gazed upon Blazkowicz. Unseen, when Tzeentch had first arrived, it had swept the demons aside, whispering the path clear, herding the sentinels here. Now they stood as the unwilling audience, the perfect witnesses for this cruel ritual of choice. The conversation between God and mortal had already echoed through the minds of every watchman present. Blazkowicz raised his head. Less than half remained, half of their number had been left behind, claimed by the storm. Above them, the green acid rain fell without pause, eating into steel, flesh, and spirit alike. It gnawed at their strength, turned their wounds septic, and corroded their very will. Pain spread like a plague among them. Some crawled, others leaned on comrades, but all refused to let the stretcher slip. They bore Blazkowicz's weight as if the fate of the world depended on it. They were tattered, burned, and weary, but not yet broken. And that, precisely, was Tzeentch's design, to let them linger, to let them suffer, to make their suffering a weapon. It opened the stage, drew back the curtain, and let the tragic state of the Sentinels press upon Blazkowicz's heart like an invisible noose. Only one person stood outside the barrier, watching Blazkowicz with wide eyes. Harlan Ogilvy, the champion swordsman, Blazkowicz's personal attendant, his mentor and friend. He was the companion who, at the most critical moment, led Blazkowicz to the Crystal Mountains to meet the ancient sage. He carried an ancient artifact on his shoulder, dragging the crippled Ennio, and arrived at the edge of the sacrificial pit. Harlan removed his helmet, his expression extremely complex. The look in his eyes towards Blazkowicz held an inexplicable, resolute determination. He had also heard the deal proposed by the Chaos God, an exceptionally generous deal. The memories sealed in his mind were awakened by the impact of keywords, and he too had arrived at the place of destiny's choice. Flames blocked the warrior's path. A barrier surrounded the sacrificial pit, protecting the audience while isolating all sound, preventing Blazkowicz from being disturbed by them. The mortal warriors were separated by the barrier, as if watching a sacred tragedy, witnessing the demigods tearing between divine oracle and humanity. Don't let them down. Harlan clutched his gun to his chest, using sign language and lip reading to convey his final message to Blazkowicz. He told me to kill you. Blazkowicz, quickly swear your oath of allegiance. Tzeentch urged, pointing to the haggard sentinels. This heavy rain will not stop. They are walking towards death. You only need to pledge allegiance, and their suffering will vanish. The fallen soldiers will rise again and return to your side. The Chaos God's mouthpiece incited and urged relentlessly. Tzeentch believed that Blazkowicz's love for his parents, his love for the Sentinels, and his love for Argent Noor, would make him choose correctly. Blazkowicz let out a long breath. His boundless physical and mental strength were now consumed by endless fatigue and pressure. He looked up at the expectant gods in the warp, then at his father's soul in Tzeentch's hand, then surveyed the sentinels around him, finally fixing his gaze on Elise. The gaze of man, the gaze of God. All converged on Blazkowicz. He had to make a choice. Under countless expectations, the majestic figure knelt on one knee, tears of pain and unwillingness flowing from the corners of his eyes. He gently picked up his mother. Her body was not heavy, one arm was enough for her to rest peacefully. Covered by a robe, Elise was like a sleeping beauty, quietly slumbering in her son's broad arms. Please forgive me, mother. The gods used the lives of the sentinels, King Noak, and Elise, to force Blazkowicz to make a choice. His broad hand brushed Elise's porcelain white face, the only part of her body without a trace of chaos. Blazkowicz's hand trembled, his powerful body trembled, his heart trembled. He knew that until he made a choice, this ritual would never end. The focal point of the ritual was Queen Elise. Her life was closely tied to the ritual, enduring eternal suffering under the Chaos God's wicked magic. Forgive me, mother. Blazkowicz's voice choked. He lowered his head and gently kissed his mother's forehead, as a large hand, trembling, gripped her throat. I imagine you must be in great pain. It's time to say goodbye. Under the astonished and shocked gaze of the gods, his hand constricted Elise's slender throat. A monstrous sin. Blazkowicz's hand trembled, tears rolled down, but his resolve was unshaken. Only this, could save the sentinels, only this could break the gods' trap. The hand that could easily take the life of a great demon now seemed to encounter 1,000 obstacles, struggling to end the fragile life in his arms. A power capable of shaking stars found it difficult to strike the killing blow, and it could not save her life. The briefly astonished gods all craned their necks, savoring the primal evil emanating from the sin of matricide. They greedily sucked in the sin, intoxicated by the taste of pain and sorrow, as if savoring fine wine. The warp churned, and the intense emotions of powerful beings stirred up a storm of emotions within the warp. Ah! Blazkowicz roared, the fierce pain and the necessary killing threatening to tear him apart. Images from the past flashed through his mind, her gentleness, her teachings, her selfless kindness to him. He hated his extraordinary memory. Why were those images so terrifyingly clear, preventing him from killing her? Meanwhile, far away on Terra, the Doomslayer Legion gathered together, suddenly felt a surge of sorrow. Before they could react, emotions that had long been suppressed suddenly reappeared, and hot tears streamed from the corners of their eyes. What happened? He asked his brother, but received no answer. Please forgive me, mother. Saying goodbye one last time, Blazkowicz closed his eyes, then clenched his hand, trying to make her pain-free. Crack. Finally, a son twisted his mother's neck, killing the person he loved most. He seemed to lose all his strength, weakly lowering his arm and placing his mother back on the ground. The gods felt both joy and sorrow at Blasphemous' choice, yet they savored the sweetness of evil, relishing the perfect sin. Waves surged in the warp, and the hidden grief and sorrow within were awakened by a powerful entity. Blasphemous slowly stood up, his head bowed. No one could see his expression. He only felt a heart-wrenching pain. Those warm memories of being cared for were being extracted from every cell by suffering. Losing both parents in one day, and even personally killing his mother. The pain he had suppressed since his father's death seemed to find an outlet, gushing out all at once, merging with the grief of losing his mother. Ah! That desperate roar of grief pierced the reality realm, entered the warp, and even made the demons feel a deep sting. They watched to see whose sorrow had stirred up the storm, searching for the source of the pain, so real and profound. In his private room on Terra, the Emperor's face darkened as he sensed the storm of pain in the warp. He closed his eyes and plunged into the warp. You must not be in danger. Blasphemous stood somewhat unsteadily on the altar, a black aura emanating from him, the materialized form of pain. The sentinels instinctively turned their faces away, not daring to look at him anymore, their eyes stung by the materialized pain. That pure black aura passed through the reality realm and drifted towards the warp, finally meeting the pain of the Sea of Souls. Rumble. Black lightning struck in the warp, and a black storm of pain advanced, eventually meeting Blasphemous' grief. Shared emotions resonated in the warp, then merged together. Bang, bang, bang. The striking lightning was like a heartbeat, and the storm of pain seemed to be giving birth to something. Oh ho ho. A clear female laugh came from the center of the storm. A new demigod was born in the warp. Emerging from the storm, her black body was that of a naked human female, her torso and limbs covered in thorns, holding a thorny whip. Laughing in pain, dancing in grief, her divine name was, the Queen of Pain. The Queen of Pain's face closely resembled Elisa's. With a laugh, she transformed into a black mist and vanished into the warp. The demigod's instinct drove her to distance herself from the gods' gaze. The storm in the warp did not subside with the birth of the Queen of Pain, instead, it intensified, awakening a deeper existence. Blasphemous endured the torment. The pain did not break him, he devoured it. The unbearable grief ebbed, leaving behind only a hollow space where rage could take root. The warp shivered with the weight of his resolve. A single breath escaped his lips, slow and deliberate. His head lifted, and his eyes met the gods, the architects of his suffering, the tyrants of eternity. Their gazes locked across the abyss. Sparks of raw divinity clashed with the unyielding iron of his will, and the void itself crackled like a storm before the end of days. The pain receded. What remained was fury, pure, corrosive vengeance, howling for release. The realm of chaos quaked. The warp screamed. Blasphemous' face twisted into a mask of hate so absolute it bordered on the inhuman. His eyes burned, not with madness, but with purpose. His gaze cut through the waiting gods, piercing the marrow of the warp itself. He raised his arm, fist clenched until nails split his flesh and knuckles cracked like breaking stone. And then he spoke. The Emperor, racing through the warp, heard it too, an oath carried on the currents of madness. I am Blasphemous. His voice was calm. Too calm. The calm of a volcano moments before eruption. I am the son of the sky. Noach's third son. I am. His chest heaved. Rage exploded from his core, tearing through the warp like a nova. I am the prophesied, doom slayer. Boom. The warp convulsed. I hate the gods. I will kill the gods. I will have my vengeance. The scream became a storm. His hatred took form, flames igniting upon his skin, primal wrath boiling his very blood. I will scour chaos from existence. I will carve my name into your graves. His roar shattered the silence of millennia, stirring something ancient, something the gods had buried deep. The concept of godslaying, older than their thrones, older than their lies, stirred. The warp is eternal, yet never still. Its darkest tides had always slumbered, waiting for one mad enough, strong enough, hateful enough to call them forth. And now, Blasphemous had. The tide surged. Demons shrieked from distant gulfs. The four gods fell silent, their immortal confidence curdling into something unfamiliar, apprehension. The slumbering idea awakened. God-killers of ages past whispered in the void, lending their wrath to a mortal who dared defy the infinite. Blasphemous stood at the altar, his body wreathed in scarlet flame, his declaration of war shaking every layer of the immaterium. The rune on his chest ignited. Ancient, forbidden. The essence of the Doom Slayer, the mark of a creator god, long lost, blazed forth. Even Tzeentch, the one who claims to know all, stared and murmured. I do not know. It was the first time he had spoken those words. The essence answered Blazkowicz. It bled from his soul. Slaughter, eradication, annihilation, pure concepts given shape by his boundless wrath. His left hand burned as the rune imprinted itself into his palm. Concepts demanded a vessel. So he chose. He struck the altar. Stone shattered like brittle bone. From the rubble, he seized a jagged fragment. Even this, he growled, lifting the shard high. Even with a broken stone, I will slay gods. The flames engulfed the jagged rock, licking it with raw, unbridled fury. The primal essence of stone, the eternal, unyielding truth of hardness, twisted and reshaped under his wrath. From the molten fracture emerged a hilt, forged not by hands but by the pure force of his killing intent. And from that intent, a blade was born, sharp as vengeance itself, blazing with the fire of his soul. With a roar, Blazkowicz slammed his marked palm against the cross guard. Crack. Red light erupted, runes of slaughter racing along the edge. Serrated, vicious, cursed, a weapon born not of mercy, but of judgment. Gods. He raised the newborn blade toward the four watching in the void. This is my vow. This is my witness. Look well, this will be your undoing. Rumble. The warp answered. The god-slaying concept poured into the weapon like a flood of molten stars. Leather of demonhide wrapped the grip. The runes howled. Its name spoke itself, the crucible. Judgment. A weapon that erases divinity. A blade to end gods. A crucible for their extinction. When the sword manifested, the gods knew. This was no mortal blade, it was the first true god-slaying weapon, a force to rival their own creations. Blazkowicz gripped it in both hands, and the blade grew, becoming a greatsword, crimson light casting his face in the glow of apocalypse. Come, he whispered. His voice was low, steady, lethal. Come, gods. Today, we settle our accounts. The warp went still. The golden sun halted its march, listening. Then, after a long, tense pause, it turned, its path no longer forward, but back. No matter where you flee, no matter where you hide, Blazkowicz vowed, I will find you. I will unmake you. Piece by piece. Rip and tear. Ains Ulg 0 when creators thoughts. 6 comments 0 vote. Doom Slayer Legion. I am the enemy of the gods. Blazkowicz raised the crucible sword, pointing it at the high and mighty gods. With a downward swing, the tip of the sword was wreathed in destructive power. In the warp-transformed space, the crucible sword's power was boundless. The sacrificial pit, inscribed with blasphemous formations, crumbled as he swung the crucible sword. He withdrew his long sword, gripping the hilt with both hands, the blade pointing downwards, like an ancient knight taking an oath. I am the enemy of chaos. The crucible sword descended, and the flames of Blazkowicz's wrath seeped into the ground, igniting the ritual array and incinerating the blasphemous lines. The barrier shattered, and the flames spread along the 8-pointed star symbol, reaching further and further. Blazkowicz. Enemy of chaos. Enemy of the gods. The sentinels shouted, cheering for the Doom Slayer's unyielding spirit. He had not succumbed to the gods under the temptation of absolute power. Even after committing matricide, he still chose to save the sentinels. He stood against the gods, challenging the deities. Under Blazkowicz's protection, the gods, gazes could not harm or corrupt anyone. Substantial wrath spread everywhere, burning away the corruption of chaos, and the foul acid rain evaporated into hissing smoke. Isaac, transformed into a chaos egg, was ignited by the wrathful flames, crackling and burning. Harlan pushed Ennio into the flames. Though the flames did not harm him, they caused the demon host to wail in agony. The Keeper of Secrets demonic concept disintegrated within Ennio, and the Chaos God's blessing, which twisted pain into pleasure, was utterly ineffective at this moment. It genuinely felt the harm, and the wrath, fueled by the demon, burned even more fiercely. You won't get off so easily. As the demon weakened, Ennio's soul was liberated, and he regained control of his body. He crawled out of the flames, also saving the demon, allowing the Keeper of Secrets to continue its lingering existence within him, awaiting judgment. Welcome back. Harlan extended his large hand and pulled Ennio from the ground. The demon could no longer cause trouble. It's good to touch you again. Ennio shed tears, his heart having endured immense torment. Actually, it would have been good if I had died too. After a brief greeting, their gazes returned to the center of the sacrificial pit. The chaos ritual was destroyed, warp energy was rapidly receding, and the chaos-transformed city of truth gradually returned to reality. Face me. Gods. Blazkowicz roared to the sky, challenging the gods from the center of the stage, but no one responded in the gradually shrinking void of reality. The gods understood. Even the ever-warlike Khorne understood that with the dissipation of chaos power, the gods could not descend, nor could they defeat Blazkowicz, who wielded the crucible sword. Sending more demons would be useless against the Godslayer, it would only strengthen him, especially now that he had no reservations. Their figures dissipated, like an audience leaving after a performance. Khorne. Coward. Another roar, this was a direct challenge by name. Gods could ignore provocations, but Khorne would not, he was the god of challenges and strife. The blood god struck resolutely, his divine body rising from his skull throne, his great sword, imbued with infinite power, slashing out. Blazkowicz. Godslayer. The blood-red great sword crossed countless realms, piercing through dimensional barriers, and descended like a sky pillar upon the challenger. Blazkowicz's eyes showed no fear. With power that shook the stars, he wielded the crucible sword, meeting the blood god's fearsome might. Clang. The fierce clash of weapons echoed in both reality and the warp. The blood god's great sword, which could destroy all life, and the crucible sword, capable of slaying gods, collided violently. The shockwaves in the warp swept across boundless territories, demons bowed in the tremors, worshipping the blood god's power. The impact in reality was like a nuclear explosion, the shockwave blew away the Sentinels, shaking the entire city of truth. In the dust of the explosion, beneath the shadow of the colossal great sword, blood burst from every one of Blazkowicz's veins, and he stood there like a man of blood. In the next moment, terrifying self-healing abilities restored him to normal, his crucible sword blocking the blood god's great sword. The blades of both sides collided, their respective concepts tearing at each other, wearing each other down in the struggle of power. Exhilarating. The blood god's roar came from the warp. It had been a very, very long time since he had felt such exhilaration. In the real universe, someone capable of taking his strike had appeared. Although the strike was weakened countless times, he still caught it, without any retreat or evasion, catching it head-on. There will be a battle between us eventually, but not today. The blood god laughed wildly as he withdrew his great sword, looking expectantly at Blazkowicz through the gradually healing warp rift. No. Today is the day. Blazkowicz's absolute will transform the last of the warp energy into a staircase. He gripped the crucible sword, ready to rush into the warp along the steps. He swore to fight the gods to the death. Blazkowicz. Just as he was about to rush into the warp, a voice called from the dust. Harlan and Ennio, both limping, walked with difficulty through the dust stirred up by the explosion. Taking advantage of the moment he froze upon seeing Ennio, Harlan rushed forward and hugged Blazkowicz's leg, which was stepping onto the staircase. You can't go. If you go, take me with you. The champion swordsman's idea was simple. Wherever his lord was, he would be too. Look around you. Ennio's eyes were complex, with guilt and determination. He also hugged a leg, looking up at his brother. What will happen to them if you leave? Blazkowicz looked up. In the dust of the explosion, Sentinel's members were slowly getting up and gathering towards them. Their battered and exhausted bodies were sustained purely by willpower. Look at her again. Ennio pointed to a corner of the distant ruins, where Elisa's body was half-buried. Mother, Blazkowicz suddenly snapped awake, looking back unwillingly at the Lithanometer-wide warp rift. Slaughter. He whispered to the hilt of the crucible sword, then threw his long sword into the warp, letting it hunt on its own. Blazkowicz's crucible sword, forged in his wrath, was intimately connected to him, allowing him to summon it across realms. The crucible sword rushed into the warp just as the passage closed. Blazkowicz saw its back as it transformed into a god-slaying demon. The warp power vanished, and the three fell from midair. Blazkowicz didn't care about much else, rushing to Elisa's side and throwing aside bricks and rubble with both hands. All destinies were predetermined. Isaac became a chaos egg, burned to ashes. The robe torn from him, the robe passed down through generations of priests, and the priestly power condensed within it, protected Elisa's body. Let's go. Ennio wanted to embrace her, but his unconsciously raised hand stiffened and lowered, his defiled body dared not touch her. What are you going to do? Blazkowicz cradled his mother's body, hesitated, then said to Ennio, we will forgive you. He sensed the demon within Ennio. It was responsible for everything, and his brother, whose soul was imprisoned, also suffered greatly. My defiled body is unworthy of returning to the Argentum. Although it wasn't my intention, I witnessed everything. I cannot forgive myself. Enio's heterochromatic eyes took one last look at Elise, then at his tall brother. I will exile myself and atone with the rest of my life. You will be a good king. Enio smiled sincerely, preparing to raise his hand to pat his brother's arm, as he used to. His hand stopped halfway, then he awkwardly withdrew it. Blazkowicz tried to grab his hand, but he dodged away. It will help you. Harlan took a sphere from his waist. He had always carried this ancient artifact with him. Follow its guidance. Harlan tossed the artifact to him, not giving Enio a chance to refuse, and offered a friendly smile. You will find a way to get revenge on the demons. Thank you. Enio shed his armor, everything related to the Argentum, only picking up a robe from the ground for modesty. May you slay all your enemies. Finally, he performed a warrior's salute, then walked into the still lingering dust, slowly disappearing from sight. Let's go too. Blazkowicz and the Sentinels walked out of the city, regrouping with the waiting forces outside. Less than half of the warriors who entered the city returned. Out of 15,000 people, only 7,000 returned. Of those, less than 4,000 retained full combat capability. As the troops gradually reorganized and the bodies of the Sentinels in the city were collected, the temporary encampment outside the city was filled with sorrow. Many Sentinels' bodies could not be recovered at all, or even pieced together completely. The endless tide of demons had overwhelmed the Sentinels and torn their bodies to shreds. This victory was too tragic. The numbers before them were too horrifying. Harlan, usually thick-skinned, turned his head, unable to look at the body bags in the camp. Blazkowicz remained silent, gazing at the distant city of truth, his clenched fists and whitened knuckles indicating his inner turmoil. My lord, we can proceed now. Erica, who had remained at the camp, handed him a launch mechanism connected to an atomic weapon detonator. Seeing Harlan's eager expression, Blazkowicz took the detonator and handed it to him. You do it. There was a strange fanaticism in his nature, a particular obsession with novel or destructive weapons, especially massive bombs. Harlan unceremoniously took the detonator. For most people, the destruction of a 1,000-year-old city might evoke sighs and lamentations. But Harlan showed no hesitation, pressing the detonator in his hand. As an artificial sun rose, the city of truth, which had stood for 1,000 years, was destroyed by an atomic weapon, all traces vanishing into thin air. Let's go home. We still have many things to deal with. The orbital sky pillar shimmered with protective light. Blazkowicz glanced at it, then led the grimly victorious Sentinels away. The giant stood on high, his armor radiating a golden glow, a light of reason that, like a lighthouse, gathered humanity together. The Emperor stood on high, crowned with a golden laurel, his left hand the Emperor's claw, his right hand gripping the Emperor's sword. Today, everyone was dressed in their finest. In this nascent empire, not a single important person was absent. The Emperor stood on the high platform, wearing a golden laurel wreath, the Emperor's claw in his left hand gleamed coldly, and the longsword in his right hand was as red as blood. Malkador stood to his left, staff in hand, and Valder guarded his right with a spear. Their shadows fell upon the waiting military formation. They overlooked the vast plaza, at the core of which were 20 legions, 20 superhuman forces forged from the gene seed of the Primarchs. The legions were fully armed, clad in MK pattern power armor. Their shoulders were broad and simple, their chests and abdomens very compact, and the armor plates on their limbs were stacked from circular clips. Holding bolt guns, they stood tall and proud, awaiting the Emperor's inspection. The Emperor looked at the 20 legions in the plaza, dozens of superhuman warriors, all in high spirits. Millions of mortal auxiliary army were ready for battle, equipped with elite weaponry crafted from ancient technology. Giant titans stood within the military formation, heavy tanks were neatly arranged, and anti-gravity vehicles flew slowly through the sky. In lower orbit further out, parked space warships obscured the sun's light, they floated slowly, steel fortresses suspended in the firmament. Facing such a spectacle, no one could remain calm, not even the Empire's creator. Everything before them was the Expeditionary Legion, forged by the Emperor from all of Terra's resources after the Unification Wars. They are in high spirits. They are eager for battle. Malkador and Valder offered their assessments of the scene before them. Everyone knew today that they would embark on a new objective, a goal so grand it was almost illusory. The crusade to conquer the stars. The Emperor had finally concluded the arduous Unification Wars, uniting the will of all Terra, and in the window of opportunity when Slaanesha's cries had quelled the warp storms, he launched an even grander crusade. Humanity's chance for resurgence was singular, missing this window would make warp travel even more perilous. The Emperor's gaze swept across the plaza, and the soldiers who felt his gaze straightened their chests. This radiant being before them had ended Terra's chaos, making humanity great again. These men have given themselves to me, they are my finest warriors, they know no fear. Looking at the superhuman warriors in the plaza below, the Emperor whispered to his friends and retainers beside him, they shall be Space Marines. At this moment, no more words were needed, the warriors awaited his command. The Emperor raised his sword, that longsword is red as the scorching sun, glowing with a dazzling brilliance as if it were a burning star. The stars await our conquest. Humanity awaits our unity. In such a solemn occasion, the Emperor's voice, empowered by his mighty psychic abilities, was both grand and precise, resonating majestically across the plaza, yet clear and distinct in their ears. You are death angels. Bring destruction to the enemies of humanity, and salvation to the scattered humans across the stars. You are Space Marines, your footsteps destined to tread across the stars, you are Astartes, representing every mortal who has contributed to this crusade. He held his longsword high, erupting in brilliant light in this sacred and solemn moment. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of armor friction, the 20 legions knelt on one knee, accepting their new names. They were Death Angels, they were Space Marines, and they were Astartes. For the Emperor. The Space Marines responded to the Emperor with a battle cry. These superhuman warriors were completely loyal to the Emperor, loyal to the Master of Mankind who had granted them their extraordinary bodies. They knelt on one knee, willing to dedicate everything, including their lives, to the Emperor's great cause. Great Crusade. The Emperor's magnificent image, the great man they most anticipated, declared the objective of the crusade. A great crusade, starting from Terra, with the entire galaxy as its destination, a crusade for the resurgence of humanity. In the Emperor's name, the Great Crusade has begun. The absolute main force of the crusade, the Emperor's Death Angels, would bring the Master of Mankind's salvation and destruction to the entire galaxy. The 16th Legion Space Marines began boarding their ships, their target being Terra's natural satellite, Luna. Gene cults were entrenched there, and capturing Luna's genetic engineering facilities would aid in the subsequent production of Space Marines. The Emperor, accompanied by his personal advisors, walked through the steel corridors, heading to a private chamber to plan the direction of the upcoming Great Crusade. However, at a corner, he encountered a giant clad in power armor, with a blood-red cloak behind him. He held a long spear in his arms, leaning against the wall, seemingly waiting for something. Your trouble has arrived. Malkador chuckled lightly, even nodding to the giant, then left with the advisory group, abandoning his friend. Leaving the Emperor and Valder, for the master and servant to face their trouble. The giant wore a suit of pitch-black power armor, similar in style and material to the Adeptus Custodes armor, but not entirely the same. Custodes armor was golden yellow, signifying their status as the Emperor's servants, and also symbolizing the Custodes, resilient will and radiant spirit. The pitch-black power armor was different, it was outlined with blood-red lines, appearing more aggressive. Unlike the ancient and ornate Custodes armor, the pitch-black armor had an added 3 parts of technological feel and 2 parts of mystery. The long spear in his arms was also unique, it came from the same lineage as the Custodes, guardian spears, but it did not mount a physical weapon. The pitch-black spear shaft was wrapped with blood-red metal mesh lines, and the blood-red spearhead was wider than a guardian spear, as if flowing with fresh blood. The giant blocking the way had a red runic mark on his left shoulder plate, indicating he was a Space Marine of the 21st Legion, and a lightning eagle head relief on his right shoulder plate, proving the power armor's owner had participated in the Unification Wars. The giant blocking the way removed his helmet, not kneeling before the Emperor, but merely expressing verbal respect, "My lord." Question mark. The person blocking the way was Blazkowicz, though his resolute face was devoid of expression, an air of displeasure permeated his entire being. Doom Slayer, a command appeared in Valder's mind. He stepped forward, blocking the Emperor. You should be at your post, not here. Don't play coy. I don't want to play any games. Blazkowicz's gaze bypassed the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes and fixed on the Emperor. My lord. Why aren't we in the expeditionary sequence? Valder, his ruse seen through, shrugged and stepped aside, indicating he was powerless. Doom Slayers had several additional organs compared to their original design, they possessed unique and miraculous abilities. The Emperor pondered for a moment, then slowly began, looking at Blazkowicz, I have other arrangements for you. Blazkowicz looked at the Emperor for a second, seeing no deception on the lean, middle-aged man's face beneath the psychic glow, please make our arrangements quickly. He raised his left hand, the armored plate of his fist stained with dark green paint, Hector Sarin of the 1st Legion. If he can't control his mouth next time, I'll kill him. With that, Blazkowicz put on his helmet, picked up his long spear, and left, the same runic mark as on his shoulder visible on the back of his cloak. Watching Blazkowicz leave, the Emperor said to Valder, Hector Sarin is becoming arrogant, a lesson would do him good. Hector Sarin, one of the Emperor's earliest Legion warriors and the de facto leader of the 1st Legion. Because he was often by the Emperor's side, even frequently offering suggestions, and having long-term interaction with the Emperor, Hector Sarin gradually became arrogant. The Emperor and Valder understood that the 21st Legion was out of place in the eyes of their brother legions. Perhaps the glory of the Great Crusade led Hector Sarin to say something inappropriate to Blazkowicz, and then he was taught a lesson. My lord, there are too few in the 21st Legion. Valder recalled that since Blazkowicz's birth, there had only been 10 Doom Slayers, bearing the name of a legion in name only. That's why I cherish them. The Emperor rarely showed a smile. Whenever he saw the Doom Slayers, he always felt much more at ease. Everything in the Empire is a consumable asset, but they are cherished gifts. Let's go. The battle for Luna is about to begin. Blazkowicz carried his spear back to the Legion's encampment, where warriors dressed similarly to him, holding their weapons, stood at the entrance of the encampment, conversing. A black-armored warrior immediately came forward, eagerly asking, Firstborn, how was it? Did he allow us to join the crusade? Blazkowicz subconsciously wanted to avoid him but didn't, shaking his head and saying, he has other arrangements for us. In fact, Blazkowicz disliked this person greatly, he wasn't of the Doom Slayer bloodline, and his intentions for infiltrating were unknown. He's quite energetic, jumping around every day. This voice appeared directly in his mind, only true Doom Slayers possessed this ability. They could communicate directly in their minds with brothers of the same bloodline, clearly perceiving each other's thoughts. Don't mind him, his father also said not to mind him. Alfarius had been embedded in the 21st Legion for a long time, investigating this sparsely populated legion. While they were incredibly powerful, they were also extremely taciturn and unwilling to communicate much. Yet, in battle, they displayed an extremely peculiar level of high coordination, which greatly puzzled him. After leaving the 21st Legion's modification laboratory, Alfarius clearly realized that a portion of his memory was missing. On Terra, only one person could alter a Primarch's memory, his father, the Emperor. Even someone as powerful as Malkador, that elderly sage who commanded runic magic, could only seal or implant mental suggestions, but not completely erase a Primarch's memory. This was not about the strength of psychic powers, but rather the fundamental difference in soul essence and the difference in the level of life. As a keeper of secrets, Alfarius preferred to uncover secrets and knew he couldn't go into the laboratory. He chose to be outside the laboratory. He asked the Emperor for a suit of armor, used his Primarch's talent to change his physique, and requested to be assigned to the Legion under the guise of a brother. Hearing his son's request, the Emperor hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. Alfarius both pleased and troubled him, pleased by his discretion as a keeper of secrets, but troubled by his excessive pursuit of secrets. Not long ago, he killed a custodian, donned the custodian's armor, and aimed defensive turrets at his own shuttle. Although he was eventually stopped by Valder, it exposed many problems. Through his infiltration, Valder learned that the custodes' defenses were not watertight. Alfarius possessed a natural inclination for discovery and an omnipresent talent for infiltration. He wanted to go to the Destroyer Legion to investigate its secrets, to see why his brother Legion was so different. The Emperor agreed. Compared to him being constantly out of reach and exploiting loopholes haphazardly, giving him a specific objective brought a good deal of peace. Alfarius received a set of armor and, under the strange gazes of the custodes, joined the 21st Legion. Let him go, he is destined to find nothing, the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes said, and he ordered the custodes not to reveal any information. He donned the armor and took up a weapon, declaring himself their brother amidst the Doom Slayer's bewildered stares. Blazkowicz, after personally confirming his identity with the Emperor, was forced to accept him. In truth, Alfarius wanted to infiltrate perfectly, but the Legion's numbers were simply too small, and each suit of armor had a dedicated owner, leaving no opportunity for him to sneak in unnoticed. After infiltrating, he discovered that his brother's descendants were taciturn, with almost no communication between them. Not long after joining the Legion, Alpharius felt a little smug, believing he had changed the 21st Legion. The taciturn warriors gradually began to communicate a little, even discussing the Emperor. Where there was communication, there were weaknesses, and he felt he was not far from the secret. Blasphemous paid no attention to the outsider who had infiltrated the Legion, the Emperor's descendant, Alpharius. Seeing him for the first time, Blasphemous confirmed that the person before him was not a blood brother, but an outsider wearing the same armor. After consulting the Emperor, Blasphemous learned that this was a prince, and received orders to accept him. After passing the soul trial, the Doom Slayer's bloodlines connected, and the Legion brothers gained the ability of psychic communication. To accommodate this prince, Blasphemous, as the Legion's eldest son, requested that his brothers engage in some normal communication to mislead this seeker of secrets. Blasphemous felt that Alpharius' arrival was a test from the Emperor, probing the attitude of the Destroyer Legion. Since the purge of the Thunder Warriors with the Custodes, Blasphemous had many worries in his heart. He greatly admired and respected the Emperor's ideals and was willing to shed blood for humanity across the stars. But deep down, he also had a question. After all conquests were over, would the fate of the Space Marines be the same as that of the Thunder Warriors? The galaxy was merely a larger Terra, and would he and his brothers be purged by a new generation of warriors? As the Legion's eldest son, before the Gene Father returned, he had to bear the responsibility and plan for the Legion's future. Blasphemous began to test the Emperor, adding personal judgments to some ambiguous requests, and even intentionally committing some errors. But the Emperor's attitude made Blasphemous worried. Yes, endless worry. The Emperor's attitude towards the Legion was too lenient, making Blasphemous even feel it was unreal. He even had the illusion that the 21st Legion was a biological son, while the other legions were picked up from the Terra wilderness. He personally designed equipment for the Legion, allocated a portion of private artisans to provide custom-made items specifically for the Legion, gave the Legion the best training grounds, the best garrisons, and the best logistical support. When asked, the Emperor would smile and say, "You deserve the best." This troubled Blasphemous, making him even suspect that the 21st Legion was the next generation of warriors, the ultimate means to purge other legions. Stopping the Emperor earlier to ask was also a rude test, though Blasphemous deeply respected the Emperor. What troubled him even more was that the bottom line revealed by his test was still as unfathomable as before. If it were any other legion, stopping the Emperor to ask, why, and with such an impolite tone, the next second would be their head separated from their body. Valdor's Spear of the Sun was not held for aesthetics. With the Emperor's ambiguous attitude, Blasphemous began to deliberately downplay the Legion. Externally, he made Legion members try to stay within their garrisons, and when visited by brother legions, the Legion would politely decline unless necessary. Internally, Blasphemous had his brothers train diligently, study tactics against Space Marines, and prepare for any future contingencies. The training against Space Marines was merely a precaution for the future, perhaps one day to have the means of self-preservation. Eldest son, how was it? Did he allow us to participate in the crusade? Alpharius, using the alias Onus, asked, his anticipation in his words perfectly appropriate, not overly purposeful yet expressing earnestness. Even the tremor in his voice was just right. No. Blasphemous shook his head. He has other arrangements for us, we just need to be on standby at all times. Alpharius also fell silent, a different emotion surfacing in his mind, a slight bitterness mixed with understanding. He understood that while the 21st Legion was powerful, its numbers were simply too small, making participation in the Great Crusade indeed difficult. That bitterness was the feeling of jealousy in his heart. His descendants had already departed on small, covert fast ships to various worlds in the solar system before the main force set out. They lurked in dark corners, sending the most valuable intelligence support for the first battle of the Great Crusade. Yet the 21st Legion was deeply protected by their father. What made them so special? Return to the camp and await the Emperor's summons. Blasphemous walked towards the camp, appearing nonchalant, but in reality, his heart was anxious. That pain, deep into his soul, still brought waves of sharp pangs every time he recalled it. Their Gene Father must have encountered something terrible in the depths of the galaxy to feel such sorrow. Joining the Great Crusade, finding an opportunity to leave Terra, following the footsteps of the expeditionary forces, to search for the Gene Father. Alpharius nodded and followed in the footsteps of his brothers, retreating to the camp to wait discreetly for the inevitable summons. He was not in a hurry to uncover secrets, like water eroding rock, only then could he see the gem encased within. As he strode back to camp, before even entering the garrison, a tremor ran through Blaskowitz's heart. Don't show it. Wait for the custodes, communication. He communicated with his brothers through a psychic link, showing no physical change, suppressing the joy in his heart. A new brother was born, and they felt his inner confusion. But they couldn't show it again. A primarch, and one who liked to investigate secrets, was standing nearby. As keen as a primarch, with demigod-like physical functions and agile, lively minds, they couldn't be measured by the standards of ordinary space marines. Alfarius did indeed sense it. He was a primarch, an insightful and inquisitive one, and naturally felt an indescribable unusualness. He had a vague feeling that while the Doomslayers rarely communicated, they were hiding many things from him. Not just this time, but many times he had felt it. Doomslayers, come receive your brother. The communication channel rang, interrupting Alfarius' deep thoughts. The birth of a new Doomslayer, even he felt a surge of joy, because it was so difficult. The communication channel rang, carrying the voice of the custodes. Good. We'll be right over. Blaskowitz replied simply, then smiled brightly. Today is a good day. The joy of new life dispelled his inner worries. Blaskowitz donned his helmet and led everyone to the laboratory to welcome their brother. Just then, a shout came from a distance behind them, Doomslayers. Don't go. Turning his head, he saw Hector Sarin of the 1st Legion. Hector Sarin walked dejectedly at the front of the formation, followed by 100 Space Marines in black power armor, pressing forward aggressively. The voice of the Legion warrior was full of provocation, without a hint of friendliness. The 1st Legion had arrived with ill intent, seeking revenge. Blaskowitz's expression beneath his helmet was solemn. He activated the lens aiming function, and after magnifying his vision, immediately noticed that Sarin's movements were stiff and unnatural. Let's go. Blaskowitz's voice carried a command. Seth and Osiris stay. We will go to greet our brothers. With the 1st Legion at their doorstep, Blaskowitz chose to leave, an action that seemed like cowardly evasion. The Doomslayers hesitated briefly, then ultimately chose to follow Blaskowitz, with only Seth and Osiris remaining in place. His brothers chose to trust him. The eldest son was never a coward, he must have had a reason for doing so. Sarin was on the verge of tears now. The possibility of his personal actions causing a conflict between two legions made him tremble with fear. When the Emperor announced the start of the Great Crusade, his heart swelled with excitement. Space Marines were stepping onto the stage that truly belonged to them. And he, Hector Sarin, the Grand Master of the 1st Legion, who had followed the Emperor the earliest, would have countless honors in the future. As he was leaving the plaza, he encountered Blaskowitz, the eldest son of the 21st Legion. Sarin had always heard rumors about his brother Legion. They were known for their exceptionally high, gene seed kill rate. 10 warriors consumed the lives of millions, and these were specifically chosen, resilient, high-quality mortals. Moreover, this ratio was constantly being updated and increasing. Even a child who could count understood that the ratio of investment to return had already collapsed. Despite widespread objections, the Emperor continued to allocate high-quality recruits to the 21st Legion, even though their attrition rate was astonishing. He even gave them the best equipment, the best of everything. The fact that they, who enjoyed the best resources, did not appear in the Great Crusade's roster left him feeling extremely unbalanced. The same resources, if given to the 1st Legion, would be a tremendous help. Blaskowitz. Sarin called out, stopping his cousin who was wearing exorbitantly expensive power armor. Blaskowitz paused and looked back, his gaze sweeping over the Space Marine walking towards him. The Legion's emblem on the dark green power armor and the Great King skull hanging from his waist all indicated the other party's identity. Hector Sarin, Blaskowitz responded in a deep voice, standing ramrod straight with his spear. He was somewhat surprised. He had met this Grand Master of the 1st Legion a few times, why was he calling out to him? What are you going to do? Sarin asked as he approached, a hint of accusation in his tone. To meet the Emperor, Blaskowitz frowned, his voice coming through his helmet without a ripple. He didn't want to cause trouble. The Destroyer Legion was too small, and in the future, they would undoubtedly fight alongside their brother legions. If relations with the other legions became too strained, he would have a difficult time explaining it when his Gene father returned. Why do you need to meet the Emperor? Sarin folded his arms, tilting his head slightly to look up at his tall cousin. Are you going to beg him to let you participate in the Great Crusade? Although the Grand Master's tone was problematic, he hit the nail on the head. Blazkowicz nodded in admission. Yes. I don't think you need to go. Why? Saren shook his head slightly, his tone conveying a sense of disdain and arrogance. He won't agree to let you participate in the Great Crusade. The Doom Slayers are his treasures, the source of all his efforts. He certainly won't let you sacrifice yourselves. The more he spoke, the more agitated his tone became, venting the deep-seated jealousy and resentment within him. We conquer on the front lines, while you only need to enjoy the honors in the back, wearing splendid equipment. At the same time, he spoke carelessly, using an arrogant, condescending tone to voice his assumptions about the 21st Legion. You are too few, your gene seed is flawed, and you simply cannot participate in the Great Crusade. Then, Saren saw a black iron fist, which, before he could react physically, struck him on the cheek of his helmet. His vision spun, the Grand Master saw stars, and he felt as if his head and neck were about to separate. You should have basic respect for your cousin. In a daze, Saren saw the figure in black armor walk up to him. If I hear it again, I will kill you, even if I suffer the Genofather's punishment in the future. Blazkowicz turned and left, under the gaze of the crowd that had gathered when he struck down the Grand Master. Saren picked himself up from the ground, holding his head with both hands to straighten his spine, and removed his helmet, which bore a dented fist print. His mind instantly cleared. He then realized how foolish the strange words he had blurted out were. Slam. The Grand Master expressionlessly slapped himself, his face flushing red. Saren didn't think Blazkowicz was wrong. In fact, he felt Blazkowicz had held back and shown him considerable face. If a warrior from another legion had said to him, "Your first legion's gene seed is flawed," he would have already drawn his sword and cut down the careless bastard opposite him. What was this? This was fundamental contempt for a legion and an insult to its gene father. Saren put his helmet back on and left under the curious and scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, returning to the First Legion's encampment. The Grand Master was a figure of attention, and the dent in his helmet was quickly noticed. When questioned by the Legion warriors, he said nothing else, only stating shamefully, "This is a disgrace." However, rumors of the Grand Master being beaten slowly emerged, eventually escalating into more severe claims. A Doom Slayer's single punch brought the Grand Master to his knees, begging for mercy. Blazkowicz's casual strike left Hector Saren utterly helpless. Some members of the 6th Legion even claimed the 1st Legion was weak and questioned its strength. The rumors spread too quickly, enraging the proud 1st Legion, who vowed to get an explanation. Who were they? The 1st Legion. The 1st Legion created by the Emperor, the eldest son Legion, the benchmark for other legions, the template for combat standards. The Grand Master was beaten by the youngest son. An explanation must be given before boarding the ship and leaving Terra. Saren, who was repenting his words and reflecting on his arrogance in his room, was questioned by a group of warriors about what had happened. However, he was uncharacteristically silent, his face pained, only saying that he was a sinner. Now he was filled with regret, immense regret. Looking at his agitated brothers, Saren knew he was wrong, but he couldn't say it. From the Legion's perspective, he certainly couldn't say it. How would the two legions get along in the future? He had to suppress this secret, not allowing a single bit to spread, even if it meant his death. The 1st Legion dispatched 100 warriors, who, without question, escorted the Grand Master to the 21st Legion's encampment. Thus, the scene just now unfolded. Stepping away quickly, Blazkowicz looked back at Hector Saren from a distance, feeling that gaze. It was full of gratitude and apology. Blazkowicz chose to leave, also not daring to bring up the matter, lest it escalate into a Legion conflict. Leaving Seth and Osiris behind was also a result of careful consideration. He couldn't leave Alpharius, entrusting the fate of the two legions to unrelated personnel. They were blood brothers, tested Doom Slayers, whose strength and wisdom could be trusted. No passage. Seth and Osiris, the two brothers, stood on either side, their spears crossed, blocking the 1st Legion like guardian gods. It wasn't until they got closer that the warriors of the 1st Legion saw that their mysterious cousins were exceptionally tall. Even taller than the Custodes, they wore armor made of black shining gold, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. The warrior of the 1st Legion advanced aggressively. He originally wanted to say, "Tell Blazkowicz to get out here. We have something he needs to explain." But the words changed on his tongue. He decided not to provoke a physical conflict, only to clarify the matter. "Let the eldest son come out, we have something to discuss with him." He's busy, the Emperor has summoned him, said Osiris, the elder of the two brothers. His voice was steady and calm, and he handled affairs meticulously, coming up with reasons effortlessly. As for the First Legion's doubts, go ask the Emperor. More than 100 Legion warriors were immediately speechless, momentarily stunned, unsure what to do. Now, the two parties involved, one remained silent, and the other went to meet the Emperor. Leave it to the Primarchs. Osiris spoke a second time. The now quiet First Legion only then heard their armored cousin's voice, so steady and deathly silent. It was a silence like one who had died 1,000 times, indifferent to everything, so cold it was soulless. Osiris continued, a small matter, whose effects have exceeded control. Only the Primarchs can decide. Saren let out a long breath, his shoulders slumped, wishing he could sew his mouth shut. At this moment, he also understood that he and Blazkowicz were powerless to bear the decision of two legions. Then let's leave it to the Primarchs. After Saren spoke, an undeniable sense of dejection appeared in his entire being. The consequence of his momentary slip of the tongue was to be borne by two legions. When the Primarchs returned, there would naturally be a judgment. 10 years passed, and the war that had caused heavy losses to the Sentinels receded. Under Blazkowicz's leadership, Argent Noor entered its greatest reign. The warp was silent, as if it had never existed. Yet, Blazkowicz knew that the warp would one day return, with an unstoppable force. All his knowledge of the warp was sealed away for future use. All the watchmen who fought in the City of Truth swore to remain silent, burying the defilement until their deaths. Blazkowicz selected the most resolute Sentinels members to study some knowledge of the warp, and with their vehicles, they patrolled the planet to prevent warp contamination. The entire Argent Noor maintained a state of relaxed exterior but tight internal control. The populace knew nothing of the warp, but the warriors had a clear definition of the warp and the warp. There were gods in the warp, and materialists acknowledged their existence. But the existence of these gods, utterly filthy, also inspired a thought in the Sentinels, godslaying. Today was a special day, the day Blazkowicz was crowned king. Under Blazkowicz's powerful rule, after Argent Noor's war wounds were healed, everything returned to normal, and Argent Noor flourished. Only this attire can suit you. Flano stood before a large dressing mirror, helping his brother put on his ceremonial armor, marveling at his imposing presence. The pure white armor was exquisitely ornate, with gold threads outlining patterns and gems adorning the edges. Blazkowicz stood before the mirror, his arms outstretched, allowing the handmaidens and his brother to dress him in the enormous armor. His 5-meter height, his physical development had stopped 5 years prior. After he stopped growing, Blazkowicz acquired his full-coverage power armor, finally no longer having to look like a gladiator. All right, it's time to head to the throne hall. People from all corners of the world await their king. Flano shook his head in continuous admiration. How could such a heroic figure exist in this world? The kings of old would surely be proud of you. The platinum armor exuded divinity, further highlighting his magnificent physique and extraordinarily heroic face. Let's go. Blazkowicz rarely showed a smile. In recent years, he had been composed, rarely expressing his emotions. Clad in his armor, he entered through a side door, his crimson cape trailing behind him. Harlan's honor guard lined both sides, respectfully holding up the hem of his cape. Blazkowicz's appearance quieted the air in the throne hall, his radiance was too dazzling. As he sat solemnly on the throne, everyone in the hall held their breath, anticipating the sacred coronation. Flano had already prepared the ancient crown of kings, he needed the assistance of a stone step to place it on his brother's head with both hands. A hint of regret lingered in his heart. This was Elisa's or King Noak's task, but now he had to stand in. With trembling hands, he carefully placed the iron crown firmly on his brother's head. Hail King Noak, warrior king! Clatter, clatter. Everyone in the throne hall knelt. They came from all corners in the wilderness, to pay homage to the greatest monarch. Blazkowicz said nothing, only raising his hand in a gesture, yet the kneeling crowd below felt a certain aura that prompted them to rise. All customs remained as before. The people of Argent Noor, subservient to Noak's rule, presented gifts to the king and kissed his boots. Esteemed King Noak, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes laid down his gift, knelt to kiss the boot, then stood and said to Blazkowicz, I am deeply sorry about your mother. Blazkowicz smiled kindly at the middle-aged man, thank you for your concern, clan leader Klaus. Those events were beyond your control. The man before him, Klaus, was the clan leader of the Knight family, Elisa's brother, and theoretically his uncle. The Knight family is an indispensable force in Argent Newer. In the days to come, we will jointly guard peace. No, I cannot forgive myself. Klaus' face grew increasingly sorrowful. She was murdered, and the knights didn't make it to the battle. I couldn't personally avenge her. I am her brother, I swore to protect her my entire life. Please accept my condolences. Blazkowicz placed his large hand on his shoulder, his voice gentle and calm, soothing the man who was on the verge of losing control. Her passing is a grief we find hard to accept. I apologize, my lord. Klaus was affected by the voice and quickly calmed down, taking a deep breath and stepping aside. He had delayed those behind him. Hail the warrior king. The second person was tall and handsome, but wore a transparent isolation suit. He had multiple mutated joints on his body, and knelt before Blazkowicz with a proud expression. Hail King Noak. Thank you for your sacrifices. Blazkowicz motioned for him to rise. They were mutants from the second sky pillar, the City of Purity, and they deserved respect. All residents of the City of Purity were people of Argent Newer with genetic collapse. To protect genetic purity, they left their homeland and confined themselves to the City of Purity, ensuring the safety of external genes. When Blazkowicz was fighting the City of Truth, Nurgle priests unleashed a plague in the City of Purity, inducing genetic mutations and guiding the afflicted to ambush the Argentum, but they were stopped by the fearless residents. The young man stepped back, then bowed to everyone in the throne hall and left to return to the City of Purity. Greetings to you. The sentinels carried in a water tank, inside which was a beautiful woman with an elegant upper body covered in ruby-like fish scales to conceal her modesty. Her lower body was a blue fish tail, shimmering with colorful light. Her voice was ethereal and melodious, echoing through the throne hall, as her fair arms held up a giant pearl. I apologize for what my ancestors did. Blazkowicz motioned for Harlan to accept the pearl, looking at the woman in the tank and expressing his deep regret. During humanity's most glorious era, humans were not united. There were too many empires among the stars, attacking each other. The ancestors of the woman in the tank were also human. After being defeated, they were brought back to Argent Newer. Through genetic modification, they were transformed into the mermaids of human legend, to be entertained by people during sea voyages. Such modified creatures were abundant in Argent Newer's oceans and mountains, even becoming stable populations. All were genetically engineered creations, modified from humans for human entertainment. You don't need to apologize. The mermaid quickly waved her hand, her delicate face filled with panic. We thank the Novik family for granting us, commoner, status instead of living as slaves. Don't panic. Blazkowicz nodded, reassuring the mermaid's agitation. The procession continued, with dozens of representatives, big and small, all pledging loyalty to Blazkowicz and willing to submit to the rule of the Argentum. At the end of the procession was a pair of grandfather and granddaughter. The grandfather leaned on a cane, and the granddaughter carefully supported him. Their skin had an eerie pallor, emitting a smooth, soft glow. Their hair was long and white, and their eyes had no pupils or whites, but were the variegated deep crimson of the warp. The grandfather and granddaughter wore ancient uniforms, with bandages tied around their foreheads, supporting each other. Hail King Noak. The elder lifted the hem of his uniform skirt, pulling his granddaughter, preparing to kneel. Blazkowicz raised his hand, stopping the old man's movement, and said to him in a gentle voice, "You don't need to kneel. Arrange a chair for the elder, he has something to tell me." From their expressions, Blazkowicz saw a kind of urgency, and also a deeply hidden excitement. The mutants before him were genetic creations born in the technological era. Their mutated genes could be stably inherited. In that glorious era, countless ships ventured into the void, and these people, with a third eye on their foreheads, guided the ships forward. Navigators, a legacy from the Golden Age. Thank you for your kindness. The old man sat down with his granddaughter, one hand on the girl's head, preventing her from offending the person on the throne. My lord, while peering into the warp, my clan and I discovered something unusual. What is unusual? A glint flashed in Blazkowicz's eyes, his attention heightened several-fold. He had to take any news about the warp seriously. It's a golden beacon. He looked agitated, a blush of excitement creeping onto his pale cheeks. After confirmation and comparison, its location is Terra. Boom. Not just Blazkowicz, everyone in the throne hall was shocked by the old man's news, their curious gazes turning to him. Are you sure? Blazkowicz asked seriously, his face stern, his voice carrying an oppressive weight. I'm certain. The old man flinched, sweat beading on his forehead, and he answered firmly. The throne hall was utterly silent, but one could hear the excited pounding of hearts. Terra, the birthplace of humanity, was once again emitting light, sending a signal into the cosmos. Blazkowicz's expression was grave, some plans he had no choice but to accelerate. Blazkowicz wore a dark green power armor, fully sealed and modified for combat in space. He stood at the foot of the sky pillar, gazing up at the magnificent creation of the Golden Age. As a sky-supporting pillar directly connecting to outer space, it both stabilized the Noor ring and undertook important cargo missions. 4 cylindrical sky pillars, each 15 kilometers in diameter, were deeply embedded into 1,000 kilometers of rock strata underground, firmly anchored to Argent Noor, supporting the massive orbital ring. After the Mechanoid rebellion, the Noor ring's main control AI sealed off the Sky Pillar's path to the ring and blocked the sky with a dimensional shield. The reason for the main control AI sealing Argent Noor remains an unsolved mystery to this day. What exactly were its intentions? The mortals on the surface of Argent Noor had no idea. If it simply wanted to kill humans, that would have been too easy. The weapons carried by the ring were enough to blast the surface humans, and even the entire Argent Noor, into atomic dust. Looking up along the sky pillar, Blazkowicz's vision vaguely made out the outer space, a silent, desolate ring structure. Over thousands of years, the surface structure of the ring had sustained some damage, yet no automatic mechanical repairs were seen. After sealing the planet, the ring also fell into slumber, remaining silent for thousands of years. The humans on the surface fought among themselves, plundering resources for survival, and the planetary tremors caused by high-power weapons failed to awaken it. Blazkowicz had originally intended to wait a while longer, allowing Argent Noor society to stabilize further, before figuring out a way to explore the ring. However, the news brought by the navigator that Terra had re-established its navigation beacon made Argent Noor's journey into space an urgent matter. Terra's reunification, while seemingly an uplifting good thing, could also portend a greater disaster. Humanity's origin place had always been the political and cultural center. From the colonial era to the technological era, to the Mechanoid rebellion, and then to the loss of contact with the stars. Any power that could gain a firm foothold on Terra must possess extraordinary skills to survive among the wolves. They were equally ambitious towards the stars, inherently proud, believing Terra held dominion over humanity. At the entrance to the sky pillar, Harlan was fully armed, carrying various supplies on his back, and had been waiting for a long time. The distance from the base of the sky pillar to the planet's orbit where the ring was located was over 50,000 kilometers, a long journey. Distance was one aspect. There were also various automatic defense systems within the orbital elevator, multidimensional labyrinths built of crystals, and various trap devices. Countless Argent Noor ancestors and explorers had attempted it, but all went and never returned. Don't forget the items, Harlan repeatedly reminded Blazkowicz, emphasizing not to forget the most important thing, the Noor ring blueprints. These were precious documents preserved from the very early days, when human civilization was still being completed. Blazkowicz raised his hand, and a holographic image projected from his fully sealed power armor gauntlet, signaling Harlan not to worry. Why are you carrying so much stuff? Looking at Harlan's many bags and packages, Blazkowicz asked in confusion. He had clearly reminded Harlan yesterday not to bring too much. A journey of over 50,000 kilometers is like running around Argent Noor's equator once, and we'll also face various labyrinths and traps. How long do you think it will take us to arrive? Harlan also raised his arm, showing a map explored by predecessors, with countless marked mechanisms and traps. I'm not planning to take that route. Blazkowicz shook his head, walked to the sky pillar wall, and patted its pure white, cold exterior. I'm going up from here. What? Harlan was startled by the outlandish idea, quickly took off his helmet, and looked at Blazkowicz seriously. Are you sure you're not joking? I'm not joking. Blazkowicz also took off his helmet, looked at his beloved general, and showed an eager expression. Then what about me? Seeing Blazkowicz's excited expression, Harlan knew he was serious and instinctively thought of himself. How do I get up? He believed Blazkowicz had a way to go up, but he couldn't imagine how he himself would ascend. Yesterday, Blazkowicz had indeed invited him, stating he would bring him along to the orbital ring. Blazkowicz was unsure of the method to restart the Noor ring and might need Harlan's gene sequence. Harlan tilted his head, looking behind Blazkowicz, and asked in confusion, "Are you going to carry me up on your back?" "No," Blazkowicz revealed a mysterious smile. "You'll know once you throw away the extra stuff." Out of trust for his oath lord, Harlan immediately dropped his backpack, took a few big bites of food, and looked at Blazkowicz with anticipation. Get ready. Blazkowicz's mysterious smile deepened as he put on his helmet and checked his equipment to ensure no problems would arise. Ready. Harlan also checked his equipment, confirming everything was in order. Then he saw Blazkowicz approach him, and a strong sense of unease immediately rose in his heart, his instinct urging him to flee. What are you doing? Harlan's scream rang out in their communication channel as Blazkowicz grabbed him by the back and threw him high into the air. His control over his strength was exquisite, causing no harm to Harlan or his equipment, while still throwing him to the highest point. Ah ha ha. I want to go home. I want to go home. Harlan's wails exploded in the communication channel. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the altimeter inside his power armor. Blazkowicz's throw had sent him 300 meters up, and he was still slowly ascending. He dared not struggle, gripping dark light tightly, afraid that any large movement would cause him to deviate from Blazkowicz's trajectory. Too late. Blazkowicz grinned, removed his gauntlets and hung them on his waist, pressing his palms against the wall to increase friction. With a sudden burst of strength, his body, propelled by the force, shot upwards like a cannonball. Harlan shrieked. The moment he stopped at the highest point, Blazkowicz grabbed him again, pushing off the wall with one hand for another burst of power. Throwing Harlan again, Blazkowicz used one hand to propel himself upwards once more. Ha ha ha. Blazkowicz's laughter carried a hint of triumph. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. Don't move around. If you fall, you're finished. You better not mess up. Harlan's crying stopped immediately, and he dared not make any movement. He could die and wasn't afraid of death, but he absolutely could not fall to his death. Master and servant, in a comical and incredible manner, quickly left the atmosphere. Inside the palace, Flano was still worrying whether everything would go smoothly for his brother when a throne guard entered. My lord, you should come out and see this. Flano's heart sank slightly. He had ordered this throne guard to constantly monitor the Skypilar's movements. Had something gone wrong? He rushed to the square and saw two black dots steadily ascending the Skypilar's outer wall. He quickly took the telescope offered by the guard. Flano witnessed a scene that defied common sense, realizing his understanding of his brother was still lacking. That powerful man who descended from the heavens always performed actions beyond ordinary comprehension, shocking the hearts of mortals. His mouth twitched as he watched the figures gradually disappear, uttering a numb exclamation, he's practically a Superman. After saying that, he returned to the palace. His inner worries also subsided. Rather than worrying about a non-human, it was better to rest well. Harlan was also numb, even beginning to make some bold moves, tilting his head to look down at the gradually shrinking earth, his heart slowly filling with excitement. Although the journey was quite undignified, he was very likely the first person to ascend to the Nur ring in 1,000 years. Yahoo! He began to enjoy the ascent, his heart impatient, even starting to urge, faster. Faster. Harlan hummed a little tune, seeing that with each throw, the distance displayed inside his helmet grew larger and larger. He knew that gravity was weakening, and soon they would break through the atmosphere and reach outer space. Looking out into the distance, he saw the gradually rounded outline of the planet, and for a moment, he forgot to breathe, his eyes welling up. She's so beautiful. Harlan whispered in the communication channel, seeing the radiance of the jewel-like mountains, the continents, and the oceans. This was something he had only seen in books before, and it was far less shocking than seeing it with his own eyes. Blazkowicz responded softly. In his leisure, he had noticed the magnificent scenery. He was equally stunned. The jewel-like ocean, the ring extending and disappearing behind the planet, the white glaciers at the poles. The two had already reached 1,000 kilometers from the ground, entering a microgravity environment, and stopped on the sky pillar for a short rest. The magnets on their power armor activated, sticking them to the Sky Pilar's outer wall, eliminating the risk of falling. Let's go, we still have a long way to go.